Hey, how's it going everybody? It's me, Scott. Thank you very much for joining us. As you can see, we're back. We're playing some more Dragon Eclipse. Last time out, we came to our hometown of Munger, and we found out that there's a portal. There's a path to the portal through the mountains. There's some things stealing sheep over here. Our aunt is in this building over here. We upgraded our Emberling, and then we had combat when we went to this location and found out the machines over here were being destroyed by sirens. And during that, we were able to tame the siren, who is now part of our team. Additionally, we got a token A to put in slot 2, so we'll just put that in there. You should inform the engineer about his problem being solved. So continue the exploration. We're going back to J8. If token B is in slot 1, it's not. If token A is in slot 1, it is.
The mood is...
Talk to the innkeeper. Approach the lonely man only if there is no token B in front of you. Approach the lonely man only if there's no token B in front of you. If you have local hero status part 4, we don't have that one. If you have empathy part 6, we do have that one. Sorry, I was just checking the sheet.
The mood is...
Yeah. Hold on. Why can I... If you have local hero part 4. If you have empathy part 6 and token 2 is slot 2 is empty. There, we don't have that one. If token A is in slot 2, it is. Sorry, that was me. I didn't read enough.
You inform the engineer that the sirens will not damage the pump anymore. Great. The man sighs with relief. Now I can fix it once and for all. I'll do it tomorrow, though. I'm too run down to even go there, let alone repair the machinery. Here, take this. It's for your effort. He gives you a small tool that resembles a pocket knife, but it is equipped with a lot of small cogwheels. The tool, strangely enough, seems to vibrate with power. I received it from a traveller, the engineer explains. I tried to figure out what its purpose is, and I gave up because I had never seen such technology. It may be that the knife has something to do with the portal, because it's been acting weird since it opened. And as you came here to close the gap, the tool should belong to you.
Oh no, it's going to belong to Scald or whatever she's going to be called. She's called, right? Place a shadow token in front of you. You received a mechanical item vibrating with strange power. It may come in handy in the future. Gain the local hero status part 4. Yay. Okay, so all of those done. Continue the exploration. We are heading to J18, the mines.
You halt before the entrance to the mine. There is a mine cart loaded with slabs of iron. A man is resting on the grass next to it.
Approach the man. Go to script J45.
The man has broad shoulders and a dirty face. He stands up and smiles. I'm Bernard.
Yeah, we know you
says, and shakes your hand. A miner. What brings you here?
Oh, where are you from, Bernard? Sounds like you're from America. Ask what the situation is in the mine is like.
None of our mines are doing fine, Bernard admits. Nobody talks about it yet, but we are slowly running out of accessible resources, and digging deeper is dangerous even in normal times. And now, nobody wants to work. People are too scared to leave their homes. They barricade themselves in and dwell on some trumped-up stories about flying night dragons, irritating superstitiousness, eclipse, portals. All right, the world is changing, but we must adapt and live on.
Okay, not sure about the accent. J45.
The man has broad shoulders and a dirty face.
Ask a situation. Ask him to allow you to enter the mine. Tell him that Careberg sends you only if token A is in slot 4 it is. Slot 50, script 51.
Careberg has sent you? Bernard asks. Well, if he has trusted you, so will I. I had a theory, you know. I believe there could be a lot of valuable mineral deposits on the other side of the portal. I thought I could somehow go through it and start mining, but let's say I didn't have the courage to cross the barrier, and I think the profit isn't worth the risk. Now I wish someone could close that damned portal. You explained that this is your plan. Burn its size with relief. Alright, I know how to get there. Listen closely. Enter the mine and follow the minecart tracks. Then turn into the corridor with a lot of fluorescent fungi and follow the brook you will find there.
Okay, let's just write that down. Mine cart, fungi, brook. Okay, great. Go to script J45. Back
The man
to the man.
has brought-
Back to the man. Ask him to allow you in the mine. So we've done that, right? I wonder if I have to ask him to let us into the mine.
The mine is open. Bernard shrugs his shoulders. You don't need permission to enter. You look smart, so I guess you know what you're doing. Just don't touch the supporting beams or any other gear you find on the way.
Okay, here's what I'm going to
The
do.
man has broad...
Here's what I'm going to do very quickly. I'm going to leave here. I'm going
You
to...
halt before...
Yeah. I'm going to quickly go to J11. Was it here I could buy... enter the smelter. Hold on.
The moment you enter the smelter...
Yeah.
Christine...
Yeah. Oh, it's not here. It must be the blacksmith. J20. I just want to go back and buy some stuff if it doesn't cost us any time.
The noise of the local...
Yep, enter the smithy. It's going to cost us time to enter the smithy, so let's not do that. Okay, J18. We're going into the mine. We could go over here.
You halt before the entrance to the mine. There is a mine cart...
But I think based on time, let's just enter the mine. Go to script J50.
You enter the mine and follow long lamp-lit corridors. You are amazed by the number of side corridors. A person without a map and a clear goal could get lost here for days.
Go deeper into the mine. Go to script J57.
The exploration of the upper tunnels leads you nowhere. It is time to descend deeper into the mine.
Gain secret 52 and place it on the map. Okay, we can do that. Secret 52. And place it on the map so it connects to the mine entrance and covers script J18. Let's just move that out of the way. That goes there. That can stay there. Perfect. Okay. Continue the exploration. So we want to go to J61, right? Let's do J70 first. I'm just going to check these in case they cost time, because this one clearly is a fungi lit track, right? So we know we need to go there. J70. Let's do J70.
The tunnel keeps winding into the dark, and soon you reach another fork.
Okay. Gain secret 54. Jeez, it's not secrets over here. Gain secret 54. I'll keep these separated so in case we need any more of the secrets from there. Gain secret 54. Place it on the map so that the corridors with the railways connect. Holy cack. Look at this. Oh, there's another fungi tunnel. Oh no. He said to the end of the Minecraft mine thingy, right? J71, I guess.
You follow the corridor until you meet a wall of solid rock. There is no other way, and sadly, you must turn back.
Okay. wonder if there's any hidden numbers on these things. We're going down J74. I'm assuming this is where we came in. Let's just do J... Oh no, we lose a time. I'm just going to do J69. It's interesting.
You are in the main corridor of the mine. Daylight is up.
Okay, so stay in the mine, so we know what that is. We want to go to J74. Because he said to go down here, not do anything around here, J74.
You follow the tunnel until you see another fork.
Gain secret 55. Place it on the map so the bottom corridor with the mushrooms on the secret connects to a corridor with J74. Follow the brook. This looks like a brook, I think, or is that a brook? Hold on. Let's just have a look at this. I'm not sure if this is a brook or not. Let me just show you what I'm looking at. So you might not be able to see this, but obviously there's a lake down here, a reservoir. But just here under J66 might be a little bit of water. That might be a brook, I can't tell. Okay, well let's put that there. Or do we continue to... I'm going J66, I'm not sure it's right.
You have reached a vibrating wall of darkness, and you realize this is the portal's underground part. You feel fascination, blended with disgust, waking in you.
If you have the Light in the Shadows Part 6 status, we definitely do not. If you have the Eager Tamer Part 5 status, we definitely do.
Abruptly, Alvin passes you, clearly fascinated by the portal. He comes close to it and touches its surface, but the portal suddenly begins pulling him inside. You lurch forward and grab Alvin's hand, but the portal appears much stronger than you. Before you notice, both of you are dragged to the other side.
Alvin.
Your loyal mistlings
doofus.
follow.
What a donut. J72.
The portal throws you to the other side, and to your horror, there is no solid floor there. You fall, screaming and tumbling in the air, your stomach turning until you hit the surface of the water. You hurriedly crawl out of it, shocked and confused, but otherwise unscathed. The mistlings haven't suffered either. You have ended up in a shallow pool in the Shadow Realm. The moonless sky is dark with smudges of purple, and the air tastes acrid. The pond is in a valley surrounded by mountains, and all around you see nothing but empty wasteland. The only noticeable detail is a weird-looking tower on the horizon. The portal still pulsates above your head, but on this side it seems different, more fragile. It also doesn't appear so dark. It gleams and shines. You look around and notice a steep slope you could climb to reach the portal. Perhaps you could close it and still jump to the other side.
This bloody Alvin dude. Discard secret 41. Do I have secret 41? I don't know if I have secret 41. What is secret 41? Was I meant to have secret 41? Hold on. 41. Interiors. You're exploring closed space. You may only read scripts of the secret on the secret cards in the map. I see. Okay. So we've discarded secret 41. End the exploration. Open map 21. If token B is in front of you, discard it. Place secret 51 face down in the event slot. Set the time to 2. So we can get rid of all of these. I'm just going to quickly, I don't think we'll need this, but I'm just going to quickly take a picture of where all the tokens are, just in case. Not that I'm planning on going back or anything, but I just, I think it's telling us, it's telling us to close the map, so we'll get rid of all of these. I think we keep this in front of us. We set the timer down here, that goes there. Get rid of secret 48. Um, 46, 47. Oh, good lord. 47, 48. 50. We need secret 51, I think it said. 51. They can go there. Perfect. Okay. We'll keep those mine ones out for now. Open map 21. Okay. Oh my god, look at this place. If token B is in front of you, discard it. Place secret 51 face down in the event slot. Set the timer to 2. The atmosphere in the shadow realm is thick. You feel the elements behaving differently than in your world. You don't want to think how uncomfortable your mistlings must feel. You better not waste any time. Begin the exploration. Okay, let's have a little look over here then. And just see if there's any secret hidden numbers on this map. If they are, they're in the dark. It's very, very dark. It's really dark. Again, I can't see any. So dark. Okay, let's put this back down here. Let's put this here. Now, what time did I say? Set it to 2. Okay, what the heck are we going to do here then? Should we go to J78? Is that the tower? I'm guessing so. Should we go to J7? This must be up to the portal. Let's go to J78.
The grass in front of you emits red light. Amazed, you bend to carefully touch the blades, and then you cautiously step onto it. You are fascinated by the plants of the Shadow Realm, and you cannot believe how they thrive in such difficult conditions.
Continue the exploration. Okay, good. How do they thrive? J7.
You are standing before the entrance to a cave, and your thoughts run wild with expectation.
Enter the cave, why not? Go to script J86.
Darkness envelops you as you enter the cave, but thanks to the sheen of some bioluminescent lichen on the walls, your eyes adjust quickly. Your mistlings seem interested in the lichen, but they can't reach it. You halt to listen to the silence of the cave, and after a while you detect a soft sound coming from inside. You find it hard to determine what the source is.
If you have a torch or a light mistling, go to script J109. We do have a light mistling.
You notice tracks which look human.
Gather some lichen for the mistlings, venture further into the cave. Let's gather some lichen for the mistlings. We lose 1 time, and we gain 3 power, which could be really useful. Okay, I'll tuck this over here. 1, 2, 3. The J07.
You are standing
Enter the cave, yeah.
dark.
Continue. We do have that. We're going to
You notice
we're going to venture into the cave. J88. If token B is in slot 4, it's not.
As you venture into the dark of the cave, you unexpectedly spot a person cowering in the corner and trembling with fear. It is a boy. His wide-open eyes flash with madness, and his hands seem scratched and injured by talons. The boy notices you, and he tenses, ready to run away any second.
If you have someone is missing status, you figure out this is Stan. We do have that.
You patiently explain to the boy that you may take him home, and eventually his eyes flicker with understanding. The boy follows you, but still keeps his distance.
Again, somebody is missing part 2. Okay, continue the exploration. Great. I guess we go J81.
There are a lot of interesting items, and their parts at the foot of the tower. There are a lot of interesting items and their parts at the foot of the tower. The spot resembles a scrapyard. There could be something useful here.
Look for something noteworthy. Lose a time and go to script J80. Perform the test. We haven't done a test for ages. At the end of the test, if you have at least 2 eyeballs, lose a time. Well, that's fine because we're at the thing. Like mistlings, once per test you may discard a card you just drew. If we've got a tool, you may discard a card you just drew. 5 or less, you gain a silver earring and lose 1 time. 6, you found a useful item. Discard 4 items from the equipment deck. Gain all the cards with tools on. Discarded this way. Continue exploration. You found an odd dented part that may have fallen from the top of the tower. If there is no token in there, so we want 7 really. Oops, hold on. Items. Okay. So, have we got anything that helps us with these? No, nothing. So let's start then. We've got 1 eyeball already, and number 1. We have 3. What did I say? I wanted 7. 6 or 7. So 4 now. We're up to 4. 5. I've got to push 1 more. We got a 3. 6, 7, 8. Oh, balls. I can use 1 to discard a card we just drew. Thank you. Thank you for that. So that's our light one gone. And then we got a 2. So 5, 6, 7. We only got 1 eyeball. You find an odd dented part that may have fallen from the top of the tower. If there is no token if there is no token in front of you, place it in front of you. Continue the exploration. Okay, interesting. These will go in the discard. And because we've got to continue the exploration, we're doing that down here. And this is in here, so we have to do this. Your mistlings start feeling the effects of the prolonged exposure. Go to J75. Uh-oh. If token B is in slot 2, go to J65. No.
Your mistlings worry you. They seem weaker and even feeble. What is more, the portal begins to vibrate in an alarming manner. Fear rises in your heart, and suddenly you only want to leave this land for good.
Okay, place token B in slot 2. Okay, place secret 51 face down in the event slot and place the timer set to 3. Okay, that doesn't seem great. J79.
You reach the top of the observatory and freeze in awe as majestic scenery unfolds. You see black, jagged rocks, their shapes ominous against the dark red moonless sky. Some rocks radiate eerie pulsating light, making it easy to see the lofty crumbling remains of once haughty towns. Your attention is drawn to the tower with a weird-looking object on the top. It resembles a spyglass, and it seems broken, but who knows? Maybe it is fixable.
I know it's fixable. Try fixing the spyglass. Go to script J90. Perform the test. At the start of the test, if there is a darkness in front of you, there is, you may look at the top 4 item cards and discard as many as you want, return the rest in chosen order. Strange widget you receive from the engineer starts vibrating as you approach the spyglass. It breaks into pieces, swirl around the device, slotting them into empty spaces. At the end of the test, if you have at least 2 eyeballs, you lose 1 time. I can use a set of tools. You may discard the card you just drew. Once per test, if token A is in front of you, you may discard a card you just drew. It is. You try to repair the spyglass with no success. But you couldn't make it work. That's 5 and you lose a time. On a 6, one of your mistlings tried to help but hurt itself on a sharp screw. What a bloody idiot. Help itself on a sharp screw jutting out of the device. The spyglass is now working. Gain 3 damage. Go to script J93. 7. You have managed to fix the spyglass. Let you use it to look around. So we really want a 7. A 6 is acceptable in this situation. Okay. So, here we go. We have a 3. Oh, I could have, hold on, I could have looked at the top 4 cards. That's right, yeah. Slot, if you have a thing in front of you, you can look at the top 4 item cards. Then return them in any order. Okay, we can do that. Well, that seems fine. We'll put you there. We'll put you here. We'll put you here, and we'll put you here, right? That gets us to 7, which is what we want. So 1, 3, 6, 7. You managed to fix the spyglass. Let's look around this mysterious land.
You easily found a way to fix the spyglass. The instrument still looks delicate, but at least you can try to use it now.
Gain secret 57 and place it on the map. Okay. Okay, secret 57. Wait, what? To go like this? Right, okay. There's a line, so that it matches line A printed on the map. Is that one? Guess it's that one. Okay, B doesn't really line up with B though, is the problem. Continue the exploration. I'm just going to do that bit again. Hold on.
You reach.
Try to fix the spyglass. We did that. Go to J90. We fixed it. Yeah, go to J93.
You
place it on the map so that it matches line A. So we're going to go to J82, right? Just going to put it there. J82.
You can move the spyglass and position it to see exactly what you want to look at. The machine looks really delicate though, and you need to be gentle as you operate it. Otherwise, it will fall to pieces.
Use the spyglass. Lose a time. Place secret 57 on line A, B or C. Secret 57. Oh. On secret 50, that's 53, you idiot. I was like, that doesn't make sense. Secret 57. I don't have secret 57. Is that this? Yeah, okay. Oh, I see. So I'm lining this up, am I? Is that what we're doing? I don't know. Lose a time. Place secret 57 on line A, B or C or D. The line on the map should match the one with the overlay card. Okay. Let me just put this card back in where it fell out of. Bear with me. 53. Okay. We're getting there, I promise. The line on the map should align with the overlay. I think that's what it's saying. If secret 57 is on line A, so if we did that, do we go to line A, B, C? I think C looks the weirdest. I'm going to go to C. Because these look like mushroom people.
You look through the spyglass and watch the gloomy reddish landscape of the Shadow Realm, with its jagged rocks and abandoned ruins. Among the shadows, you spot a few moving mushroom-like creatures.
If you have the Eager Tamer Part 5, go to script J107. We do have that.
You turn away from the spyglass and head for the way down when there is a loud thud behind you. Immediately, you look in the direction to see the pieces of the shattered spyglass on the floor. Alvin stands frozen with a broken-off knob in his hand, his face utterly confused. "Sorry about that," he mutters.
I literally got to look through one thing. Is that what you're telling me, Alvin? Let's just go back to J79 for a second. Was there anything else here?
You reach the top.
I was going to look at the portal, you buffoon. Okay, well I guess we're going to J95 then.
The top of the steep mountain is now one with the portal. Once you reach the top, you may try to close it.
Okay, well let's attempt to reach the top, shall we? Climb to the top. Oh, I've dropped a card. This ends the scenario. Go to script J99.
As you climb, you are startled by the unexpected croak of an aluka. The flying creature takes a turn in the air and swoops down to attack you.
Okay. Set up combat. Arena card 1, map 4, enemy aluka modifiers. If you have the Eager Tame Part 5 Alvins, young Gaddon distracts the aluka for a moment, giving you time to plan your next move. Search 5. Okay. If token A is in slot 3, you know that alukas like baubles. It's not there. If you have an earth in front of you, we don't. Okay. Let me just put these cards away. We'll set up the combat and then we'll go from there. So 50, 50, 50, 52, 54 and 55. Okay. Right, we'll get combat set up and we will be right back. Okay, we are back. We are set up and ready to go. We're going to use our Emberling. We're up against the aluka. Let's just run through what's going on. We are fighting in the Mountain Pines arena. Place an unstable cone in each of the umbrella spaces apart from the middle one. When you move to a space with an unstable cone, discard it and deal 2 damage to an opponent in range 2. When the enemy moves to a space with an unstable cone, discard it without any effect. The aluka has 40 health, does 4 damage and has 1 movement. We have 30 health, deal 5 damage and have 2 movement. Its special abilities, it triggers on a 2. If it gets a circle, it's going to attack with Pierce 3, then rush with an attack of Pierce 3. Youchie. If it gets a square, it's going to cleanse weak. It's going to cleanse weak, then rush +2, then trigger. And then if it gets a triangle, rush, interrupt 2 in range 3, deal silence in range 3. Special ability is blink 7 towards an opponent and attack with Pierce 1. If it's fighting an earth elemental, it would then Pierce 1 again. To tame it, fight back. It has 20 health or less. Show off, end your turn in range 1. Overpower, deal at least 8 damage to an aluka in a single turn. Snap out of it. Snap it out of its rage. Aluka has 5 or less hit points. So we might be just killing this guy. Now let's show you the minis, because this is quite interesting to me. So first off, look at this muscly bird. Look at it. Let's try and get it in zoom a little bit better. Look how scary and muscular it is. Look at his biceps. It's huge. Okay, so that's who we're fighting. This is us. This is what we went from. This is what we went to from our little Emberling. Now, the best thing about this is us, but we have a little sibling to look after, right? Look at this. Look, it's the size of my fingernail. Look at it. There's our little Emberling. Right, so we're going to tuck this down here. We'll tuck this just down here, just at the bottom here so you can see it. Then we will grab us. We start in this space here. He starts in this space here. We have a couple of options with this. We get to, because we have the Eager Tamer 5, our Alvin's Gaedon distracts the aluka, we get to search 5. So we can search through here and find 5 cards that we want, putting them out, ready to put out. If we had an Earth Elemental, we can, or token in front of us, we can do some stuff. If you have token A, you know that alukas like baubles in front of us. We did have a token A, I'm not sure whether we got that, where we got that. So we can use that to move the Alukas by by 2 spaces by spending 1 silver. So first things first, let's have a look at what we can do, because we've never used ours. Duo, move the sibling by 1 space. We can spend 1 power. Oh yeah, sorry, we've got 3 power. We can spend 1 power to move the sibling by 1 space. If the sibling is not in the arena, place the sibling standee in range 1. Sibling cannot be dealt damage. Mistlings cannot move or be placed in a space with a sibling. For 2 power, sincere effort, deal 1 burn damage in range 1 of the sibling. 8 fire breath, deal 8 damage in range 3. Then we have elemental action 5, do fury, which is an attack. Okay, so we need to have a look through our cards. This might take us a minute. We need to look through our cards to figure out what we might want to put down in what order, right? Let's just read search. Search is, look at the top 5 X cards of your deck, choose 1 and place it on top of the deck. Place the rest at the bottom. I'm assuming we can do this before we put them out, but I'm not sure. So these are our 5. Okay, interesting. So Firebolt could be really good. Deal 4 plus 2 burn in any range in line. Then if it's a wind, trigger. Okay, but we can only have a trigger once. What are they going to do? On a triangle, they're going to rush. It can move 1. Interrupt in range 3. Deal silence in range 3. So he's going to come and stand next to us anyway, so it's not really that much point in us moving, because he's going to be doing these things regardless of what we do. It's not hitting us. Okay, we've got a load of ways to get power, which could be useful, but I wonder if we go Energy Geyser, which would be, we put that in the end here. Discard 4, it's an upgrade card. All of your action effects that deal magical damage deal an additional 2 magical damage. And then, next turn we can do Firebolt, deal 4 damage and rain in any line, and 2 burn. Then trigger, and then we can do even more. Okay, I think that's what we're going to do. We'll put you here, we'll put you here, then you, then you, then you. Oh, the wrong way around, hold on. Like that. Whoopsie, like that. Okay. So, I think I put these the wrong way around. No, we're all good. Right, I think we're ready to go. Apologies that you can't see the heads of the enemies, but let's just do this. So, we've got our Energy Geyser, we've got our Firebolt, we've got our Rain of Cinders, and we've got our Shared Experience. Now, let's just have a think about this. Silence. What does silence do? We've got a combat card somewhere. I remember seeing it. Can't remember what silence does. Bear with me. I think it just means I can't use my special ability. It's back this way somewhere. Hold on. It's back this way. Silence is... Mistlings with silence cannot use their special abilities and elemental bonus actions. Okay. Okay. So it is going to rush and interrupt 2. So that's bad news. 2 of my cards are going to go. Didn't think this through very well. And it's going to do that in range of 3. So even if I moved here, 1, 2. I can only move here. Even if I moved here, it's going to move 1 and then 1, 2, 3. So I could actually move these around. It's not ideal, but it would get us out of the way. But what else is it going to do? Do silence in range 3. Okay. Okay, well look, maybe we still don't worry about it. I'm going to use one of these to bring out my little sibling. Okay, and we're going to put him right here. I'm going to put him here. Okay, right in the middle here. Then I'm going to use my energy geyser, so I get 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. Then I have to discard 4 of these to tuck this under my card, but this means every time we do damage, we're going to do magic damage, we're going to do additional 2 magic damage. This moves up, this moves up, this moves up. I could spend 1 silver to move this dude. Is it better if I spent 1 silver? That puts him here. I'd still need to move, which I could, to be here, and I'll be out of range. Okay, let's do that. So I'm going to spend 1 silver to move him to 1, 2, and then I'm going to spend this last one to 1, 2. Oh wait, he only moves. Oh no, I get to move him 2, right? Let's just read that. You may now spend 1 silver to move the looker by up to 2 spaces. So he goes here. I move 2 back this way. I've spent all of my energy, but now 1, 2, 3. He can't do anything with us. And I don't want to be next to the cone, actually, because when he gets closer, we can use that. Okay, let's turn this over. I'm not sure that was the greatest turn, considering we got to look at all of the cards. But, nonetheless, he's doing a triangle. The triangle is Rush. Boop. If he ends his turn, when it moves to a space with an unstable cone, it's not when you're next to it, that's fine. Okay, so he moves 1, and then he's going to interrupt 2 in range of 3. 1, 2, 3, he's not in range. Deal silence in range of 3. All good. But then he's going to blink towards us in the next one and pierce 2 and do 4 damage. Not ideal, but I didn't think this through very well. Okay. Okay, let's do Rain of Cinders. So we're going to deal 3 damage in any range. Sorry, that was a lorry going past. 3 damage in any range to each other mistling, so that's him. We do 3 magical damage, but it gets +2. So he's up to 5 damage. And I can put 1 burn on him. There you go, buddy. Because he's a wind. I didn't actually look at what he's doing. He's doing the same thing. That's not ideal. So we use this, so we get 2 of these. Now he's going to move here. 1, 2, 3. We're still out of range, right? 1, 2, 3. That's great news. So these move up. This goes here. However, he's then going to jump towards us, which isn't great. So this goes here. We do another triangle, and the triangle is Rush. Boop. Deal interrupt in range 3. 1, 2, 3. So that's not us. Deal silence in range 3. But then he's going to blink forward towards an opponent and attack. Pew. And he is going to attack for 4 damage with Pierce 1. So we take 4 damage. I've got no way of stopping that. Although I do have some cards down here. Let's just have a little look at them. I can heal before any combat. During combat I can blink 2 and attack, or attack and blink 2 if you have a wind mistling. I don't. Okay. End of his turn, he's going to take 1 damage from the burn. Feel the burn. Okay, so he's up to 6. What's he going to do next? He is going to circle. Attack, pierce, rush and an attack. So I'd like to be out of range of him. But I don't know how I do that. I move 2, so I could move 1, 2 here. And then 1, 2. He's still going to be in range. Could spend more money to... I think we're going to have to spend more money to move him back again. Okay, we're going to do Firebolt. We put it here for a reason. 1, 2, 3. Hold on, before we do that, I'm going to spend one of these to move 2. 1, 2. The cone, when you move to a space of the cone, discard it and deal 2 damage to an opponent in range 2. It's magical damage, so I'm guessing we add all your action cards, so we don't add it to that. We do 2 more damage to him. 1, 2, so he's up to 8. Okay, then we're doing Firebolt, which is deal 4 damage in a line. So he's doing 6 damage. So let's just get rid of these and get a 10. So he's up to 14 damage. And then I get to trigger. Hold on, I did burn, right? 2 burn. So we can put 2 burn on him. I think I might end up... Oops, that's 3. I think I might end up doing too much damage to him. And killing him is what happened last time. So that's 2. Then I can trigger, because he's wind, so I can deal 3 damage in range 2. That goes up to 5 damage. So there we go. Magical damage. So he's now up to 19. And I may spend 1 to deal 1 burn. So that's that. And if he was water, I'm able to do something else. Then I'm going to spend a coin to move him back 2. With that being the case, I'm then going to spend as my bonus action 1 more token to put 1 burn on him from here. Oh no, it's 2. I'm going to spend 2. Deal 1 burn in range 1 of the sibling. Right, burn before taking discard. Before burn is discarded at the end of the turn, gain 1 damage for each burn. Just read this again. Each mistling discards 1 condition token at the end of each type at the end of its turn. And then I'm going to... Yeah, so I spent a coin to move him back 2. I think that's us done. We can move these 2 up. I've got 2 cards that are identical. That's not ideal. Okay. That's me done. He's doing a circle, and that circle is attack with pierce 3, rush and attack with pierce 3. Nothing else happens there. Then we do burn damage, so he takes 4 damage. That goes on there. We're now doing burn properly. We did it incorrectly before. We get rid of 1 of these. Let's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just change this to a 10. So we have done this one. End your turn within range 1 of him. Next turn he is squaring, which is cleanse weak, rush +2, and then trigger. So he's going to do the next card, but we may as well do it, right? Okay, so next up he's going to do square, cleanse, rush +2, then trigger, and ultimately it's going to be an attack, but I think that's fine. End your turn within range 1, deal at least 8 damage to him in a turn. So I'm just going to have a look through these cards. I really want to get some cinders. Sorry, some power. Because if I can get 8, I can do a fair amount of damage to him. Okay, I'm going to spend this one to move 2. 1, 2. I am going to use shared experience to get 3. 1, 2, 3. Then gain 1 from adjacent slot to the right of this card if applicable. I can't. Then I'm going to gain 2 if I'm in range 1 of our sibling, which I am. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there. We're about to take a bit of a beating, but I think it's okay. Well, we're about to find out if it's okay. Do I want to do anything else? Do I want to put another burn on him or anything? I don't think so for the time being. Let's turn this over. Okay, it's his go. He's doing a square. Square is cleanse weak. He's not weak. Rush +2, so he moves here. Trigger. So he's going to put that there, and he's going to do a triangle, which is rush, interrupt in range 3, so 2 in range 3, so he gets rid of those. Deal silence in range 3, so we put silence on us. He didn't attack, but then he's going to do his special, which is blink 7 towards the opponent and attack. He's going to hit us for 4, so we're up to 8 damage. Okay. We can't move these up, which is bad news. Oh, and then he takes 3 damage. We ended our turn. Oh no, if we stay here, we're going to end our turn in range 1. Next up, he's doing circle, which is attack, rush, attack. Ugh. I don't really want to be standing next to him for that. But I can move 1 back, right? So I only take 1 of those hits. I don't really want to keep putting burn on him. He's on 26 hit points. We need to get him down to 35. So maybe putting more burn on him isn't the worst shout. Okay, we're going to do this one, which is only one of these. Attack, if this attack deals any damage, so we're going to attack for 5. He has no shield, so that's another 5 to him. Oh dear. Right, and then if the attack deals any damage, deal burn 1 in range 1. So he's back up to 3. If you're in range 1 of a sibling, deal burn 1. So he's up to 4. I think we're going to kill him. Okay, then I'm going to spend 1 of these to move 2. No, I'm going to spend 1 of these to move 1, I think. Right, this moves up, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here. Okay. Have I got anything that does 8 damage to him? This does 3 burn and then triggers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to be able to do it. So we lose our silence because we didn't do our special. He is going to do a circle, which is attack with Pierce 3, then rush, and then attack with Pierce 3, which does 4 damage to us. One, 2, 3, 4. Let's get rid of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're up to 10, 12, and he's on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's another 10. So he's on 32. We're on 12. Okay, show off. End your turn within range 1 of the whatever it's called. So I've got to stay here. He's going to do quite a lot of damage to us. Cleanse, rush, and then trigger. Oh, he's going to do a load of damage to us. Maybe we just kill him. I would like to tame him. Oh, he takes 4 damage. Sorry, he takes 3 damage. 4 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is bad news. I don't know how I'm going to do this without messing this up. So he takes that. So what do I need to do? End your turn within range 1 of him. I need to deal 8. So I have to end my turn next to him, and then he's going to hit. So let's just think about it. He's going to hit me for a square, which is going to cleanse, weak, rush +2, and then trigger. So you can do whatever the next card is. So that could be, 2 attacks, which, let's add that up, would be 8 damage. Then that would put us up to 20. Then he's going to do his special ability, which is Blink 7, an attack, which is going to be another 4 damage. So that would put us on 24. I mean, we can take it, but it's a lot. If he gets another square, we can only trigger once. Okay, let's end our turn here. Let's see how this goes. We'll put this on this. It's his go, so the square comes here. It is a square, what are the chances? He is going to cleanse weak, then rush, he doesn't need to, then trigger 2. Then trigger. So that goes there. And he's going to do square again, which is the same thing. Can't trigger again, you can only trigger once per turn. Then he's going to blink 7 and attack for 4, so we take 4 damage. So we're up to 16. Okay, end of his turn, he takes 3 damage. So he's up to 38. No, sorry, 38. No, 39. Can't add up. So on our turn, we can do this one. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We can deal 3 damage in range of, 3 burn in range of 1. And we could trigger if we wanted to. I don't want to. I can then overpower him. Overpower, deal at least 8 damage to a Aluka in a single turn. Normally they say you don't have to do damage if you don't want to. And this one doesn't. Now I'm a bit worried. Okay, I'd have taken a load of less damage if I'd have just tried to kill him. Let's bring up the old app thingy. I'm trying to tame the Aluka, and I'm on step 3 of the taming, which says overpower, deal at least 8 damage to the Aluka in a single turn. I don't want to kill it, but 8 damage would kill it. Do I have to do that damage to him? Additionally, step 4, the final step, is snap it out of its rage. Aluka has 5 or less damage. If I killed it with 8 damage, it would have 5 or less damage. Can I tame it in this instance? There's no way AI is going to be able to figure that out. It's such a garbled message. And if AI can figure out what I was saying and gives us a reasonable answer, I suspect that AI is the future, But my gut feeling is we're going to do too much damage to it to kill it, because most other tame cards say you do not have to apply this damage. Overpower conditions. You need to deal at least 8 damage to the Aluka in a single turn. If dealing damage would result in the Aluka's death health being reduced to 0 or less, typically win the combat instead of taming it. However, you can fulfill the overpower conditions without reducing its health to 0. You can proceed to the next step. Okay. However, if you can fulfill the overpower condition without reducing it to 0. No, okay, so let's read that again. You need to deal at least 8 damage to the Aluka in a single turn. If dealing 8 damage would result in the Aluka's health being reduced to 0 or less, you would typically win the combat instead of taming it. However, if you can fulfill the overpower conditions without reducing its health to 0, you can proceed to the next step. I think that means we're done, right? Snap out of it. The condition requires it to be 5 or less. If you manage to fulfill the overpower condition without defeating the Aluka, you can work on reducing its damage. Sorry, its health. If dealing 8 damage would defeat the Aluka, you would not be able to fill the taming conditions as required. You may need to find a way of dealing exactly 8 damage without exceeding its maximum. Got no hope there, mate. It's going to die either way when we do burn. With that being the case, I guess we do our fire breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We do 8 damage to it. The Aluka is dead, but we do not get to tame it. That is disappointing. This is the problem with burn. I've found this a couple of times. You stack loads of burn on it and then you cannot do it. You cannot do what you need to do. Okay, well look, let's go to Win, go to script J100.
The Aluka has understood that there is no point fighting. You and your mistlings are much stronger. Bruised and exhausted, it grabs its most precious trinkets and flies away, leaving the nest behind. There is little chance it will ever come back.
Each mistling that took part in the combat heals up to half their health, so we're at 15. Gain 2 essence. Thank you. Love a bit of essence. 1, 2. Add the Aluka to the random combat. Oh, sorry, Aluka card 4, A side up to the Mistling Encyclopedia. Let's do that. Let's make sure we don't lose our little buddy here. The Aluka card 4 to the Encyclopedia. We can take the random. The Aluka card from this. I'm assuming it's going to be this end. No, young Aluka. There it is. It's going to cost 5 to tame. We have 6. Interesting. Okay, that goes in there. This can go over here. Clear the arena. If you have the consequences status, go to script J10. Do I have the? I don't think I have the consequences status. I feel like I know if I have the consequences status. Let's just grab this and have a little look. Consequences, no. Okay. Each mistling to a partner combat gain 2 essence. Add the Aluka. Add the Aluka tier card to the random combats. Clear the arena. I felt like this was going to be over, but maybe I have to get the map back out? I'm not sure. Let's just have a look. Go to script J98. Let's just run through this.
Your muscles trembling with exhaustion, you reach the top of the mountain. The portal is literally within hand's reach, and now the time has come to try to close it. You sigh as you realize how tough the challenge could be. Also, if you succeed, will you be able to get back to your own reality before the portal disintegrates?
Good question, I don't know. Go to script J96. Wouldn't it be...
You prepare the mistlings to direct their power right into the surface of the portal. It may be the best or even the only way to close it. All the time, however, you scan the portal to find any weak spots.
Shuffle the discard pile into the item deck. I was about to say, wouldn't it be funny if the way we close this portal is a test? Wouldn't that be comical? And it sounds like we are about to do a test. Okay. If a wind is in front of you, you may spend 6 silver to discard it. The Aluka is sure that to follow anything. No, it's not in front of us, so we're fine there. Let's just tuck this back in the arena card slot. There we go. Let's bring this back over here. I guess we'll bring this back over just in case we need it, but I don't know if we do. Oh no, I've moved all of these things around. I don't think we do need this, but I don't know where these were. Okay, oh no, that was in front of us for the combat. I don't know where that was. Shuffle the discard pile. Yeah, we've done that. Perform a test. Okay, great. When you have 3 eyeballs, the test ends immediately. Resolve the matching outcome. Start the test. If you have an Eager Tamer Part 5, you can choose any card from the item deck and place it aside. Shuffle the item deck and place the chosen card at the bottom of the deck. For each of the Portal Knowledge statuses you have, we've got 0. Great, that went well. You may discard a card you just drew. If a wind is in front of you, each card with an odd number is treated as a card with a value of 1. If I get 11, your efforts are in vain. If you get 12 and 13, what a success. If you get 14, your efforts are in vain. I have nothing that helps me with this test. This is us just doing this. Oh my, I'm so screwed. So I can look for something to put at the bottom. When we get 3 eyeballs, we're done. I mean, I guess I put the... I don't know. There's a lot of eyeballs in here. I wonder if I want this card with the 2 eyeballs in here. I think we're ending in failure here. It's going to take a real slice of fortune for this to go well. I can see the cards. What am I doing? Hold on. I knew there was something wrong with my shuffling. I'm like, I can look at the numbers. Okay. Here we go. I can't believe this is a test. It's a test and we get a 2 and an eyeball straight off the bat. Can't believe we don't have any portal knowledge. We get a 4, so we're up to 6. Okay. We get a 3, so we're up to 9. Huge. We get a 1, we're up to 10. Please do not give us a 4. We're up to 2, so 2, 4, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Holy crap, how has that happened? Let's just add these up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh my lord. What a success. Go to J97.
The ground beneath your feet trembles, and the slope begins to crack loudly. Jagged chunks of rock break off and roll down, yet you see none of it. Awestruck by the sudden transformation of the portal, you watch the portal tremble and undulate, only to begin shrinking. You realize that your efforts have paid off. The curse on Moongur is disappearing. Another thought snaps you out of shock. Your last chance to leave the Shadow Realm may vanish any second. You call the mistlings, and in a desperate effort, you leap through the shrinking portal into your home world.
Nice. Okay. Go to script J103.
Together with the mistlings, you land on the soft grass. With relief, you notice 2 moons over your head, and there is no portal. You've done it. The threat is gone. You look around and see the lights of the village. You wish there was time to go down there and say goodbye, but you must move on. Before people see the difference, you will be far away.
Well, that's not true. I found the bloke's friend. Gain the portal knowledge 4 star. I had none. No portal knowledge whatsoever. I wonder if I should have been ticking some of those off. Gain a portal 4 status. You manage to close the portal. Your experience will certainly come in handy later. If you have someone is missing, there we go, part 2 status, the boy falls on the grass close to you, but he springs up and rushes towards the lights of town. You call him, but there is no reaction. He clearly cannot wait to get home. If you have the light and the shadow 6, schooled, well, no, we don't have that. Congratulations, you reached the end of the scenario. Take the world map. Didn't he say he was going to give us a reward? Unbelievable. We need to tuck these back behind here. You here. Sorry about that. Right, okay. If you take the world map, we can do that. Okay, here's the world map. Flip world card map 10 over. There we go. Open a random booster. Place the cards behind the unlock card divider. I think this is the last random booster that we have, you know. Let's tuck these here. Let's grab you. Open a random booster. Let's just quickly move this out of the way. So you can go back in there. You can go over there somewhere. Okay, here comes our random booster. We are in. Okay, let's just zoom in and we'll have a look at each one of these. We have Groundbreaker Slam. Deal 7 damage in range 1. Reduce this magical damage by the opponent's shields instead of their magical shield. At the beginning of your turn, deal weak or silence. We have Dark Pact. Look at this little dude. Take all your condition tokens and place them on an opponent in range 1. Gain 1 damage for each token placed this way. Spend 2 power to trigger. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. Tailwind. Move if you are in a petal space, attack with Pierce 2, and if you're fighting Earth, move again. Okay. Sundering Glare. Gain 1 power. Your effects dealing magical damage have Pierce 2. Okay. Tempest Embrace. Deal 2 damage in range, magical damage in range 3 plus X magical damage where X is your movement. That's huge. If we could have tamed that, if we could have tamed this dude, we might have been in luck. Okay, oh, but his movement's only 1 actually. Fire Barrier. When you and your ally gain 1 power, each time an opponent finishes their move within range 1, you deal burn. That's pretty good. I think we've got Fire Barrier here, so we'll tuck this one here and we'll tuck this one out of the way. Okay, it's a nice looking card. Right, next we have Magnetism. Move the opponent in range 3 by up to 2 spaces. You may spend 3 power to trigger. If you're on a petal space, gain a shield of 4. Elemental Waters. Heal 3, cleanse 3, search 3. Nice. And then finally, Melting Embrace. Move, attack. You may discard 1 burn from your mistling or from an opponent in any range to add 2 to your attack. That's pretty nice as well. I like that. Okay, that's that done. Open a random booster pack, place all the cards in the unlock, take all of the advancement cards. Take all of the advancement cards, shuffle them, draw 8 cards, 1 fewer. We've got 2 fatigue and your mistlings decks to a maximum of 3. So we're going to get what? 6. Choose 3 cards. So we've seen most of these. Energetic Infusion. Depending on the slot, we get a power. We get Sundering Roar. Gain 2 magical damage, gain 2 power, discard 2 cards, interrupt 2 in any range. That's pretty nice. What's this one? Inertia. Choose 1, move to +2 and attack -2, attack +2 and move -2. Defensive Stance. Gain 1 power, +2/+2. Got 2 more to go. Quick Learner. Gain 1 power. Your special abilities cost 2 less to a minimum of 1. And then the last one. Hunch. Move, trigger 1 chosen card to the left of this card. I don't know which ones we want. I guess we'll take the Inertia one. I can't see us using it very much. And maybe we'll take Sundering Roar. Because we've got a load of these already. We'll take these 3. Again, I'm not sure they're that vital to what we're trying to do with our deck, but we'll put these here. So these will go in here. Oh no, you 2 and then you lot go here. And these go behind the advancement deck again. There we go. And then you lot go in this deck over here. Now the problem I've got is that this deck is chock-a-block that we've got over here. So this is where all of our unlocked cards go. I guess I'm going to have to put these back in the box over here. So let's do that. I can put them right at the back of the box if I can get them in there. Sort of. Oh, sorry about that. I can sort of get them in there. It's now pretty tight again. I don't know if it's going to fit. Okay. That can go in there. The Aluka cards can go back in here at the front. Okay, and that is us done, I think. We don't have anything else to do. Remove all fatigue, fully heal your mistlings, save the game, and go on to another scenario. So, scenario J is done. Our hometown is done. Next up, we'll probably head back to our hometown and do some bits and pieces here. Then we've got either the Shadow Alliance or the Dragon Alliance to go to, and I think that's going to be us done. So, you know, that mission told us it was difficult. We were really fortunate to level up both of our mistlings straight away, but you know, with the young Luminesca, we didn't actually have to use it. I thought it was going to be more combat. I guess if we'd have gone over to the field, there would have been more combat. But this is us. This is us done. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, hit the like button, the subscribe button. All of those things really help. If you want to support the channel and help me continue making these videos, go and check out Patreon, where we have lots of videos going up, our own teaching videos when we're learning how to play a game, some playthroughs. We've got some deck building stuff going on over there. I think we'll do some roguelike runs when we get to it, once we finish the campaign. But once we've finished the campaign, we're going to do Foray into the Shadow Realm or something, I think it's called, which is the expansion. So we'll carry on with that, and then we're going to be looking for a new campaign game to play. So if you have any ideas, let me know. There's a few I've got my eyes on. There's Iridia. There is Oathsworn. To say the least. So if you've got any thoughts on those, but if there's a different campaign game that you're looking to see, then let me know, and we'll finish up just having a look at this little dude. Thank you so much. I'll see you again soon. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's me, Scott. Thank you so much for joining us here at One Last Hand for what I can only assume will be the finale of the campaign in Dragon Eclipse. We have worked ourselves to this evacuation site where people are coming out of the portal into this area. A dragon guardian is attacking the bubble around the city, trying to get in there. We've had to place the timer on track 2. We've got the event card down here, secret 59. We don't have token B, so we don't have to worry about spending time. So we would have started here if we'd had token B. This is us. We've got to figure out where we're going. I guess before we should start, we should look for a secret number, right? Is there any secret? There's another dragon over here. Can you see that? There is another dragon. I can't show you. Just here. Is there a secret number over there? It's just watching. Okay, we'll just have a quick look. I don't suspect there will be. There is a portal over here as well, just where my thumb is. Sorry, a tower with some kind of light glowing from it. I can't see any hidden numbers. And again, I maybe wouldn't expect them to be. I do wonder on this last map, this one here. No, this one here. I do wonder. So on this map here, we had to have a look around, and there's hidden numbers in each one of these quadrants. So there's L45 up here. I don't think you'll be able to see it, but maybe if I do this, you might be able to see just here. There's an L35. Down here is probably a little bit easier to see. There's an L25. Over here, there's an L37. I wonder if anyone's played this game to this stage, and then that was the first time they found out about hidden numbers. They just hadn't been looking for them, and therefore it didn't. It wasn't part of the game. Okay, where were we? We were on this one. So we need to figure out what we're doing. She said something about what we're doing. We're trying to repair the thing. We're trying to give them the power. So I guess we go to L28 first. Maybe. I don't know. L28. Because we've got some essence.
The crystal and the machinery feed power to the barrier. The dragon essence, which you collected, may also fuel the crystal, which seems to weaken. Have you seen those? Skuld asks, and points at the cracks in the crystal. They all glimmer silvery in the sun. The Fae filled the cracks with one of the rarest resources in the Shadow Realms that conducts the energy of the Guardians. It can't be simple silver, can it? Is it possible for you to help there?
Sacrifice some power for the rings. From the rings. Only if you don't have the Fae Helper Part 3 status. We don't. Haven't got any of the Fae Helper status. Sacrifice all of the power from the rings. Only if you don't have the Helper Fae Part 3 status. Give skilled silver coins to fill the cracks. We've only got 2. And it requires 3, which is bad news for us. Leave. How am I meant to know? Is there more that we could understand? Let's go to 56 down here first. Let's just see if we get any more info before we jump to a decision.
The Fae guard the barrier with their rings, which absorb part of the energy hurled by the dragon. The rings accumulate more and more power until they flash blindingly. Some other Fae run up to the defenders, replace the rings with cold, dark ones, and hastily take the loaded rings to the tower.
Absorb the Guardian's power only if slot 1 is empty. It is. Protect the barrier only if you don't have the Fae Helper 5. Let's absorb the thing. Absorb the Guardian's power. Gain 2 essence. I mean, we may as well, right? 1, 2. Gain 2 essence. Move this token down 1 and put a B over here in slot 1. Continue the exploration. I'm still none the wiser as to what I do. These are the people coming in. L46.
The barrier seems to be thin, almost flickering here. It is most certainly its weakest spot, and you feel you should try to understand the nature of the malfunction and perhaps fix it.
Try to fix the barrier. Spend a time and go to L52. That's going to put us down here. I'm going to do it. L52. Perform a test. If you have at least 2 parts of portal knowledge, I think we don't have any parts of portal knowledge. Oh, we got 1. Okay. You may ignore the eyeball effect below. When you have 3, the test ends immediately. Resolve the matching outcome. At the end of the test, you may spend tools or essence to discard all drawn cards and start the test again. If we get a 5, you haven't managed to fill the cracks in the barrier. Continue exploration. If you get a 6, the crack in the wall seems to have gotten wider. You'd better leave it alone. If you get a 7, the structure on the ground has made the barrier weak here. The only solution is to decrease the diameter of the dome, which causes the crack to heal. Gain a Fae Helper. And if we get an 8, the crack in the wall seems to have gotten even wider. You better leave it alone. The only good result here we can get is a 7. And we have to stop as soon as we get 3 eyeballs. But we can restart the test. Okay, what have we got? We've got a 2 and an eyeball. We've got a 3 and no more eyeballs. We have another 3, so we're up to 6. 6, the crack seems to have gone along. We need this to be a 1. I've got nothing I can do to stop this. It's a 1. Woohoo! We got a 7 and only 1 eyeball. If you have at least 2 eyeballs, great. This is fantastic. The structure of the ground. Gain the Fae Helper Part 2 status. Okay. Lock script L46. And continue the exploration. Don't know if that really helped anyone. Guess Fae Helper was going to help us some point. Who knows? Right, we'll tuck those in there. We'll tuck you out of the way over here. Bring these over here. Right, L34. Let's see what happens over here. Oh, continue the exploration. We need to do this. The barrier won't hold much longer. Script L1.
The situation seems hopeless. The Fae are on the brink of exhaustion, but they still repel the dragon. What's worse, there is a vast hole gaping in the barrier. The Dragon Guardian, however, ceases to attack. Astonished, you watch the creature raise its head and make a vibrating mesmerizing sound. As if on cue, a sizable Gyadon flies out of the forest and heads for the barrier. You expect the mistling to smash against it, but no such thing happens. After all, it is not a dragon guardian. The mistling lands in the middle of the camp and immediately charges for the crystal. You stand in its way. It cannot damage the spire.
Okay. Set up combat. Arena card 16, map 3, enemy Gyadon. You may spend 1 essence to fully heal 1 mistling, remove all fatigue from 1 mistling deck, or gain 3 power. Okay, interesting. So who are we going to use to fight that? We could use our... I think we're going to have to keep our Luminesca for the next one. So let's tuck these on here. Let's put you over here, and you over here, and you on this for now. We'll move you out of the way, and I guess we're going to dive into some more combat. I'll be back once I've set it up. Okay, we are all set up, and there is a lot. There's a lot going on. Let's start with the Fey camp. Place some machinery. This is a machinery, in case you didn't know. We'll just have a quick look at that. There you go. There's a machinery in each one of the petal spaces. So. Here we go, in the umbrella spaces, so we'll put that there and that there. At the start of your turn, if you are within range 1 of a machinery, gain 2 power. If the enemy starts its turn within range 2 of a machinery, place 1 damage on it. If there are 3 or more damage on this card, immediately lose the combat. You and the enemy can't move into a space with a machinery. The good news is we get to choose where it moves within reason, but that's not ideal. Okay, we're up against the Gyadon, which is 35 health, 1 magical shield, 4 damage, 2 move. It's got a spirit bound tree, which has 5 health, 1 magical shield, 1 normal shield. It's got a deck of 2 triangles, 3 circles, 3 squares. If a circle comes up, if there is a spirit-bound tree in the arena, rush +2 and attack +4, pierce 2. Otherwise, rush and attack. If it's a square, if there is a spirit-bound tree in the arena, rush and deal 6 with pierce 2 in range 2. Otherwise, rush and deal 3 in range 2. And if there is a spirit-bound tree on a triangle in the arena, heal 6, otherwise deal silence and weaken range 3. Then there is a load of special abilities. The special ability triggers on a 4. If the spirit-bound tree is in the arena, resolve all of the effects below from the top to the bottom of each pile. Deal 4 damage to each opponent within range 1 of the spirit-bound tree. Deal 3 damage to each ranged opponent within range 2. Deal 1 damage within range 3. So, yeah, within range 3. So if we're in range 1, let's assume the tree is here. I guess I don't know the answer to this. So let's assume that's there and we were here. Do we take 4 damage, 3 damage, and 2 damage? I guess so. Resolve all effects below from top to bottom for each opponent. So we'd take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. And then if it's a water, which we are, deal 1 damage to the opponent within range 4 of the spirit-bound tree. Otherwise, place a spirit-bound tree in the petal space furthest from the opponent. Okay, that doesn't sound fun. We are a fire and a water. Let's take a quick look at us. We're a fire and a water with 30 hit points, 4 damage, 2 move and 1 shield. We've got our special ability, which is 10 power, scorching heat and soothing waters. Deal 1 damage in range for each fire card in your discard pile and heal 2 for each water card in your discard pile. If we do that and we deal 12 damage, we can upgrade. Let's have a quick look at our minis. This is us. We've seen this one before. We're a little bit low for this one. I guess we could put it over here. Hold on 1 second. This is us. There you go. Bit of a beast over here. and we go on the 2 space. And when I talk about being a bit of a beast, this is what we're fighting. This is the Gaidon. Look at it. The leaves at the top here, so cool, right? That goes there. I can't barely see over my character to see the other character. Can I get these in focus a little bit? Maybe, sort of. Okay, so this is us. Right, let's deal out these cards. We have Kindling. So we're allowed 4 water cards in our deck, and I think we've got 4. Okay, what have we got? More importantly, what's he doing? Circle. So he is going, if there is a spirit-bound tree, there isn't, he's going to rush and attack, and when he attacks for 4. Don't know if I like these cards. And I don't really want him moving towards these. As much as I want the power from these, I don't really want him moving towards these things. Okay, I'm not sure this is the way to go, but we're going to do it. We're going to use this one, so we get 1 power. We get to move 1. Sorry, we've got a movement of 2. We get to move 2, so I'm going to move here. I'm going to do 2 magical damage. He's got a shield for that, so he's going to take 1 magical damage. I'm going to have to put that over here. Hopefully you guys can see it in the top-down view. And I'm going to be able to do 2 burn. So we can put 2 burn on him. We'll tuck that on his card. And next time when we attack, we get to do +2 to our attack. I think that's everything we're going to do. That's everything we really can do. We've got another discard 2 power to heal. That's not ideal. Okay, it's his go. I can barely see the cards behind him. Circle is if there's a spirit tree, there's not. Otherwise, attack. He's going to attack me for 4. We're going to take 3 damage because we've got a shield of 1. Okay. Okay, we are going to do Kindling. So we get 3 of these. What's he doing next? Hold on, just before we do this. Square. Otherwise, rush and deal 3 damage in range of 2. That's fine. So we're going to do 3 of these. We're going to attack, and we're going to gain 1. Before I put this here, we're going to gain 1 power for every 2 damage dealt with this attack. So in this instance, we're doing 6. 4 plus 2 from this. So we're doing 6 damage to him. He's got a shield for magical damage, not this damage. So he's up to 7. And we get 3 power. 1, 2, 3. Now the bad news is we don't really have anything to use this power on. However, the next card at the top here is going to be quite useful in that front. Do we want to move? I don't think. I think we're just going to stand here and keep taking the damage. Okay, so he is going to move this along 1 and take a square. Square is otherwise rush and deal 3 magical damage in range of 2. We don't have a shield for that. We're just going to take it. So we go up to 6 damage. Oh, hold on. Oh, he's meant to burn as well. So we'll do that in a second. I'm looking for a 5. There we go. So we're at 6. However, he had burn on them. When did I put burn on? On my first turn, I put burn on. So he should have taken 2 damage. And then one of these goes off. And now he's just finished his next go. So this goes off and he takes another burn. So he's up to 10. Burn could be our saviour here, ultimately. There's 10. I just want to keep him away from the thing here. Now, he's doing a circle, which is otherwise rush and attack. He's getting close to his special. Okay, we could do 1 damage to him and put... okay, this is definitely the way to go, right? It'd be nice if I could get that card to the top, but how many we got here? 5. I'm going to take 1 more. We're going to do Fiery Rage. So discard all. For every 3 discarded, I get to attack. So that's going to be 9, 10. We're discarding 10, so we're going to attack him 3 times. So that is 4, 8, 12 damage to him. Because he hasn't got shield for that. We're doing 4 damage at a time. Discard all power for every 3 discarded. Attack. Attack for 4 each time. So we're doing 12 damage to him. 1, 2. So he's up to 27 already. Huge. Okay, we've got 2 storms and we've got 2 coral barriers. That is not ideal. It's his go. These move up. He's doing a circle. I really want to kill him before that damn tree comes out. Right, he's doing a circle, which is attack, Russian attack. So he's attacking us for 4. So we're up to 10. Okay. I don't really want any of these cards, but next up he's going to get his special, which is a pain. He's doing a square, which is deal 3 damage in range 2. Have we seen... Where's he going to put the tree? If there is a spirit tree in the arena, there's not. Otherwise, place a spirit tree in the petal space furthest from the opponent. So that's here or here. Okay, that's not too bad, actually. Now I could if I had power I could discard some to heal, but I haven't, so I'm going to gain 3 of these. I am going to, I guess I could use them now. I'm going to use 2 of them to heal 3, so we're back to 7. 5, 6, 7. So that's that, and I've got 3 magical shield. We've got Costing Blood. Nice. Such a cool card. Deal 3 magical damage in range 3 and then search, which is great. I don't really know what's in my deck, but probably should. Right, it's his go. This is where it's going to get a bit awkward. It is his go. So he's doing a square. So let's bump these up. Square is... Otherwise, rush and deal 3 magical damage in range 2. That's fine. We have 3 shields, so he does no damage to us. But then, there isn't a spirit shield on his special ability, so otherwise, place a spirit tree in the space furthest from there. I'm going to put it over here, because they're equidistant, but we don't want him anywhere near these things, right? Because that's how we lose. We either lose our health or he does damage. And if I come down here and he comes stands here, this is going to start taking damage. So that's fine. Now we need to somehow be able to deal damage to the tree. Tree has 5 health and shields. I don't have any way of dealing damage to the damn tree. And he's extra strong when he's got the tree. So next up he's doing a triangle. And the triangle is deal... silence and weaken range. Oh no, hold on. Heal 6. Oh god. So I need to be able to get rid of this stupid tree, but I can't. I have to be able to get rid of this tree before the next go though. He's going to heal, but I guess that's not the end of the world. Right, let's use... I don't really want to use Costing Blood. So on a triangle, he is going to be in the arena, otherwise deal silence, and so there is a spirit tree. He's going to heal. So I guess we use cost in blood. I don't really want to, but since I'm not going to be able to do both, we're going to do that. We're going to do 3 damage to the tree. It's only 2 because he's got a shield. We take one of those. We get to search 3. 1, 2, 3. Now what I can't remember with search, and place it on top of the deck, then place the rest at the bottom of the deck in any order. Okay. So what do we get? We got Ice Shard, attack +2 in range of 2, huge. That's going to get rid of that damn tree. Tasty Inferno, gain 1 power for each burn on the opponent. You don't gain damage from burn. Or Volcanic Surge, choose one of the 2 petal spaces, deal 2 burn damage to each mistling in range 1. So we're not in any of those. I think we're going to have to take Ice Shard. Because I still haven't got a way of doing damage to him. These 2 go at the bottom of the deck. I think that's me done. I can't do anything else, which is a bit annoying. I am going to be able to kill the stupid thing, but it's going to give him a chance to heal. Right, it's his turn. He's doing a triangle. There is a spirit tree, so he is going to heal 6. That's right, triangle. There is a spirit tree, heal 6. Okay. So I could keep chipping away at this, but I'd really like to do some damage to him. If I attack, I'm going to do 6 damage to him, so I'm going to put that back, but he's still going to be a fair distance away from where we need him to be, and I'd have 2 more attacks to do something with him. On his next turn, he is going to rush deal 6 damage. So he's going to hit us for 6 next turn. I don't feel like weak helps me here. I mean, it's stop him from hitting for 6, but do I just want to try and take out that damn tree? Because then he's going to deal 3 damage in range 2. So it feels like it makes sense for us to use Ice Shard. I hate the fact that we're having to use all of our low cards. We use Ice Shard, attack +2. So we're attacking for 6. It's got 1 shield. That's enough to kill the tree. So this goes away. That's all we can do. I've got 3. I can't do anything else with that. I could prepare. I'm going to use one of these to prepare. I'm going to get rid of this storm. I'm going to move you up. I'm going to put you here, and I'm going to put you here. Okay. Okay. I really need a way of getting burn on this stupid thing, and I haven't got one. Right, that's me done. This moves up. This goes here. He is using a square, which is otherwise rush, deal 3 damage in range of 2. So I take 3 damage. We're up to 10. Okay. How many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So outburst for every 2 cards in your discard pile to the opponent, deal 1 damage. And then if he had burn, deal an additional 5 damage, hence why we really need burn. He's doing triangle next, which is silence and weak in range 3. That tree's coming back any second now. I guess I use Blaze Reef. I don't really want to, but 1, 2, 3. I can discard 2 to heal 3, so I'm not going to do that, you know. I'm going to hold off because I've got a load of heal cards. I've got 3 magical shield. Okay, we've got Firebolt. That's perfect. Okay, it's me done, I think. Got 3 shields, so he's doing a triangle, so this moves up, this goes here. Triangle is otherwise deal silence and weak. Not ideal, but it's fine actually. Silence and weak. Oh, It's not silence. There we go. Silence and weak. Okay. Next up is doing a circle, which is attack for 4 with pierce 2. Oh no, otherwise Russian attack. Okay. So we are going to firebolt. We deal 4 damage. We've got weak, so we deal 1 damage. He's got a shield of 1, so we deal no damage, but we put 2 burn on him. Perfect. This goes over here. We get 1 of these. We turn this over. Firebolt again. Great. We get rid of these 2. It's now his go. So this goes here, this goes here, this goes here, this goes over here. And he's doing a circle, which I'll tuck over here as well. A circle is, if there's no tree, rush and attack. So he's going to do 4 damage to me. I have 1 shield, so he does 3 damage to me. 1, 2, 3. And the end of his turn. Oh, it's not the end of his turn yet, so let's bring this back. Then he's going to, if he doesn't have the spirit tree, gain the spirit tree in the furthest petal from us. So we'll put it there again. That's the end of his go. So he takes 1 damage from burn. And then it's our go. We can do outburst, right? For every 2 cards, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4 cards in our discard. So we're doing 4 damage. If your opponent has burn, deal another 5. So we're doing 9 damage to him. So that puts him up to 31. Oh, that's not the right one. 31. We should get 2 of these. 1, 2, 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, I didn't even shuffle the cards to know what he's doing. Didn't even look at what he's doing. I was so preoccupied with doing some damage. I didn't even look. He's doing a circle. That's bad news, I think. Circle is attack for +4. He's going to attack for 8. Holy crap. What am I doing with this? That goes in there, I think. Right. Outburst goes over here. Remove this card from play. Outburst goes over here. Do I want to do anything else? I've got 2, 4, 6, 8. I want to hold off and try and get 10, right? But this is now out of my deck. Okay. This goes here. Rain of Cinders. Okay. It's his go. He is going to, with a circle. Oh, I need a fatigue. With a circle, he is, if there is a spirit tree in the arena, rush +2, attack +4, pierce 2. So he's going to hit me for 8 damage. Holy crap. Okay, we're up to 21. Okay, he takes a burn. So he needs a little tiny tap and he's done. We can do a little tiny tap. Hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3. Okay, let's try this. This might work. Can I have a look at how many of these I've got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not quite what we were looking for, but it's enough. So if I put these over here, we're going to do this. So weak, we're going to take 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. There's nothing about not being able to hit him when the tree's around or anything, no. Okay, so we do, that's too many. We do 2 damage. He's got a shield of 1, so we do 1 damage. It's up to 33. We also make him weak. That's it. Then we're going to spend 10 of these, which is all of our power. I probably could have done it with some of these cards, but we're going to spend 10 of these to do 1 damage in range 1 for each fire card. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we heal 2 for each water card, and we've got 4 of those. So we do 6 damage minus 1, so that's enough to kill it. And we heal 1, 2, 3, 4, heal 2 for each water card, so we heal 8. That's huge, right? That is huge. That is such a good ability. Shame we didn't have 12 in here, because then we could have leveled up our thing, but We could have kept going and seen if we'd have got 12 in here, but I don't think we would have because we only had 2 cards left over here. That is the end of that, I think. I don't think there's any more for us to do over here. Our Blaze Reef, wasn't even looking at him. Let me just point the fire thing at his face. Okay, the Blaze Reef was successful. I don't think I missed anything. Okay, Fey Camp. If you win, go to L2.
The combat suddenly snaps the Gyadon out of its hypnotic trance. Tired and confused, the mistling takes wing and flies away toward the forest. The crisis is averted for the time being, but the Dragon Guardian of the Water returns to battering the barrier, and you have a feeling that it will not last too long.
Okay, each mistling heals up, that's fine. Gyadon Divider, add card 94. Okay, we can do that. 94. There we go. There's that one, and we've got the cards over here, so we need 94. Let's find the 90s. Here we go. 94 goes over here. Again, we didn't get the chance to tame that one, but that's that. We've added the random combat. Clear the arena. So let's do that very quickly. They can go back over here. Let's just get these back in the right place. There we go. You go there. We can get rid of all of these. That heal was huge. The fact that we were able to get rid of all of that damage we'd taken was massive. Right, you go over there. We put the 2 damage in here. We can get all of our cards back. These go back in there. Oops, these should have gone back in this one. Let's get those back in there as well. Okay, they go in there. Perfect. That goes in there. Random combats. Perfect. This goes in the arena cards. I think this is the thing when you play like campaign games. As long as you can keep the teardown and setup fairly quick, it's fine. I've got a gaming table. I don't record at that gaming table, but you know, Frosthaven has been set up at that table for a very long time. So it's just really useful to be able just to pick things up and you know, when friends come round, just have some food and then lift the top of the table up and you're done. Otherwise, it's such a nightmare to try and do that. Well, it's not a nightmare, it's just a pain in the backside having that always set up. Right, okay. These two, or not having it always set up. Right, you go over there. We'll put the 2 over here as well. We'll put these out of the way. Get rid of all your damage, mate. That can go back in there. That goes back over there. Right. Clear the arena, play secret 61 face down in event slot. Okay, we've got that over here. Hold on. Oh. Okay, let's just make sure we're all set up with this. So this goes back over here. So we want this back over here. We've got B in that slot. We've got all of this essence down here to use. We've still got that there. We've got this, which I don't think I need anymore. So this tells us to put secret 61 face down. I'm assuming that means we return secret 59. Okay, that goes there. You can go here. Oh, let's not look at the secret. That can go there, so that's tucked underneath that. We put the timer, where's the timer? Over here at 3. Okay, continue the exploration. The barrier won't hold much longer. Okay, that was 59. So we had been here. Had we been here? 56? Yeah, we'd seen them protecting that. We've been to L30. Have we been to L34? No, we were on our way to 34. Let's have a look at what that's got to say.
Some Fae come through the portal, casting around unsure looks. Others bustle and yell orders, helping to move the loaded carts. The din is deafening. The Fae seem to be in a hurry, but the sight of the approaching beast makes them falter. Some look as if they are about to run back. The portal, too, seems unstable, probably due to the functioning of the barrier and the vicinity of the dragon. Those Fae who know the portal's stabilizing technology are busy fighting the dragon. If the passage closes down, some Fae will be trapped forever on the other side.
Try to stabilise the portal only if you have Fae Helper Part 6. What did I do with my sheet? Over here. Fae Helper Part 6. We don't have that. Cross the portal. What does that mean? Cross the portal. Go to script L42. Just want to see if this is going to take time because I don't know what cross the portal means. L42. Oh, I see. Cross the portal means go into the portal. I mean, I guess we go into the portal. Do we go into the portal? It feels like a bit of a... Let's go up here, L28. Hold on. No. L28.
Some fake.
Hold on. I'm going to put the power into L28 because I don't know what else to do with it. L28, here we go.
The crystal and the machinery feed power to the barrier.
Yeah, we know. Sacrifice some of the power, sacrifice all of the power. I'm doing all of it. I'm doing some of it. Sacrifice some of the power only if you don't have Fae Helper Part 3 status, requires 1 essence. Go script L29.
You feed the essence to the crystal, and almost immediately the barrier seems stronger and more stable.
Well, that's good news. Gain Fae Helper Part 3. Okay, we've done that. Discard 1 essence, continue the exploration. Right, let's go back to this portal then. L34.
Some Fae come through the portal, casting around unsure.
Yeah, we know. Okay. Try to stabilise the portal only if you don't have Fae Helper Part 6. You're not sure how to do it, but it's worth trying. Lose a time. And go to script L38.
You watch the portal's behaviour and the small devices deployed around it. You have no idea what to do next, and when you look at Skuld, she only shakes her head.
Well, thanks, Skuld. Perform a test. At the end of the test, you may spend 1 essence to ignore an eyeball. At the end of the test, if you have at least 2 eyeballs, lose time. I thought I was going to be able to spend essence on it. Okay, we need a 6 or a 7 is essentially where we're coming from here. Right, I don't have any benefits for this. For each part of the portal status, you may discard a card you just drew. Well, that's good news. We got a 3. Okay. But it is with an eyeball. We got a 1. We're going to use our portal knowledge to get rid of one of these. We got a 6, so that's 9. That's bad news. 8 or more, the portal looks less stable than before. You started trying to fix it. Touching it in will be a bad idea. Continue, lock script 34 and continue the exploration. Oh, that's bad news. Is there anything I can do here for each part of this? At the end of the test, if you have at least 2, lose a time. Well, crap. Should have just left it alone, right? I knew our lock couldn't hold on forever, really, but okay. Let's go to L56. Oh no, let's go to L59 then, I guess, right? I forgot that there was numbers up here. I thought it was just these. L59.
The Dragon Guardian attacks the barrier with one furious jet after another. The creature seems bent on getting to the portal and shutting it down.
Try to distract the dragon with a counterattack. Try to distract the dragon with its own essence. That seems like a bad idea. Let's try the counterattack. Lose 1 time. Let's try the essence. Lose 1 time. What do we do? Why would we give it its own essence? There is another dragon over there. Let's give it its own essence. Lose 1 time. Okay. Script L65.
You direct a beam of energy from the ring at the dragon. The beast immediately loses focus and stops attacking, which allows the Fae to catch their breath and regroup. The respite is temporary, as the dragon circles back to strike again.
Gain the Fey Helper Part 1 status. This is going to be bad. If you have the Revelation status, and your knowledge from the Desert Tower allows you to retain the Dragon Essence, gain 1 essence. I'm guessing I should have discarded one of these. I'm going to put it here. I don't think it said to discard one. Let's just go back a couple of times. Spend 1 essence. Okay, we did.
You direct.
It says continue exploration, so a couple of things need to happen. We need to have closed this one down, and now we need to have closed this one down. Continue exploration. Unfortunately, the red timer is on secret 61. The barrier starts breaking. Go to L8.
The Dragon Guardian flies up high to dive at the barrier as if to smash it with its own weight.
End the exploration. If you have at least 5 parts of the Fey Helper, go to script L11. We don't have that. Go to script L13. Oh god.
The diving dragon spits a powerful jet of water at the dome. To everyone's terror, the barrier caves in and begins to crack. The cracks get bigger, and suddenly the camp is flooded by masses of water. But the bulk of the dome withstands the assault. It enrages the dragon even more, and as it swooshes past the curve of the dome, it hits it with its paw. There is a blinding explosion of energy, and all you can see is the roaring dragon, soaring up and clutching its broken paw. Then the beast strikes again and pierces the barrier with the weight of its body. It crushes the tower and many panicking Fae. The portal blinks and blurs, which is a sure sign of instability. The dragon lands heavily, even awkwardly. There is confusion in its eyes as it looks around. The Fae grab their weapons and call the reinforcements from the portal.
Okay. Place token A in front of you. Ooh, I feel like a bad boy for getting that wrong. If you have Secrets of the Past status, and at least 4 of the following. Okay, Secrets of the Past. Secrets of the Past. We do have that. Heavy Heart. I don't think we've got any of those. Heavy Heart. Is that a thing? A Heavy Heart. We've got that. We've got 1. Okay. Interference Part 8. We have that, 2. Interference Part 2. We have that, 3. Light in the Shadows Part 3 and 6. Light in the Shadows Part 3. We got 3 and not 6. The Status Attunement. We have that. We've got 4. The Truth. We have that as well. We've got 5, everybody. I don't know why I put an extra line. We've got 5 of them. Place token A in front of you if you have the Secrets of the Past status and at least 4 of the following. We've got 4 of the following. We've got that, so we've got token A. Okay. Help with the dragon. You think of another way, but will anybody listen? Requires token A in front of you. You think of another way, but will anybody listen? Only a deep understanding of the situation with a sympathy from both sides will succeed. Go to script L66.
You have enough knowledge to know that both sides are wrong. The dragons err in thinking that the Fae have consciously brought the disaster upon the world. The intentions of the Fae were right because the world needed the element of dark to avoid another catastrophe. Unfortunately, they failed and wreaked havoc upon the world, but they hadn't meant to harm anybody. Besides, when the eclipse happened, the Fae wanted to help, but they were not allowed to. On the other hand, the Dragon Guardians were to defend the disaster-stricken world. They analysed the situation and figured out who the guilty ones were. It was a radical and rushed step indeed, but the risk of further disasters was too high. Can you put an end to the conflict? And is it worth it? Maybe your knowledge is not solid facts, but only wishful thinking.
I mean, we don't have anything else to go on. There is no time. Try to stop this madness. We've got no choice, right? Your words are controversial, but you hope they will appear shocking enough to stop the madness. Go to script L68.
You shout out your absurd words, and everyone freezes. You use the moment of stunned silence to yell out another warning. You say that everyone is wrong, and there is no need for any bloodshed. The Fae, who have taken advantage, should reconsider their strategy, and the dragon, which is facing defeat, had better understand that further resistance will kill it. The Dragon Guardian of the Earth died for similar reasons, which you saw with your own eyes. Much to your joy, nobody seems willing to return to combat. You suggest that the dragon should peek into one of the Fae's souls, and in return, share its experience from the catastrophe in ancient times. All right, Skuld steps up. I will tell the monster how it hurt my people. You instruct her how to open up to a dragon's vision, and this is what she does.
Go to script Z51.
As a regular Fae, Skuld hates the dragons and fears them. Since she was a child, she has believed that the dragons exiled the Fae to the Shadow Realm because they knew too much. She knows that her ancestors studied the properties of elements, which obviously was enough for the dragons to deem them a menace. Insulted by such revelations, the dragon displays its own 1,000-year-old memories. It shows its fear when the second moon emerged in the night sky to cause endless floods. It exhibits its shock when the element of the dark appeared and the guardians could not control it. Its grief when forests burned and cities fell. Its confusion and anger. It is clear that according to the Guardian, the Fae opened the first big portal, and the dragons rushed to save the world. They had no choice but to exile the Fae to avoid further damage. You pick your moment to join the conversation, and add the facts you have collected. You inform them that the Fae indeed caused the disaster, but only by accident. Their scholars were researching the element of the dark, which penetrated their reality as a result of disturbances in the element of light. It all points to the fact that if it weren't for the Fae, a much bigger disaster would have occurred. The truth seeps in, and both sides of the conflict bristle even more. You feel their growing hatred and reluctance, but also hesitation. Perhaps both sides are guilty? Innocence, however, is out of the question. The dragon does not banish the Fae immediately, but exchanges more visions with them. Both sides need more time to process the news. Finally, they work out a compromise. The dragons will allow the Fae to inhabit our world again, and the Fae will close the portals. The dragons, however, will supervise the Fae, and most of all, their experiments, if they are insolent enough to start new ones. It is a fragile agreement, but it is still better than anything else that could have happened otherwise. The following events happen in a hurry. You help the Fae get across the border between the dimensions. Then, the portal shuts. The Dragon Guardian flies south to speak with other dragons about the truce and perhaps prevent other disasters. And, strangely enough, you feel content. You have gotten rid of the plaguing dragon soul. Portals will soon be shut, and the Fae will leave their nightmarish realm. The compromise for the time being seems fragile, but such treaties need time to solidify. It is time to head home. Isn't it?
Well, is it time to head home? Gain the ending part 5 status. Ending part 5. Okay. Go to script Z52.
The way to Careberg snakes among hills, more familiar with each passing day. You wonder what awaits you there.
If you have the Future of Careberg status part 4, Future of Careberg, I don't. You helped Slade become the leader of the town. Okay. If you have the Future of Careberg part 5, you helped Odin. Future of Careberg part 5. I don't have either of those. I'm guessing I should have had one. If you have the Future of Careberg part 6, you helped Hazel become leader. Well, I don't have any of those. I helped someone become a leader. I've got number 2. I don't know what one that is. I didn't help any of them become leader. I think I failed all of them.
The chosen regent was dismissed. The official ruler of Careberg is Lady Tina, a low-ranking noblewoman eventually chosen by the Queen, who must have sent someone to replace the former Duchess. It's the first time you've ever heard this name. The locals haven't taken a liking to her. Not only do they deem her insecure and too dependent on the Queen's instruction, but also accuse her of disregarding tamers and rangers.
If you have the ending part 5 status, you help the Fae and the Dragon, so that's the one we just ticked, right? Ending part 5. Is this requirement met? Yes.
Much to the indecisiveness of Lady Tina, seemingly incapable of making an independent decision without the acceptance of the Queen, official contact with the Fae has never been made. The Fae have attempted to do so a few times, but eventually lost their interest and turned to other cities.
Go to script Z64.
The stories about your tamers fill you with pride. No doubt you trained them well, because their actions in your absence were exemplary. They protected Careberg from aggressive mistlings and managed not to harm those mistlings in the process. You also noticed that there are a few more creatures helping within the walls.
If you have the Eager Tamer part 4, we don't have it. If you have the Eager Tamer part 5, we do have it.
You have become a role model for Alvin. Influenced by your adventures, he decided to set off too, and learn by experience. He promises to come back when he is ready and his young Gaeodon grows into an adult, mighty beast with its own spirit tree.
If you have the Storyteller part 3, we don't. I feel like I failed everything. If you have the Helpful Ranger part 1, we don't. If you have the Light in the Shadows part 4, don't. Go to script Z70. I suck at this. If you have the Ending part 4 status, I don't have that. If you have the Interference part 7 status, I don't have that. If you have the Interference part 8 status, I do have that.
The sightings of Dragon Guardians have become even rarer, and people busy with building their lives anew have begun to forget about their existence. One day, however, the dragons return, rousing fear in people's hearts. A flock of Dragon Guardians appears in the sky, roaring and spitting elements into the clouds. You watch them in awe, but you don't flee in panic, and don't seek shelter like many others. You just stand there and experience the joy of the dragons that reverberates in your soul. The joy is even greater when you glimpse the tiny silhouette of a dragon hatchling among them. It radiates an aura of the earth element.
Okay. Go to script Z79. If you have the Ending part 1 status, I don't have that. If you have the Ending part 2 status, I don't have that. If you have the Ending part 5 status, I do.
The Fae are not a rarity anymore, and people are getting slowly used to seeing them. The Dragon Guardians also do not terrify anybody anymore as they appear in the vicinity. What would have seemed unbelievable only months ago is that they now try to communicate with people. So far they haven't been successful, as they mostly intimidate the potential interlocutors. But it makes you wonder what the Dragon Guardians are up to. You still can't believe that you successfully persuaded both the Fae and the dragons to set aside their ancient animosity and seek compromise. You hold out hope of a harmonious and bright future.
Good script Z85. If you have the Interference part 1, don't have that. Go to script Z87.
You are alarmed by the recent reports of the Rangers. Apparently they saw Artios accompanied by an enormous, ghastly beast oozing darkness. Both creatures headed west. Intrigued, you go there to see it with your own eyes.
If you have a heavy heart status, a heavy heart, we do.
You follow the path and discover Artios and Umbra lazily walking through the forest. Your Eldrithia, who decided to join you, is visibly agitated. It seems enchanted by the powerful auras of the mistlings. The Eldrithia looks at you pleadingly. You nod. The jellyfish-like mistling shoots off towards the Artios and Umbra and squeezes itself between the two. They do not react at first, but then they share both light and shadows with the Eldrithia. You see its joy as it flickers fervently. Soon more forest mistlings appear to follow the three. The entire procession radiates liveliness and power, as if the blend of light and darkness has affected them positively. The Eldrithia returns to you after a long hour.
Okay, go to script Z89. If you have the Portal Knowledge 4 status. Portal Knowledge, I do.
Following the invitation from your Aunt Christine, you visit Moongor, your hometown, where you learn that her emberling has laid 2 eggs. What is more, one of them hatched a few hours before your arrival. The second one is waiting for another right moment to hatch, which is the tradition of emberlings. Your aunt's wish is for you to take the hatchling and the egg back to Careberg and assign a capable tamer to take care of them. You gladly accept.
Hold on, didn't they need one for their smithy and stuff? Z91. If you have the attunement status, attunement we do.
All those perilous trips, dramatic battles, and nerve-wracking adventures have done wonders for the bond between you and your mistlings. The creatures trust you even more than before.
If you have the return to sea status, return to sea. No, we don't have that. If you have at least 3 parts of the local hero, I'm pretty sure we got that, we got all of them.
The stories of your achievements have reached the rulers of human lands, but it is the common people who have learned to love you. Their doors are always open for you anywhere you go. Their doors are always open to you anywhere you go. You have become the one to turn to in times of need, so everyone is eager to assist you.
Go to script Z99.
Believe it or not, but your adventure has just come to an end. We hope you had a great time taming mistlings and exploring the mysteries of the Dragon Eclipse world. Thank you for playing our game, and we do hope one day to meet again.
Go to script Z100. Flip all world map cards. Hold on a second. So we did this one, the Shadow Alliance, so we can flip this over. And we have to flip this one even though we didn't do it. Okay, if you want, add all tier cards that you haven't tamed to your random combats. If you want to complete the Mistling Encyclopedia, you can use the world map to enter script Z11 or 12 to face the untamed mistlings in combat and try to tame them. You may still enter other scripts from the world, but whenever you're instructed to start one of the available scenarios, just go back to 11 or 12. So that is it. We can go back and try and tame more if we want to. We've got the expansion, so we won't necessarily do that. Although there may be some that we want to see. I don't know if we can take them with us. I think the expansion, let's have a quick look at it. I've got it here. So this is the foray into the Shadow Realm. I think the principle of this is that one of the portals wasn't closed. So we have a map, a set of maps. There's only a handful here, so there's like 5 or 7 pages. We've got the rule book, which I don't know how to see. Before the first scenario of the campaign, perform the following steps. Take the following components from the base game: equipment deck, action cards, starting cards, help cards, tokens and markers. Replace the following components in the base game with the ones from this expansion: secret deck, item deck, fatigue deck, status sheet, adventure journal, location book. map card holder with cards. Special edition only. Mistlings pages, add them to the binder. Yeah, we got that. And then additional game mode changes. There's no new rules, which is great. Booster card list, so there's new cards. And there's a new rule. There is one new rule. Campaign is according to the standard rules found in the core rulebook. However, you will not use silver. Essence will be used in different ways than the base game. There is no options for taming mistlings outside of combat. You will always have this one scenario available to play at any given time. Okay, so it's a bit more kind of this is how we run through it. So we've got a map. We've got the encyclopedia pages. We've got the journal, which isn't huge, but there we go. We've got the status sheets, which only have a handful of things on, which is great. And then we've got more booster packs, I think, is what we can see here. We've got 4 new booster packs, some cards, some dividers, and then we have some more mistlings. We won't look at these in great detail now, but there is one who looks like a mushroom. What more could we ask for? So we'll pick this up. I think we'll have a little bit of a break, but we will pick this up again and dive into this once we've gone through a little bit of a break, had a bit of a recap, sort of a recovery. We won't. I don't know what we do about the mistlings we take over, but I won't leave it too long because I don't want to forget how to play and then have to learn everything again. Not that there's that much to learn. I don't know. Let's just have a look here. I'm guessing we're going to have to read this ourselves. Oh no, hold on. Let's go to O0. Let's just see. MNO0. Is it worded? There is no entry. Okay. 01. No, so they haven't voice acted this, so you're gonna have to put up with me reading it. But there you go. This was Dragon Eclipse. Just a quick summary. I feel like the end was a little bit anticlimactic. I wonder if we'd have pushed through ourselves. Let's just go to this card, L8. Just bear with me. I wonder if we could have had a combat with the dragon. And I also now wonder if this is the wrong dragon. I've got a PDF as to which is where. So bear with me 1 second. No, I think this is right. So this was the Gaidon. Shame they haven't got anything on the bottom. This must have been something else. Okay. So let's just go to L8, which was the portal starts breaking. I just want to see if we could have had a fight with the
Dragon Guardian.
Yep, we get it. Yep, we know. Help with the defeat the dragon. Is it the dragon or them? Go to script L64.
The dragon is
so there's a load of writing. Gain the status ending part 4.
The way to Careberg.
Okay, so
snakes among hills.
There's no like final combat.
The way to Careberg.
Yeah, we get it. The final combat was against the Gaidon. There's quite a lot of things that we haven't fought in here. We didn't fight this thing, whatever the hell that is. It's got 2 faces, I think. Might be that it needs to go that way around. I'm not sure. No, it does go that way. We didn't fight this thing, whatever the heck this is. Look at it. What the heck is that? Okay, maybe we did fight that. I don't know. I don't recall. Anyway, that we are done here. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, hit the like button, the subscribe button. We're going to dive into the next one next time. I don't know what things we carry over, what ones we don't. But shadow to the something realm. Foray into the shadow realm will be next. Thank you so much. If you've got any suggestions for games that we can play after we've finished this, because I don't think it's going to take a huge amount of time, after we've finished the expansion, let me know. We're looking for campaign games. I've been keeping an eye on Oathsworn, Aridia, is that one? Aridia? I'm not sure how you say it. There's if you've got any campaign games that you want to see played, let me know. If you want to support me on Patreon, that really helps as well. Obviously, bringing you this content is quite time consuming, and picking up games, etc. So if you want to support, by all means do that on Patreon. But again, it's not required. We'll still keep making content as best we can. Thank you so much. I really appreciate if you've been here from start to finish. That's amazing. Leave a comment if you have, and I will see you all again soon. Thank you. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's me, Scott from One Last Hand, and we are about to dive into Dragon Eclipse Foray into the Shadow Realm. This is the expansion that came with a Kickstarter. Sounds like some bits of it follow on directly, whereas others don't. So we'll delve into that. We'll run through the changes here. We'll also just run through the rulebook so you know the changes. There's not that many of them. But the first thing, in fact, let's go through the rulebook first. So it first tells us to set up the campaign. Dragon Eclipse Foray into the Shadow Realm adds a new campaign to the game. The story takes place after the events of the base game campaign, taking the most weighty choices from the campaign into consideration. In this expansion, players ventures into the Shadow Realm to resolve a serious problem. Not all portals that opened during the eclipse closed, and one of them is growing in size. Finishing the base game is mandatory before you play this expansion. Then it says, before you start the scenario, please perform the following preparations. Take the following components from the base game. They'll be used during this campaign. The equipment deck, we've got that. The action cards, including all Advancement A and B cards and all booster action cards. Place these action cards behind the unlock divider. They are all available for deck construction during this campaign. The help cards, the tokens and markers, the enemy attack cards. Then it says replace the following: the secret deck, the item deck, the fatigue deck. There is a new fatigue deck, I'll show you that in a second. There's 8 cards instead of 5. The status sheets, there's a new status sheet. If you have at the beginning of the campaign, you'll need the old status sheet to switch over some things. We'll do that in a second. The adventure journal, there is a smaller new adventure journal. The location book, we've got that. The world map card holder, we've got that. Special edition mistling encyclopedia, add the pages. Find the mistling dividers and unpack all of the mistlings. We've done that. There's about 6 new ones. If you have the special edition game, you don't need to follow this step because you've already got the booster packs, which we have. And that is it, I think. Take the world map, gain world map card 01. So we've got that. We'll take a look at that in a second. Okay, then it says on the back page, playing the campaign. This campaign is played according to the standard rules found in the core rulebook of Dragon Eclipse, with a few exceptions. There will be no silver. Essence will be used in different ways than the base game. There will be no option for taming mistlings outside of combat. You will always have one scenario, so it's going to be very sort of railroaded. There is a new fatigue card that looks like this. It's got this cute little whatever that thing is on. And it's fatigue toxin. Gain 2 damage, discard up to 2 cards, and draw that many. Remove this card from play. Toxins are an alternative version of the fatigue card used in Foray to the Shadow Realm. Most of the rules regarding the fatigue deck stay the same. Toxins are shuffled into the mistlings deck to hinder their performance. What's different from the fatigue from the base game is that the getting rid of toxins is more difficult. When a toxin is played, its effect deals damage to the user. There is an important change in obtaining toxins during combat. Instead of placing it on top of the discard pile, place it on top of your action deck. So when we get this, we turn it over, we get it. We can then play it, which gives us 2 damage, and it also makes us discard up to 2 cards and then draw that many. I'm guessing we get to choose which cards we discard. So it's kind of getting rid of cards from your deck. Okay, so that's all of the rules, you'll be pleased to know. Next, we have the status sheets. So I'm just going to tuck these here because there's a few things we need to do. Important, it is mandatory to play the campaign. It's mandatory to play this campaign after you finish the base game due to spoilers contained. Please check the save sheet from the previous campaign to proceed. If you have ending 1 or 2, we have ending 5. If you have ending 1 or 2, gain consequence part 1. If you have ending 3 or 4, gain consequence part 2. If you have ending part 5, gain consequence part 3. Okay. If you don't have a status sheet from the base game playthrough, gain consequence part 1. Then continue reading. So you wish it was all over. Let's just see if this does this for us. Here we go. Hold on.
So you wish it was all over, don't you? So do most people. But the news from around the world is still disturbing. Not all the portals have closed, and some even remain fully open, which serves as an invitation for hordes of creatures from the Shadow Realm to raid neighboring towns and villages as well as attack local mistlings. Portal openings are constantly guarded, most of them by tamers, and some even by the dragon guardians themselves. But despite that, some creatures manage to sneak past them. It worries you. The two dimensions have been linked for too long, and some people believe that such a convergence may lead to another world-shattering disaster. Alas, there is no time for you to wait. A royal order reaches Careberg, requiring the town to inspect a portal which doesn't seem to shrink. Quite the opposite. The gap widens with every passing day and releases more and more hostile mistlings native to the Shadow Realm. As the head tamer, you are dispatched there to investigate. Soon you arrive in the vicinity of a portal where you witness another aspect of its disturbing activity. In front of your eyes, a flock of local mistlings are practically pulled into the dark chasm where they disappear without a trace. You have to stop the disturbance, whatever is causing it.
Okay, choose Into the Shadows O on the world map. Let's just zoom in so you can see that down here. We've already got the one option, Into the Shadows. OO is where we're going. Let's just get this set up then. So we'll put our journal over here. We'll move this status sheet. We only had to mark one thing, so we can throw that away. We've got our status sheet and we've got no cards, so let's crack on.
You wish it was all...
Hold on, that was the wrong button. So I didn't think that the app had the recordings, but interesting, there's a separate section on the main menu where you get to choose the expansion. Choose Into the Shadows on the map. Here we go. O 000. Here we go.
You watch the looming black gap of the portal with apprehension, and you are not the only one to do that. Your mistling's eyes are wide open as they stare at the portal with reluctance. They also seem visibly weaker, as if the portal absorbs not only their will but also their stamina. You whisper to them, soothingly. You can't go in there alone. One of the creatures will have to gather their courage and follow you. Then you notice a single Aryan, gracefully floating on air currents. The creature seems to be nearing the portal, yet its movements become faster and more erratic as if it were trying to tear away from it. You yell to warn it, but it's too late. The mistling cannot break out of the invisible pull of the portal, and soon the Aryan disappears into the blackness. There is no denying now that the portal has changed its nature. It has become a lurking predator, leeching its unsuspecting victims. It's time to get inside and figure out what is going on there. Whatever causes the expansion of the portal is surely present on the other side. It has to be stopped.
Okay, combat. A powerful shadow mistling. Other. Having a wind, water or earth mistling might be helpful. Choose 2 mistlings from the base game and put them in the party divider. All other mistlings from the base game will not be available during this campaign. Return all the cards to the box. The 2 chosen mistlings will accompany you during the scenario. Having a diverse party may be beneficial for future scenarios of the campaign. So consider not only the mistlings of the types mentioned in the hints above, also mistlings tamed during this campaign might accompany you in future scenarios. Open 2 random booster packs and add the cards to the available pool. Perform deck construction. If you have consequence 3, gain 1 equipment, 1 item. A scouting party made of humans and fae shared their equipment with you and wished you good luck. Okay. Well, look, I guess we better do that. I don't know what mistlings we're going to take. I guess it makes sense to take the Luminesca. We've still only got a young Luminesca and maybe a fire one, but then we don't have any of the earth, water, the wind, water, or earth. So maybe we'll see if we've got a wind. I think we've got a wind and water one, so maybe we'll take one of those. Right, I will figure that out, and I will be right back. Okay, so these are all of the mistlings that we tamed during our main campaign. We could have gone back, interestingly, and did some taming kind of after the quests had finished, but it didn't feel necessarily like the right thing to do. I think we're going to take our young Luminesca. We have now got it exalted, so it's only got 24 hit points, but I think it's been with us from the start, right? So I feel like we should take that. Now, I'm debating whether we take the Flitter Spark, which is fire and wind, or Leah, my favourite of all of them, who's fire and wind, or the Emberling, who's just fire. So I think if we're going to take a fire, we'd probably take them. The only reason I'm debating it is because it says a water, wind, or earth would be useful, and we're not taking any of those if we take the Emberling. We do have the Blaze Reef, who is also a water one. Fire and water. We could take the Golomo or the Elkhorn, who are both exalted as well. But again, I don't know if they're going to be that much of a benefit. The Chrysomalian is also an earth fire. I don't think we'll take those, so we'll get rid of those two. I don't think we'll take the Blaze Reef. So it leaves us with these two. We could take the Dark Talon, which is a shadow. I don't think we'll take the Eldritha, who's both shadow and light. So I think we'll tuck you to the side. Don't think we'll take our boy the Pinequeak, who I did enjoy playing as, and we play quite a lot as. We do have the Crystale, which is a water light, but there's no quest for that one, so we'll tuck that one to the side. The Siren is water and wind, so I am quite tempted with it. Blue Mane is wind and light and dark. Don't think we'll take that. We won't take the young Aluka, because we may as well take the actual Aluka. And the Aluka is quite high on my list of ones to take, because 40 hit points is huge, and it does a load of blinking from memory. Oh, maybe not. I thought it did a load of blinking. Maybe it's just the young one. We've got the Cloudine, which is a 50 health one, but everything it does damage to itself. Gain 2 damage, 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 and the special, it's all gain 2 damage. So although we've got a load of health, it might disappear fairly quickly. So that leaves us with these 4. I can't see that we're going to take this. Win or tame the enemy before he uses its special ability. That seems unlikely, since they all do their special ability on about 2. But it would be nice to go with a quest to do, right? Okay, so let's not take that. So we're down to the Aluka, which is also shadow and wind. This is water and wind. And then we've got earth and light and shadow, and then just earth. I don't think we'll take the Elkthorn. I don't think we're going to take the Golomo. So it really is between wind and shadow and water and wind. Let's take Aluka. Okay. Oh, hold on. So the choice is between these 3, right? The choice is between these 3. The Emberling, which is really strong. I really like the fire cards. The Aluka, which is pretty strong. This doesn't tell us to take a. Well, we're fighting a shadow mistling, so the light one would be pretty good. Although they completely counteract each other. Any benefits that we get, they're going to get as well. We've got some really good fire cards, but we've also got some pretty good wind cards. Do we leave the No, let's take the Luminesca. Let's take the Luminesca and leave behind the Emberling. I wouldn't mind taking the Lear, just because look at him. But I think that's it, right? And then the Dark Talon can go here as well. So we've done that. We can put these to the side. I need to build their decks. But then it says open 2 random booster packs. 1 and 2. Oops, the other one fell off the table. Okay, so let's delve into these. I'll zoom in and we'll go through these one at a time so you can see what we're getting. Okay, we have, oh, this is a nice one. Place of Power. So Earth 1, attack +3. If the opponent is in one of the petal spaces, gain 3 power, and then you get shield and block. This is a legendary card. Impulsive Strategy. Gain 1, gain 2 power, so 2 power instead of 1 for when you choose a card from the first slot. Okay, so these are just standard upgrades. Impulsive Strategy, same thing. Reckless Strike, gain 2 damage, attack +2. If you're in a petal space, add 1 shield of each type. Swiftness, deal X magical damage in range 2, where X is your movement. Okay. Passion, move, attack, gain 2 power. If you're fighting a shadow, deal 3 damage in range 1. As an upgrade, at the beginning of your turn, you may look at the top card of your deck. Okay. Shadow, Ubiquitous Darkness, gain 2 power. Your shadow cards also count as neutral cards. Interesting. Another light, towards the light, move, attack in range X, where X is the number of power you have. If it's against a shadow, trigger. When you gain damage that equals or exceeds your health, heal up to 1 and remove this card from the game. That's very situational. It has to be on top of your discard pile when it happens. Hidden Embers, deal 1 burn to each mistling in any range, and then trigger. If you're fighting wind, deal 1 burn in any range, and then if it's on your discard pile, instead of spending power for your bonus action, you may gain that much damage. Okay, interesting. And the next lot. Okay, we have Burning Gate. That is a very nice card. Look at that, with a tree on fire. Deal Blink 4. Deal 4 damage in range 1. Gain 4 burn. +1 damage for each burn you have. Wow. So you're going to be really getting strong. Grace of Stone. Blink 1. Deal 2 magical damage in range 1. Gain X power, where X is the number of damage you dealt. So that can be really good for the Aluka doing 4 damage. So they're B cards. We'll tuck all of those together. Precision Strike. Deal 3 magical damage in range 1. If the opponent is in one of the petal spaces, this effect has Pierce 2. Smash. Choose any space with terrain and deal 6 damage to each opponent within range 1 of this space. Reduce the magic damage by the opponent's shield instead of magical shield. If there is no terrain, gain 1 power. Slot 4, trigger. That seems huge. Tormenting Mist. This is a shadow card. Oh, sorry everybody. Gain 1 power for each 2 cards in your discard. If you're fighting light, attack +1. Okay. Water. Crushing Wave. Search 2. Deal 4 magical damage to an opponent in range 2 of a petal space. Pierce X, where X is your magical shield. And then we have a Wind. Strike Chain. Cleanse 1, attack Pierce 3. If you don't move this turn, trigger. Okay, and then another light card. Colours from Beyond. I feel like light is going to be important. Colour from Beyond. Deal 2 magical damage in any range in line. Deal an additional 2 magical damage for each empty space between you and the opponent. If you're fighting a shadow, gain 2 power. Wow, some pretty good cards in there for the young Luminesca. Not so much for the Wind. We only got one, which was the Chain Strike. But any card with a trigger on, I always feel is pretty good. And then we got one Earth as well. So I'm going to have to do some deck building. I suspect I'll do what I always do, which is come back with very little movement in my decks. But we'll get those built, and then we'll figure out where we go from there. We'll be right back. Okay, we are back. So let's just read through what we've done. We've got our 2 mistlings. We're taking our young Luminesca, and we're taking our Aluka. We've opened the random packs. We've performed our deck construction. We are going to gain 1 equipment and 1 item, so let's just take these out and shuffle them. The equipment deck is the same one from the base game. The item deck is a completely new deck from what I recall. So here we go. Our item is a sturdy rope. Combat, deals slow and weak to an opponent in any range. It says RL on it. I'm not sure what RL stands for. And then we get an item. So let's. I'm just going to shuffle these this way. Just in case there's anything interesting. One thing I checked, which I didn't check all campaign, didn't even come to me during the campaign, was if you take a mistling with a subclass, so in this case the Aluka is a wind but also darkness, do you take one of the elemental bonus actions for that subclass? And the answer is no, you don't. Okay, and we also got a silver plated hatchet. Test, look at the top 3 cards of the item deck, set one of them aside, shove the rest back into the deck, and place the set aside card back on the deck. Okay, they are our 2 cards for today. These can go back in here. I'll leave them out because I suspect we're going to have to do some tests. And then it says go to script 01. So I'll just turn this over and we will set the app off and running, shall we? So hold on, continue. We've done all of these things.
The moment of crossing the barrier between dimensions is somewhat unpleasant, and a few challenging steps later, you end up in a different reality. The air here is much heavier and filled with the acrid smell of sulfur. You notice almost no wind on your face, and what strikes you most, there is very little light. The sky is dark purple, with a few lighter smudges, and there is barely enough light to see the path in front of you. Yet your eyes adjust quickly, and you soon see the jagged rocks around you. Here and there you also spot tree trunks, yet bare, without a trace of canopy. Out in this barren, inhospitable landscape, you also spot the blurred shapes of buildings, tall and eerily beautiful, but partly ruined and most likely deserted. So, this is it. The Shadow Realm. Soon enough you notice the air in, which was pulled in a few moments before. There is still a chance you will catch up with it.
Okay. Perform a test. During each, and we'll read it from here, during the test, each eyeball immediately adds 1, and a light mistling or a wind mistling once per test. You may discard the card you just drew. It helps you navigate these wicked conditions. 5 or less, you cannot catch up with the Erin. 6 or 7, following the Erin earns you a few scratches and bruises, but you manage. That gives us gain 2 damage and go to script 02. You've caught up with the Erin if we get an 8. 9, your mistlings get entangled in a thorny maze of petrified branches. You help get it out, but Annan's gone. Okay, so we're going to perform our test. We'll tuck these up here. And I guess we will start doing our first test. So, if you don't know with tests, obviously I'd recommend going and watching the main campaign videos that are on the channel. But if you don't know with tests, we'll turn over one of these cards, like this one here. It has a number at the top, which is the number of we add to our test result. And it also has, some have these eyeballs on. Obviously, if we get more than one of those eyeballs, we start to get impacts. In this case, adding 1 for each eyeball. So let's start. We have a 2. So we're at 2. We really want to get to 8, but 6 or 7 will do. We've got a 1, so we're at 3. We have another 2, so we're at 5 plus 1 eyeball, so we're at 6. So we could stop here. I obviously don't know what's in this deck. So I think I'm going to stop here and we'll take 2 damage. So we're using these as our individual damage because the damage tokens that came with the game are insanely small. Let me show you if I've got one out. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. What you meant to do with that is tiny. They're impossible to like pick up and do anything with. So we're going to tuck 1 each in between our 2. It is just 2 damage, so we'll put 1 on each of our mistlings. And that is the test done. These cards go in a discard pile, which means next time we do a test, we're going to have less to choose from. So we're going to keep doing that, and eventually we'll just have like 1 or 2 in that deck. Okay, so we gain 2 damage, go to script 02.
The Erin, visibly tired and disorientated, carefully lands in a barren patch of land, surrounded by a few weirdly shaped rocks. Its body is shaking visibly, probably due to exhaustion. The mistling cowers behind a petrified tree with wide-reaching branches. Abruptly, a rabbit-like mistling leaps out from the rocks and runs towards the Erin. The time has come for you and the mistling to react.
Okay, set up combat using the components below. Arena card 42, map 4, the enemy Skitterpaw cards, and if we're playing 2-player, Major Corruption. We'll do the first one without, but we might start adding Corruption to them if we find that they're pretty straightforward based on all of the cards we've got. But I'm assuming they've upped the difficulty based on some of the cards. The fact that you've got all of those cards unlocked. So we'll tuck those back in there, and I'll set up some combat, and we'll be right back. Okay, combat is all set up. Let's just run through our cards. So we have the Petrified Forest as the arena. Place 1 fallen tree in each of these petal spaces, so we got those. For 1 power, throw. When you are within range 1 of a fallen tree, remove the fallen tree and deal slow or weak within range 2. So if we were standing here, we could throw it at the thing and do damage to it. The Skitterpaw has 34 health, 3 attack, 3 move, no shields. Passive. When Skitterpaw is attacked or dealt magical damage, each opponent within range 2 takes 2 damage. It's got a deck of 1 square, 2 squares, 2 triangles, and 1 circle. On a circle, rush. Attack +2, so it's going to do 5 damage. Retreat -1. If fighting a light opponent, deal silence in any range. On a square, cleanse all, deal slow and 2 magical damage in any range, and deal 2 magic damage if it's fighting a light. And then rush, triangle, rush, attack +2, so again 5 damage, and trigger, which means it can play the next card. On its special ability, which triggers on a 3, it's rush, attack +3, attack +3, so it's going to do 12 damage. If this effect deals any damage, gain 8 damage, otherwise heal 2. This is the Skitterpaw, just so you know. This is who we're up against. There he is, cute little bunny rabbit, standing on some kind of tree or pillar or something. And we are the Aluka, 40 health, 4 damage, 1 movement, so we're well and truly outclassed in the move department. Our special ability is 3 power, Steal Breath, deal silence in range 3, just means they won't trigger their special ability on that turn. And then Elemental Air is 5, Accelerate. Look at the top card of your deck. You may resolve it or place it back on top of your deck. And this is us, the muscular bird that is the Aluka. There you go. Let me just show you those cards just so you can see them. Sorry, I forgot I wasn't showing you. So 40 health, 4 damage, 1 movement, and then Steal, freed power, Steal, silence in range 3. Deal silence in range 3, and then 5 Accelerate. Look at the top card of your deck, so it's basically a trigger, which is really good. I'm just going to have a quick drink. Okay, right, so it is doing first a square, which is cleanse, deal slow and 2 damage in any range, and we don't need to worry about it fighting a light. And we are Grace of Stone, Gale Force Strike, Sprouting Darkness, and Intimidation. So the good news is because we're the Aluka, we get to take some darkness cards with us as well. That's what we've got here. But who knows how this is going to go. Let's just read through our cards. We always go first. We always start in the 2 space. They always start in the 1 space. Grace of Stone. Blink 1, so that just means we can move. Deal 2 damage in range 1. gain X power, where X is the number of damage dealt. So we would blink here, we'd attack it for 4, and then we'd get 4 power. That's huge. But when we hit it, we would also take 2 damage back. Gale Force. Blink X, where X is this card slot, so we could blink 3. You may spend 2 power to attack with Pierce 1 if we're fighting Earth. We're not, so I won't read that. Deal 3 damage in range 3 if you have less than 10 cards in your discard card pile. Trigger. Could be really strong, especially if we got out of his range. Intimidation. Slot 3, gain 2 power. Deal slow and weak. And on our, if we have it in our discard pile at the top, we get +2 move and +2 damage. Now it's going to slow us next time, so I wonder if we just want to be standing next to it so we can wail on it, or if we want to be standing 1 step backwards, so Sprouting Darkness triggers. We can't get there, to be honest. Grace of Stone is pretty good. Blink 1, gain 2 power in range 1, gain X for where X is the number of damage dealt. That would be 3 + 4. We could then trigger the top card of our deck. That might not be the worst shout. Let's use Grace of Stone, so we can take 3 of these. We are then going to blink 1. Boop. We are going to deal 2 damage in range 1. He doesn't have any shield, so we do 2 damage to him. We've got 1 damage carried over from us getting through the portal, or doing that test. Gain X power, where X is the number of damage dealt. So hold on, we did 4 damage. 1, 2. So we're going to gain another 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, our special ability is we could do silence. I don't think we need to worry about that now. We could accelerate, so I can spend 5 of these, and I think I'm going to. And we will use the top card. So the way it was worded is, look at the top card of your deck. You may resolve it or place it back on top of your deck. So it is Smash. Smash. Choose any space with terrain. Any space next to terrain. Deal 6 damage to each opponent within range 1. Reduce this by their shield. If there is no terrain, gain 1 power. Well, that's disappointing. That's really disappointing. That doesn't help me in the slightest. I'm going to put it back on top of the deck. Then we're going to move these 2 up. So I wasted all of that power. It was a gamble. I mean, it is always a gamble, but that's it. We did damage to him, so we take 2 damage back because of his passive. I didn't tell you about the taming ones. Tire it out. Place 1 token on this card each time the Skitterpaw attacks and deals no damage. Have 3 tokens on this card. The next one is Show No Fear. Place 1 token on this card each time you gain damage from the Skitterpaw's passive. Have 3, but I can't do that until I've done the top one. And Withstand. Skitterpaw uses its special ability and deals at least 1 damage. You must not lose. You must not lose to fulfill this condition. We're in serious trouble. Right, it's its go. It's doing a square. Square is Cleanse All, deal slow. So we'll take slow. We're in trouble because we don't really have much to hit him with next time. Deal slow and deal 2 damage in any range. So we take another 2. We're up to 5 already. Okay. That's his turn. Next up he's doing a triangle, which is rush, attack +2, and then trigger. We're not getting away from him. So I can move 4. 1. No, I've only got a blink, and pierce. I'm just going to use that. So interestingly, if you're new around here, Awaken Realms released an app that has AI in. Shock Horror Awaken Realms using AI. If I have a blink card, does it still mean I can only move 1 if I have silence? So the app should tell us an answer to that rather than us having to go and look up these, because we've got blink X where X is this card slot, so I could blink 1, 2, 3, 4, which means I won't get hit by his attack, but then he's going to trigger, so whatever's under there is going to hit us again. Let's just see what this says. No, the silence condition does not affect the blink status. Okay, is that what we want to do? Is that what we want to do? I think so. We're going to use blink. We're going to blink where X is this card slot. So we're getting 3 power. 1, 2, 3. I've learnt my lesson about turning that card over. We're going to blink 1, 2, 3, I think, over here. We'll keep our thing with us. I could, if I could spend 2 to attack and pierce 1. But obviously we're not in melee range, so that's pointless. So we can move this up, move this up, move this up. Now the real question is, no, I wouldn't have been able to do it. So I'm going to turn this over. We're about to get absolutely pummeled, I think. But that's us done. Here's go. He's going to trigger. Sorry, he's going to triangle. Rush. 1, 2, 3. Attack. +2. We'd trigger. So he's attacking +2. He attacks us and misses us. So we get one of these tokens on this card. Then he's going to trigger, which is the square action. Square. This is insane. Square. Cleanse all damage. Deal slow. So we'll put slow back on us. Deal slow. So this is square. Deal slow. And deal 2 damage in any range. So we take another 2 damage. And then he's going to trigger his special ability, because he's got to 3 of these. So he's going to trigger his special ability, which is attack, rush, and then attack +3. So he's hitting us for 6. And then attack +3 again. So he's hitting us for 12. Holy crap. And then gain 8 damage himself. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is mental. Is that right? So he was already on some. Oh no, I've got this wrong. He's on 17? Is that right? That can't be right. We didn't do that much damage to him. I'm just going to have to quickly go back and check how much damage he was on before. Somehow I messed it up. Bear with me. Okay, he was on 4, and he gave himself 8 damage, right? Is that correct? So he was on 4, he gave himself 8 damage. That puts him up to 12, right? I knew what I was doing. Okay, we're on 19. We're almost half our hit points, and he's just going to keep hitting us. This is insane. Okay, next he's doing a triangle, which is rush, attack +2, then trigger. Ugh. I don't even know if I did that right. I wonder if I should have another 2 damage. Because he rushed. So his first card was the triangle. Oh, no, he did the cleanse. Okay, we got that right. Okay, great. I don't know what I do here, because every time I hit him I'm going to take 2 damage. Plus, he's going to keep triggering. It's mental. Okay, I guess we're going to do this. Sprouting Darkness. We'll take 3 of these. 1, 2, and 3. Deal 3 damage in range 3. If you have less than 10 cards in your discard pile, you can trigger. So we do 3 damage to him. 1, 2, 3. So he's up to 15. But then he does 2 damage to us. So we're up to 21. Okay, great. Then we get to trigger. So I'm going to do smash. Choose any space with terrain and deal 6 damage to each opponent within range 1 of this space. Reduce this by their shield. There is no terrain, gain 1. So we're going to do this. So we do another 6 damage to him. 5, 6. You know what? I don't think we're trying to tame you anymore, mate. So he's now up to 21. Okay. So that's that. And then we're going to spend 5 of these. We haven't learned our lesson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. to do our elemental accelerate. We're going to look at the top card, which is Wind Tunnel. Blink X where X is your movement. And then trigger. Well, X is our movement, so we're going to move one space. I guess I just put this back on top. This sucks. Okay, then I'm going to spend 1 to throw. Is attacked or dealt damage? When... Oh yeah, he's going to hit me for that as well. There's no point. There's no point us throwing that tree because we're going to do 1 damage to him. I'm going to do slow and weak. We're going to throw the tree. Hold on. The tree is... Consider the tree thrown. So we have done slow and weak to him. That's huge. And then we get rid of this. So we're no longer slow. Okay, that's my go. These move up. This goes here. This goes here. Lightning strike is huge. Okay. But what's he doing? He's doing a triangle, which is rush and then attack for 5 and trigger. So he's attacking for 5. However, his attack is 1. So we take 1 damage because of weak. Weak is amazing. Okay. Weak, I think, applies to the end of the turn, which is great. He's then going to trigger, which is do another card. So it's a circle, and a circle is rush, attack +2, and then retreat 1. So he is going to attack me and hit me for 1 again, and then he's going to move back 1, and because he's got slow, and that goes away. But then these stay here, and we shuffle these, and we take a new fatigue card, and it goes on top of our deck, and we deal with that when it comes up. Great. Let's just make sure I got this deck the right size, because it seems quite small. 2 triangles, 1 circle, 2 squares. I did. Youch. Okay, that's him done. How much more health has he got? 21, so he's got 15. We can do 9 damage to him. But he's going to do 4 damage back to us. I can also do 8 damage to him. What's he doing? Oh, hold on, we should know what he's doing next. He's doing a square next, which is cleanse, deal slow, and then do 2 damage. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, we can do double strike. We're going to attack, gain 2 of these. Attack, so we're going to do 4 damage to him. So he's up to 25. We take 2, so we're up to 25. Then we are going to spend 3 to attack again, to do another 4 damage to him. So he's up to 29. We take another 2 damage, so we're up to 27. I'm in serious trouble. He's going to hit me next time. He's going to hit me for 2, and then he's going to hit me for another 12. What does that put me on? 12 is 32. 12 is 32, plus another 2. Oh, every time I hit him, I should have been taking damage. Hold on. Hold on a second. Let's backtrack a bit. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I did 2 there. So I did that. I had 1 at the start of this turn. I don't know if I can backtrack other than going and look at the video. Because every time I hit him, I should have been taking 2 damage, which means he's going to kill me. Whereas if I don't do that, I can get Breathe, which will deal silence to him, which means at least he won't be doing his thing on that turn, which is vital to us. Okay, let me just backtrack it. Let me see where we were. Okay, so I've reset it to the start of this turn. On his turn, he's going to do cleanse, deal slow, deal 2 damage, and then he's going to do his special, which is rush and then attack 3 and attack 3. So I really need to be out of the way of that somehow, which I don't think I can. But if I get this, I can at least silence it for a bit. Got a card which allows me to blink where X is my movement, which would be 1 space. Good. Don't know how I get out of the way of them, so I think I just have to play for the delaying. Okay, let's use this. So we get 3 of these. If it was in slot 3, I'd get 3 more, but it's not, unfortunately. Before I do that, am I going to move? I'm going to move 1 before I do that. Then, now my movement will have +2 for the next go. If I hit it, I'd get extra. But I don't think I want to. I'm going to spend 3 to deal silence in range 3. So this is silence, and silence just means that he won't do his special next turn. So he's going to do cleanse, deal slow, so I'm still not going to be able to get away from him, unfortunately. So he's dealt slow to me, and then he's going to hit me for 2, so I'm up to 25. Okay. Oh, these should have slid up. This should have gone here. This should have turned over. That's fatigue, great. This moves up, this moves up, this moves up. But he's done his thing, and then he's not going to trigger the special because we've silenced him. So silence goes away and it's back to us. We've got bloody slow on us, so we can't actually move from him. However, I need to be 3 spaces away from him, right? So if I was to use, I don't think I can do this. If I was to use blink, wind tunnel, blink where X is your movement. My movement is currently 3, 1, 2, 3, and then I can spend 1 movement to move here, but then he's going to go 1, 2, 3 and still be here hitting me. So I'm better off doing silence again. Hold on, was that a square? Yeah, that was a square as well. Okay, so I'm going to gain these 2. I'm going to blink X, where X is my movement. My movement is currently 3, so I'm going to go 1, 2, and 3. Take my silence with me. Can't throw the tree in range of 2. I'm going to spend all 3 of these to give him silence again. Sorry, mate. I think I'm just delaying the inevitable, but what can you do? Okay. So it's now his go. He is going to move this up, move this up, move this up, and do this one. Square is cleanse all, deal 2 damage, deal slow, and 2 damage in range 2. So we're still slowed, and we take another 2 damage. We're up to 27, and that's his turn. Okay, so we're still slowed. So he's still going to be able to get in range of me, and I don't have any moves. And I don't have any way of giving him slow. So he's gonna rush up to us and hit us. So he's doing a triangle. He's going to rush up and attack. Then he's going to trigger, which means we'll shuffle all the cards and get another discard. Get another fatigue. Then, so he's going to hit us for 5 because I can't get away from him. And then he's going to still be on the trigger for his I assume. Oh, I don't know what happens here. Let's just see what the AI says. What happens when an enemy has a trigger card but is silenced, so can't use their special, and no more cards are in the draw pile? Because normally what would happen is we would shuffle these back in, but I'm not sure what happens in that instance. Either way, I think I'm on a losing battle here. Because he's going to run up to me and hit me for free and then trigger it again anyway. Let's just read this. So silence, the effect silence condition prevents the enemy... Oh, hold on, there's more. When an enemy has a trigger card but is under the silence condition, it cannot resolve its special ability. Therefore, there are no more draw cards in the file. The following occurs. Silence effect. The silence condition prevents the enemy from resolving its special ability, from discarding cards from its slots. Empty draw pile. If the enemy is an empty draw pile, you gain 1 fatigue, which is placed on top of your discard pile. If there is no more fatigue, you gain 5 damage. Reshuffling. The enemy's attack cards is reshuffled to create a new draw pile. The cards in the slots are not discarded in the reshuffle. Seeking to ensure that the game continues smoothly even when the enemy is silent. So he doesn't do his special. I mean, that's interesting. Okay, whose turn is it? Mine. Okay. So I can't get away from him. I cannot get away from him. But I can do lightning strike, so I'm going to do that. I get 2 of these. 1, 2. And I do choose a space. I'll choose this one. I do 6 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he doesn't retaliate because he's outside of I'm outside of the 2 spaces. Then I get to do another 3 damage. So that puts him up to 30 damage. I think that technicality has probably saved our ass. Okay, I think, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. I could spend 1 to move. Don't think it matters. So if I was here, 1, 2, 3, he's still going to be able to stand there and punch me. So I think that's fine. We move this up. We put this over here. Okay. Okay. It's his go. So first thing that happens is he does a triangle. Triangle is rush. 1, 2. And he attacks for 5. So we take 5 damage. So we're up to 32. Okay. Then he triggers. Oh, hold on, we might still be dead. Silence. The effect silence condition prevents the enemy from resolving a special ability from discarding cards from its slots. If the empty draw pile of the enemy's draw pile is empty, you gain 1 fatigue card from its placed on its top condition. There are no more fatigue cards available. Reshuffling. The enemy's attack discard is reshuffled to create a new draw pile. The card slots are not discarded during this reshuffle. That doesn't help me. That doesn't help at all. The enemy has all of its cards in its display track. It's got 5 cards in total in its combat deck. The special ability is on step 3. However, the enemy has been silenced to allow 2 more cards to go in slot 4 and 5. There are no more cards in the enemy's draw pile, and he's meant to be triggering. He's also silenced, so he can't use his special ability. What happens then? I don't think this is going to be able to answer our question. I mean, my assumption is we shuffle the cards, put them back in, and he starts building towards his special again, but that doesn't feel quite right. I mean, I could shuffle the 2 extras and put them back in and trigger. He only needs to do 8 damage to me. I need to do 4 damage to him. So I think we're okay, but depends what that next card is. Let's just see. When the enemy is silenced and there's no more cards in the draw pile, the silence condition prevents the enemy from resolving a special ability card. Empty draw pile. If the enemy has an empty draw pile, draw 1 fatigue, which is placed on top of your discard pile. If you have no more fatigue, take 5 damage. Reshuffling. The enemy's attack discard pile is reshuffled to create a new draw pile. The cards in the slot are not discarded during this reshuffle. I mean, they're all in the slots. This sequence continues until, I guess it's these 2. That makes me assume it's these 2. because the discard pile is after that, right? So he's doing a circle. A circle is rush and attack +2, so he doesn't need to rush. So he's going to attack for 5. What does that put me on? 37. And then he's going to retreat 1. And then this goes away. Well, crap. But at least I'm not slowed anymore. So he's going to do his special after this. If I'm standing where I'm standing, I'm going to take damage. I need to do 4 damage to him. Okay, we can do this. Because he's going to do 2 damage back, right? So I'm going to spend 1 to move. Lurking Shadow, we're going to gain 2. Lurking Shadow, attack with Drain. This attack has Pierce, so we're going to attack for 4. So 1, 2. I guess if I take this off and put this one down here. So Drain, we attack for 4 if this card has at least 6. This attack has Pierce if you have at least 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Doesn't matter, he hasn't got any shield. We do 4 damage to him. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's up to 34 damage. And then he does 2 damage back to us, so we're back up to 35 damage. But he has taken all of the hits, which means we win just. I tell you what, that was rough. Bearing in mind I was thinking about adding extra cards to it. That was really rough. I think we did it okay. Don't know if he was meant to heal at any point, because he hasn't played his special. It got very confusing with us being able to silence him and him having all of those cards. But I think that's everything. Tame, go to script 04. Win, go to script 06. Okay. I mean, I could have did slow and weak on him at some point as well. I did have that as a sturdy rope, but I want to keep that just in case. But that could have come in really handy. Dragon, here we go. So we go to 06.
The skitterpaw clings to the rocky ground and eyes you mistrustfully, baring its fangs. Abruptly, it springs up and sputters with anger, seemingly unwilling to yield, but still reluctant to engage. A few angry hisses later, it turns around and runs away, limping, admitting its defeat.
Okay, each mistling that takes part in the combat heals up to half, so we're going to have 20 damage before we start the next one. There's 30 there. Okay, that add the skitterpaw tier card to the random combat. So each enemy we could face is in here. Is it in here? Skitterpaw. Have I got skitterpaws in here somewhere? If not, they're somewhere. Hold on. Skitterpaw, skitterpaw, skitterpaw. Don't think it is in here. Gonna have to try and find it. It's not in there. It's around here somewhere. I must have put it at the end of this deck, I reckon. Oh, here we go. Skitterpaw. There's a renewed skitterpaw to come. Oh, God. Okay. Don't want to have to deal with that. So that goes into the random combats. We might come across that later. What happens next? Place the skitterpaw card 237 into the encyclopedia. Bear with me. Oh. So here is our encyclopedia. We take this card, 273. 273, that goes in there, so we don't learn about them because we didn't do it. Add an Erin, whatever that thing's name was at the beginning, their card, 253A. 253A. Look at this thing. What is that? 253A goes in here, and their random combat card goes in as well. 253A. That goes in there. Okay, these can go back in this. Okay, clear the arena and go to script 07. So we'll clear the arena after this. We will go to script 07 now.
Finally, you have a moment to sit down, catch your breath and collect your thoughts. You have got used to the fact that mistlings engage one another on a regular basis, but that skitterpaw seemed more violent than it should be. Besides, it definitely looked like a herbivore. What is wrong with this place that makes mistlings so aggressive? As you look around, you spot another mystery. There is a source of light on a towering, faraway hill, a rather weird thing in this gloomy reality, and some more erins in the air. After a while, you have no doubt that the creatures are floating toward the light in the distance. Even more so, you notice a faint ray of light connecting the tower to the portal. Its evil, predatory nature could be somehow connected with that mistling catching light. You will never solve the mystery if you do not explore that place. You let the mistlings rest a bit, and you head there. Easier said than done, though. The plain before you is crisscrossed with cracks and chasms, some of which are filled with bubbling lava, bright enough to warn you about the danger and cast faint light upon the surroundings. The air is menacingly acrid and hot. You stick to an old path winding between the major chasms as if it were your lifeline. To your relief, the lighthouse shining on the horizon seems nearer and nearer, and soon you notice a half-ruined, seemingly abandoned town right ahead of you, sprawling on the slope of a hill. The path to the lighthouse goes directly through the town.
Go to script 055.
The architecture and the style of the buildings remind you of the Fey ruins you have already seen, but they are also crumbled. You notice numerous cracks in the walls, just like the ones you saw weeks ago in Careberg. A few houses have tumbled down, and others have disappeared inside wide crevices. The local earthquakes have no mercy. You speed up the pace when a tall, seemingly unscalable wall bars your way. The path takes you to the gate, with a weird-looking lock. It requires a special type of key with 2 triangular shapes. You have never seen anything like that. Over the lock on the wall, you can see traditional Fey drawings. They depict a few figures walking away from the gate, one of the Fey carrying a bar with 2 triangles. The next drawing shows the figures descending the stairs. It is likely that the item you are looking for is hidden in some basement or another underground vault. You take a step back and look at the wall with frustration. It crosses your mind to turn back, leave the town, and try to find a way past the wall, but you remember the labyrinth of lava-filled cracks and think better of it. Besides, it may take much more time and be twice as dangerous. No, you will have to find the key.
Go to script 052.
Abruptly, there is an ear-piercing shriek on the other side of the wall, and a head appears above it. It looks like a wooden mask with a flesh-ripping, owl-like beak. It is definitely a mistling which shrieks again in warning and pushes against the wall, no doubt trying to reach you and sink its beak into your body. It attacks again and again, but the wall holds, and the creature fortunately tires and disappears. Bad news, then. You're about to explore the territory of an angry, jealous mistling which already knows about your presence. Luckily, since it's on the other side, there must be another way there. Now, hurry up. You'd better find it before the mistling comes back.
Okay, open map 01, play secret 100 face down event, set the time to 3. You have some time before the monster finds its way around the wall. We'll do that next time. This is interesting. Very interesting considering the difficulty level of this versus the previous one. I'm not now convinced we've brought the correct mistlings with us, but we will find out, I guess. There you go. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, hit the like button, subscribe button, follow us on Twitter and Insta and TikTok. We have all sorts of stuff, loads of other game content coming. Check out the Patreon if you want to support the channel. Always really helps. We'll play through this. We might do a bit of roguelike at the end when we finish this. I think this is going to be a fairly short one. Yeah, really enjoying Dragon Eclipse still. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's me, Scott. Thank you very much for joining us. As you can see, we are back. We're playing some more Dragon Eclipse. We're into the foray into the Shadow Realm expansion. We've done the first bit of the first scenario. This is much more sort of railroaded. You're going to be going from one scenario to the next. Quick recap. We found out that a portal near our town, Careberg, was expanding rather than shrinking, and we were sent to investigate. When we got there, we found that mistlings from our planet were being sucked in, or our realm were being sucked into the portal. We followed. We had a combat with a skitterpaw, which was pretty rough. We didn't, unfortunately, manage to meet the conditions to tame them. We did win the battle, but it was pretty close. And then we arrived in a sort of a derelict town with a giant wall surrounding it. There's a creature trying to get past this wall from the other side, and we're trying to get through it. We found that there's a key likely somewhere in this town, probably a basement. I'm just going to play the audio so we can catch up together, but let's let that play.
Abruptly, there is an ear-piercing shriek on the other side of the wall, and a head appears above it. It looks like a wooden mask with a flesh-ripping, owl-like beak. It is definitely a mistling which shrieks again in warning and pushes against the wall, no doubt trying to reach you and sink its beak into your body. It attacks again and again, but the wall holds, and the creature fortunately tires and disappears. Bad news, then. You're about to explore the territory of an angry, jealous mistling which already knows about your presence. Luckily, since it's on the other side, there must be another way there. Now, hurry up. You'd better find it before the mistling comes back.
Okay, so we have to set up map 1, which we've done. We have to put the timer in 3. We have to set secret 100 down here. For those of you who don't know, if you haven't seen the main campaign, what's going to happen as time proceeds, we're gonna go to these various scripts that you can see here, and it might tell us to reduce the time marker. When this time marker gets to here, something may happen, may tell us we've got a little bit more time. It may tell us to flip this over, which really indicates that you're kind of coming towards the end. And we're going to go to each of these. There's also hidden numbers in these. You may be able to just see this 0, 1, 3 just down here. I think that's what it says. It's so faint I can barely read it. I'm going to start with 0, 10 because I just wonder if that's where we sort of come in. And the way it works is we've got the app here. We just go to hit continue, and then we are asked to enter the script in here. So we're just going to find 0110. There we go. And then we press enter, and it plays some audio for us.
You gasp as you see tracks in the dust, certainly left by a running humanoid creature. You recognize them easily. Smaller than yours, almost childlike, and somehow angular. This is what the Fey footsteps look like. There is no doubt now that you are not alone in the ruins. But why was the stranger running? Was it because of the monster? It could be smart to look for some clues that could reveal what is happening here.
Okay, so we get 2 options. We get to look for clues only if you don't have the Town Raiser Part 2 status. We don't. We've only got 1 status on our status sheet, which is up here, Consequence 4. So we can look for clues only if you don't have the Town Raiser Part 2 status. We lose a time and go to script 030. There's no time for that. I mean, if there's someone here, it makes sense for us to try and find them, right? So we're going to lose 1 time, and we're going to go to 030.
As you look at the half-crumbling buildings, you quickly conclude that they may have been damaged by a huge beast that simply squeezed its bulk between them, brushing and grazing the walls. Also, the damaged parts seemed dark, even for the Shadow Realm. Could that be the signature of the element of the dark? If so, none of your fellow tamers have ever told you about anything like that before.
Okay. So 030, we have a few options. Gain the Town Razor Part 2 status. You know it's a mistling from the dark. So we can do that. So we'll just on our sheet, we'll literally just mark off the matching box. So this is Town Razor Part 2. And again, they might come later into play. Then we have Gain 1 Power. So those you don't know, this is power. These little crystals. We put that down here. We'll likely be able to use it in combat as a sort of a benefit, but we may find other reasons to use it. Continue. Your mistlings seem excited to fight a strong foe, is what it says. And then it says continue the exploration. If our little token track here was on the secret, we'd have to then flip this over. Okay. So where do we go next? Should we go to 013 because it's hidden? And we like hidden things. 013. If token A is in slot 2, you have already visited this place. It is not.
You have reached the ledge overhanging the ghost town, where you see the remains of a camp, pitched here not long ago. You carefully inspect the area and look at all the traces that are visible in the meager light. Soon, you are sure that whoever set the camp rolled down from the ledge and broke into a run toward the building with the tower. They left a few bags behind, though. It is never a decent thing to search through anyone's belongings, but you feel justified in these circumstances. You go through the bags and find a piece of parchment with symbols on it, a line of arrows pointing in 2 directions. What is it? A code? Perhaps it could come in handy where the camp maker ran to.
Gain 1 item. We can do that. So we just take an item from our item pack. So we've got a tasty treat. So we normally use this in a test. We don't have to. This is test. I destroy this card or remove this card. Add or subtract 2. You may gain 2 damage to repeat this effect once. You can only have a maximum of 3 items, and we currently have 2 and 1 equipment. Okay, place token A in slot 2. So token A goes into slot 2 down here, and continue the exploration. We don't lose any time for that, so that's good. Should we go to 014? Let's try 014.
The landslide has opened some more underground structures that are worth exploring, but the crevice is deep and its sides steep and treacherous. A descent without any protective gear will be asking for problems. As you inspect the edge of the landslide, you grow more and more certain that the disaster was not natural. It must have been the mistlings' doing.
Okay, we get a few options. Use the climbing equipment to get down the landslide. We do have one. I suspect that means there's some elsewhere. This ends the current exploration. Gain the safe entrance part 1 status. Try to climb down. This ends the current exploration. Go to 034. Look for clues about the monster or leave. I mean, I do want to look for clues, but we're going to keep using time. I'm going to keep looking around. Let's go to 09 without doing anything here so we don't lose any time. So 09. Just want to find out more before we head down, possibly.
You stumble upon another rather narrow but tall structure. Its walls are adorned with intricate carvings, and so are the supporting columns and the window frames. Why would anyone have decorated such a negligible building with such class?
If slot 2 is empty, go to script 027. Otherwise, read on.
To carry on, you would have to open a door which will not even budge. You look through a barred, peering hole to notice a staircase leading down behind it.
Choose one. Open the door. Requires token A in slot 2. You use the cipher to unlock the door and begin your descent. This ends this part of the exploration. Gain safe entrance 2. Or go to script 033. Then we go to script 033. Or we can leave and continue the exploration. I feel like we should continue to look round before we go here. But we know that 09 way down. Okay, we don't have to climb. We can just do that. Let's go to 011. Just want to find out as much as we can before we end up in a fight.
You look at a huge fey house, which half tumbled down in the disaster. There is a wide gaping crack running vertically next to it, and you assume that a huge part of the house may have slid into the gap. Is it worth exploring?
Is it worth exploring? So 011. If you have token A in slot 1, you've already explored it. We don't. If you have token B in slot 1, we don't. Explore the building. Condition of the structure tells you this might be risky. Let's do it. 032. Perform a test. Okay, let's just find 032 over here. So it's easier sometimes to look at the book because they have the test results like this rather than it kind of being a scroll on the screen. So at the end of the test, for each eyeball, gain 1 damage. The eyeball symbols are actually called misfortune, but it's easy to say eyeball. If we have an Earth's mistling, ignore the eyeball effects. For 3 or less, it's too dangerous to explore. For 4 to 6, you search the place carefully and come across a useful item. We lose a time and gain 1 item. For 7 to 8, while searching the place, you find climbing gear. 9 to 10, you quickly search the building and leave it before anything dangerous happens. I guess we do this. This is probably bad, but we do this. So let's grab our item cards. So we've got them all here. And we're looking for 4 to 6, 9 to 10. Doesn't really matter. It would be great to have 9 to 10 because then we won't lose any time. Okay, we have an eyeball and we have a 1. That is not a great start. We have 3. Let's go again. We have 4, so that's 6, 7. So that would still lose us a time. I'm going to do 1 more, so that's 8. That's not what we wanted. A is going to lose 1 time, place token A in slot 1, reveal the cards from the equipment deck until you get a rope. Gain that card, discard the rest. I've already got a rope, I don't need another one. I should have stopped at 4 to 6. It makes the most sense. I'm taking 2 damage. I guess we stop here. Otherwise, we're gonna balls it even more. But we take 2 damage, which we put on our mistlings. So let's do that. 1, 2. Our mistlings are in this little divider here. What one is what? Okay, so there's our mistlings. We get to take an equipment card and we turn them over until we find a rope. I'd really like to be able to change this for something else. Any second now we're going to find a rope. Any second. There's a rope. Bag of powder. We get to cleanse if we use that. Okay. That was not quite what we were looking for, but we do have 2 ropes now. Right, so that's that. We've taken our damage. Okay. Oh, there was something else, right? We were... Place token A in slot 1. Good. Good, good. And lose a time. Okay, fine. I guess we go to 08 and just have a look there. 08.
One of the buildings seems intact, and its entrance, wide and intricately decorated, looks particularly inviting. How about you search inside?
Sounds like a trap to me, but let's search inside. Look for the remnants of Fey culture. Search the building. Just going to go to the page in the book. Okay, so if we search the building, we lose a time. So what's interesting about the app is it doesn't tell you that you're going to lose time here, whereas the journal, search the building, lose a time. Look for the remnants of Fey culture. Let's go to that first of all, because that doesn't look like we're losing any time. 031.
You look around, wondering what mysteries of Fey life are hidden around you. A partly shattered mirror, presumably used in the past to magnify light. A fresco with slightly unnatural-looking trees, as if the artist awkwardly tried to mirror the trees from your home reality. A web-covered harp-like musical instrument, abandoned in the corner, most likely one of the few ways to bring back joy to this sinister darkness.
Continue the exploration, okay. Do we want to explore the building? It will lose us another time, but I think it's worthwhile. So, 08. Search the building.
One of the buildings...
Search the building. Lose a time, so we're now down to here, and go to script 026.
You wander the empty corridors and search each chamber, careful not to disturb the overwhelming silence. The half-crumbled building reveals the secrets of how Fey used to live. Their windows are huge, to catch the light from garden lanterns outside. In their eternal fight against the dark, the Fey put lamps and mirrors everywhere they could, and even put shining tiles on the floors, all dusty and cracked now. They must have worshipped plants, and kept all that could grow in such conditions, all of them withered now, in ornamental vases. Sadness and helplessness hang in the air. Before you leave the building and venture on, you spot an item in the rubble. You grab it, and stow it away for a future purpose.
Okay, gain one item and continue the exploration. So our item is Tough Nuts. My nickname in high school. Move. You may gain 2 damage to move again. So that's all of our items. Right. What have we got going on? So we continue the exploration, which means we have to turn over this card. Unexpectedly, the ruined cities is struck with ground tremors. If the time track is on is green, go to 047. If it's red, go to 048. So 047.
The buildings tremble, and dust billows all around them, clouding the area. The quake may just as well have been caused by a gigantic creature. Another quake could make the place collapse, so you'd better hurry up.
Okay, place secret 100, the one you just revealed, face down. Set this timer to 2. And put this back. So this is now indicating probably want to hurry up a little bit. Let's go to 015 first of all. So it usually gives you an indicator that, however, sometimes bad things happens. You could get to the bottom of this card and it means take damage or something, even if this is on the green side. If you have the Town Raiser Part 1 status, you don't think that you'll find any more important details. This was a requirement met. No, it's not. We have number 2. Oh, hold on. 015. Hold on. Let's just find it in the book. Let's find it in the book. If you have Town Raiser Part 1... Oh, I think I clicked the wrong option. Is this requirement met? No, it's not.
The new vantage point helps you notice a few details that have previously escaped your attention. First of all, a few buildings have rather intriguing damage. Their first floors seem intact, but higher floors got a massive pounding. You can see gigantic holes gaping in their walls, most likely the remnants of the monster's fury.
Okay. Study the aftermath of the mistlings' rampage. I mean, it's going to lose a time, but I think it's worthwhile. Lose time, go to script 53.
You analyze the damage done to the buildings and a pattern emerges. The mistling tends to graze the sides of the buildings as if it were marking them. Such behavior is not uncommon among territorial mistlings. You approach the nearest building and peer inside to discover hundreds of dust-covered cans and bottles everywhere. There is a strong, rather unpleasant smell in the air. Judging by the amounts, the substance stored here must have been important to the Fae. The faded labels say paraffin. Interesting. What is it? You return to the debris-strewn street and walk on.
Gain the Town Raiser Part 1 status. I will mark that off on our sheet. We're still 2 missing, but we don't have time to find out what they are without taking more damage or being crushed in a collapse. So we'll go to 09 again. We didn't get to go to the gate, but I think it's time for us to get out of here.
You stumble upon another...
Yep. If slot 2 is empty, it is not.
To carry on, you would have to open a door which will not even budge.
Hold on. If slot 2 is empty, go to script. It's not. Open the door requires token A in slot 2. We've got that. Open the door requires token A in slot 2. You use the cipher to unlock the door. Begin your descent. This ends this part of the exploration. Gain the safe entrance part 3 status. I will mark that off here. We've got a safe entrance. There isn't a safe entrance part 3. Part 2. I can't read. Okay. Safe entrance part 2. And then go to script 33.
You enter the underground city and halt, amazed by the complex combination of stairs and corridors spanning around it. Some tunnels look like natural formations, whereas others seem to have been dug out by the founders of this place, all of them big enough to let the monster squeeze through. Now you know how the beast crosses the wall. You push the thought of the monster away and look around. The central part of the town is taken by a lofty, enchanting structure which looks like a shrine or library. Unfortunately, the buildings down there haven't escaped the dark fate of the surface, and you see destruction everywhere. Some roofs caved in, a few walls crumbled, and some corridors are blocked by masses of debris. Then, a line of footsteps catches your eye. The tracks are tiny, almost childlike, and weirdly angular. Visible against the coat of dust, they disappear into the rubble. For the briefest of moments, you think that the echo carries someone's voice through the underground maze. Suddenly, a subtle wave of heat reaches you, and one of the shining crystals catches your eye. You take a step toward it, and feel its light drawn in your direction. And when you reach out your hand, you abruptly absorb all of it. Wow, this is an interesting discovery. It seems that there is a powerful energy in Shadow Realm that is similar to Dragon Essence.
That is interesting. Discard the secret from the event slot, if any, we will. Open map 02. We can do that as well. So 02 is likely over here. There we go. Place secret 101 face down. So that's going to be this one. So there's secret 101. This is a pretty small secret deck in comparison to the one we were looking at before. So you can see these are all of the secrets. There were so many previously. Okay, there's secret 101. If you have safe entrance 1, we don't. If you have safe entrance 2, we do. Gain secret 103. 102, 103. Okay, what do we get? Okay, we've got a new map token or card. So sometimes these will be map ones and you get to place them over places. This is the way you got in. Where do we place it? Up here? I think up here. I think this is, yeah, this is it. It goes here. Okay, interesting. What's next? Place the timer on the red side on 4. You probably don't have a lot of time before this place collapses. Gain 1 essence. So essence is this. We're going to be using this for something different in this playthrough, it said. We previously used it to tame monsters. But we're going to be using that for something different. Begin the exploration. So before we do that, we should just have a very quick look. I'm just going to move these off for secret numbers. They're so well hidden. Well, they're so well hidden if you've got terrible eyes like me. I can't... Oh, hold on. 023. I'm just going to write this down. 023 hidden map 2. Okay, just so I know that that's there, we'll put that over there. So that's right down here in this corner. You can probably just about see it. That actually shows up better on the camera than anywhere else. Interestingly, is there any others? Can't see any immediately. Okay, let's tuck this down here. And they usually have something useful in, as it turns out. But obviously we don't have a huge amount of time. So we know this is where we came from. So I'm assuming we can leave from that way. Let's just check 022 and see if it just says anything about leaving. 022. Head up to the surface. Stay a little longer. So yeah, if we go there, we know there are options. Where are we going to go? I guess we go to 020, right? It's the big crystal in front of us. Seems like a plan. Let's just try and straighten this up a little bit. There you go. 020. We've not got a huge amount of time, so...
The central monument immediately catches your attention. For some reason, it resembles a place of worship, which means it can hide valuable items, or, what's even more important, clues and solutions. You enter through one of the entrances to the side of the altar, only to be greeted by the sight of silver-infused ornaments, fey hieroglyphics, and a multitude of corridors and rooms. If you are to find the key, this must be the place.
Okay. Search the structure only if slot 1 is empty. It is. Go to script 029.
You search one room after another. Your movement is more frantic with each tremor. You clutch to the hope that the building won't collapse before you find the triangle key to the city gate.
Perform a test. At the end of the test, for each pair of eyeballs, you lose time. During the test, for each pair of the key status, you may add or subtract 1. Oh, God. If you have a light, once per test, you may discard a card you just drew. The search is in vain. Let's start over. Continue the exploration. That's if we get 6. 7 to 8, you haven't found anything that could open the gate, but you have picked up a few other handy items. Lose 1 time, gain 1 equipment, or 2 items. Continue the exploration. A bar with 2 triangles. This must be the key you're looking for. 9 to 10. So we desperately need 9 to 10. We do have a couple of options that allow us to do things on tests. So, right, what have we got? We've got a 1, and what do we say eyeballs do? The end test, for each pair of eyeballs, lose time. Let's use our hatchet. It allows us to look at the top 3 cards of the item deck, set one of them aside, shuffle the rest back into deck. Does that really help us right now? I don't know if it does. Let's turn over the next one. So the next one is that, and we've got 1 eyeball, so we're up to a pair, and we've only got 3. That is not ideal. Next, we're up to 6, and I really need 9. Okay, I'm going to look at the next 3 cards. We've only got 3 cards. So we have 3. That's what we need, right? We've got a 6 and we've got a 2. So we can put these back in an order and shuffle them. But if we put this here, this is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9. We needed 9. 9 to 10. A bar with 2 triangles. This must be the key you're looking for. Place token A in slot 1 and continue the exploration. So we don't lose any time for that, but we do have 2 eyeballs, so we do lose 1 time. Token A in slot 1. Okay. That didn't go as bad as it could have gone. We do have to discard this along with all of these. So there's a reduced number of item cards as well, and it feels like it's pretty even split with good numbers or bad. Just so we know, this has got 6 and 2 eyeballs on for our next test. So we know there's 8 points in there based on what we know. I'm just going to say 8 test plus 2 eyes. Okay, this must be the key. We've found what we needed. Okay, I think it makes sense for us to go to 023 just to see what's over here. If you have the preemptive strike status, there's nothing left to do here. Oh God.
The footsteps you come across raise your hair and make you freeze. What a huge beast it must be. Besides, the tracks look fresh, and you realize that the huge mistling could be roaming around here somewhere. What if you could surprise it and gain some advantage in the combat to come?
Go to the monster before it finds you. Don't try anything fancy. Let's just hold up for a second. So we know if we go over here, we're likely to be able to surprise the monster. 017. We didn't have to lose time for that, so that's good.
You halt at the edge of a pool. Obviously, a part of the city got flooded. There is very little light here, but despite that, you manage to spot something shining on the bottom.
Dive in, send your water mistling to fetch the item. Let's dive in. Lose the time, go to script 037.
You take a deep breath, and you dive into the ice-cold water of the pool. Fortunately, there is surprisingly a lot of light in the water, thanks to a swarm of fluorescent, curious fish that surround you from all directions. You manage to grab the shining item on the bottom and swim up.
Gain 1 equipment, gain 1 power. Your mistling is awed by the beautiful fluorescent lights. Gain 1 equipment. We have a torch. Combat, deal 1 burn in range 2. If you have a fire mistling, deal 3 burn instead. Okay, so we've got to get rid of one of these. I'm going to get rid of this one, I think, because we can't have that much equipment. Let's just put that there. I'll just keep these out for now. Right, continue the exploration. Let's go to 018, I think. I'm intrigued by this over here.
The tunnels fork and disappear in the dark of the underground. You feel dizzy as you try to visualize their immensely complex network. The Fae were a puzzling nation indeed. Why escape from their poorly lit surface into much darker tunnels?
Explore the tunnels, retrace your steps. Explore the tunnels, 043.
The deeper you get inside, the more complicated and confusing the maze becomes.
Oh no.
A few moments later, it dawns on you that you are lost.
If you have a torch, continue the exploration. We do have a torch. Well, that was lucky. 019, we didn't have to lose any time. If token A is in slot 2, you've already done everything that's needed to be done here. Is this requirement met? No. If you don't have the acquaintance part 1 status, go to 043.
You approach the heaps of debris which block the tunnel and the way to Grim.
What the hell's Grim? Hold on. Something must have gone wrong here. 019. If token A is in slot 2, it is not. If you don't have the acquaintance part 3, is this met? Yes. Sorry, that was my fault.
You carefully approach the heap of debris, quite convinced that you have heard muffled sounds coming from the other side. You have seen places struck by natural disasters, and you know that you should never ignore such signs. Someone could have gotten trapped in the debris. And yes, soon enough you hear an exhausted, guttural voice calling. Hello? Is anyone there? Help! I need help! Your heart beats faster. Your instinct was not wrong. Someone is trapped in the debris-blocked corridor. What's more, you have heard creatures speaking this way. It is a fae. You cough and speak up to reassure the stranger. Oh, someone heard me. I can't believe it. He sighs with relief. Hey, wait, don't go away. My name is Grim, and I am stuck here. Please, help me get out.
Okay, gain the acquaintance part 1. We can do that. Okay. Try to release the Fae. Command your mistling requires a shadow mistling. We have one. So let's just double check, but I'm pretty sure our Aluka is an earth and shadow. I'm going to assume, I'm just going to check, but I'm going to assume that we can use the subclasses for tests. But Dragon Eclipse has, Awakened Realms have an AI app, Shock Horror, and you can ask it questions. So when in the map phase, we have a script that says, if you have a shadow mistling, can I use a subclass of shadow in this scenario? I'm sure the answer would be yes, but who knows? So it just it goes away and searches its archives and then comes back and tells us some stuff. Okay. Give it 1 second. It's just doing a quick Google. Yes, mistlings with subtype elements such as shadow subclass are treated as if they have those elements. Great, good answer. Good answer. Let's go back to the app then. If you have a shadow mistling, we do. Your creature uses omnipresent shadows. Uses the omnipresent shadows to crush the rocks and remove the debris. Go to script 51.
With a tremendous effort, you manage to roll a few rocks away. Grim is free. You eye the stranger suspiciously as he dusts off his clothes and spreads his vestigial wing. His skin seems unnaturally pale, and his eyes are visibly larger, especially now that they flash with shock. What happened to your wing? He stutters. And you are all different. You're not one of us. Who are you? It takes you a while to explain to the Fae that you come from another dimension, and you reassure him that despite physical differences, you are pretty much the same. And you are sure of it, because you have met Grim's kin. Soon, he smiles tentatively. Well, all right. Now that this is settled, allow me to say that you have my eternal thanks, he says. Well, eternity is ridiculously long, so thanks is enough, all right? He looks around. This place is a nightmare. How did you survive so long? You shrug your shoulders to show that you've been through worse. As if this place wasn't dangerous enough, an enormous mistling prowls around. Grim keeps talking. It is called the Monumentor, and it is the spawn of the Shadow Realm. The brood is too big to imagine, let alone fight, so let's leave this place, my friend. He stops to think, and looks at you, his eyes narrowed. Well, actually, why not? You saved me, so this makes you my friend. You seem like you could use a guide, someone to show you around, give you a tip or two. What do you say? By the way, how do you get here? I happen to have a cipher to open the staircase door, if you need it.
Okay. Gain secret 103. Haven't we already got that? Yeah, up here. Grim joins you. Continue the exploration. I guess we go to 116 because we've got a little bit of time left, so we'll go up here. I guess this is the way down.
A feeble trickle of light penetrates through a hole in the ceiling. Reaching the surface this way will be a torment, so you'd better have what you came here for.
Yeah, so this is how we could have got down here. Right, we're going to see if we can attack this monster, I think. If you have the preemptive strike status, there's nothing left to do here. We don't.
The footsteps you come up...
Yeah, we know. Go find the monster before it finds you. Gain the preemptive strike. This could be a really bad idea. Okay, go to script 046.
Traversing the caverns and half-collapsed corridors, slowly but surely, you near the mistling's imposing lair. You notice that the underground maze is more spacious than you anticipated. Enough for the enormous mistling to squeeze through. The beast is quiet, even seems drowsy. Looks like it has no idea about your presence yet. You have the element of surprise.
Okay, set up combat using the following. Okay, map 4, we've got arena card first 43. Let's find that. Arena card 43. Is that the one we did yesterday? 44, 43. No, the Raised City. Okay. And we get some modifiers. So I guess I'll go through those as we come across them. Leave it with me. I'll set up combat and we'll get the combat done this episode. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We're sort of ready for combat. Let's just talk through what we've got going on, shall we? We have the Raised City. Place 1 stone in each of the umbrella spaces, so we've got those there. You and an enemy cannot move or be placed in a space with a stone. You may treat stones as opponents for purposes of attacks, dealing magical damage. When a stone is dealt 4 or more damage in a single turn, discard it. Bonus action, 4 power. Taunt. The next enemy turn, when the Monumentor attacks and deals damage, you may choose to make it target stone in range 1 instead of you. So if we're standing anywhere, I think, during the enemy attack, when the Monumentor attacks or deals damage, you may make it target a stone in range 1. So we could be standing next to it and make it hit one of these things. Okay. Then we've got the Monumentor. Its health is 38. It has 2 magical shield, 1 normal shield. Hits for 3 and moves 1. It has 3 of each of the attack cards. A circle, it will rush, attack +4. So it will do 7 damage. Deal slow in range 3. And if it was fighting a water elemental, it would be +2 damage. On a square, deal 6 damage, drain, so it's going to heal for 6 as well if it does 6 damage. And silence in range 2. And then it's going to rush +1 and deal 3 magical damage to light in range 2. And on a triangle, rush, deal weak in range 2 and attack +4. On a special, which triggers on a 2, this is insane, retreat, deal 8 damage to each opponent within 4 spaces away. 4 or more spaces away. Deal 4 damage to each opponent 2 or 3 spaces away. Deal 2 damage to each opponent 1 space away. To tame it, mislead it. Each time the Monumentor deals damage to a stone, place 1 token of these tokens on the card. We have to have 3 on the card. Tire it out. It has 20 health or less. Enrage it. Deal 10 or more damage to the Monumentor in a single turn. Now, I don't know if we're going to be able to do that with the Luminesca. Stand tall. End your turn within range 1 of the Monumentor and have at least 10 health, 10 power. Now, I'm going to be honest. I don't think we're in a place to be able to try and consider taming this thing. I think it's going to be enough of a battle just to try and do damage to it without dying every 2 turns when this triggers. However, we do get some bonuses because we did catch it unawares. We either get to apply slow or weak to it, or gain 2 power. And if you have the Town Raiser Part 1 status, you get one of these on the taming card. So we do. We have that. What else have we got? Town Raiser Part 2. If you have the Town Raiser Part 2 status, gain 2 power. So that's that. If you have 3 or 4, we don't have those. So let's have a little look at who we're fighting. Us on the right, them on the left. This is what we're up against. Look at it. Look at that booty. This is what we're fighting. Some kind of totem-esque type thing. It's pretty cool. That's going to go in slot number 1. And this is us. This tiny little young Luminesca that goes in number 2. Okay. So this is them. This is us, in case you're wondering. Appreciate it doesn't help that these are all lined up in a row. And the stones are all here. So what's it doing first? It's doing a rush. So it's going to move 1. Then an attack +4 deals slow in range 3. So it's not going to hit us, but still. I could make it, well, I've got 4 already, so I could make it hit the stone. I'm just going to read the stone again. During the next enemy turn with a Monumenter attacks or deals damage, you may choose to make it target a stone in range 1 of you instead. Okay, so what we got? We have Searing Radiance, we have Photosynthesis, and we have Light Vortex. Not bad, you know, because we are going to be able to do damage to it. Do I think I've got any chance of taming this? I'm going to be able to do 9 damage to it minus 2 shield twice. So I'm going to be able to do 2 damage to it. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Because it's got magical shield. These do 3 damage and then 3 damage. So I'd have been able to do 6 damage to it, but take away 2 from each of those. Ugh. Oh, I need to apply slow and weak anyway, right? They're around here somewhere. Hold on. Slow and weak. I think we're going to do photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is an upgrade at the start of your turn. Gain 1 power. So every turn we're going to get an extra power. We can get 2 more of these. So we're up to 5, 6. We've already got 1 damage from earlier. I need something that pierces, really. Okay, he's going to do slow to me, but I think that's fine. We get blinding radiance, which is pretty good. But again, we need pierce. So that was me. Don't think I can do anything else. It's his go. He's doing a circle, which is rush. So we'll move him here. I'll take these with him. He is going to deal +4. So that's 7 damage and silence, but he's got weak, so that's 1 damage in range. Then he's going to rush +1. It'd still be 1 because these go away. And they go away at the end of the turn. I'm just moving them early for that. So, and then he's going to... oh no, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. So he's not rushing at all. He is going to... So it was a circle, right? Deal slow in range 3. So we're now slowed. Okay, fine. Next he's doing a square, which is deal 6 damage and silence in range 2, and then rush +1 and deal 3 damage to me in range 2. So I really like to be away from him, but I'm only going to be able to move 1 space, which sucks. Start of our turn, we get... Hold on, I put it over there. Yeah. Start of our turn, we get 1 of these to begin with. So we're up to 7, right? 2, 4, 6, 7. So he's definitely going to hit us for something. But if I move one, so he's going to do square. So if I was here, so if I used 1 to move, he would, on his turn, deal 6 damage with Drain in range 2. We wouldn't be in range 2. Then he'd rush +1, but by that point we may have applied slow to him. So we'd rush to here, and then he'd deal 3 damage in range 2, which would be us. But I can spend some of these to get him to target the stone instead. But then he's still going to hit us for 2. You suck. You really suck. And then he's going to do his special, which if I was here and he was here, he'd do 4 damage to me. Oh my god. Okay, well either way we're going to have to move, right? So let's spend the 1 we just picked up to move here. And we'll take our slow with us, although we're not planning on moving anymore because we don't have any move cards. I think we do... Let's backtrack slightly. We've spent 1 power. I'm just going to bring that back. So we're up to 7. I'm going to use Light Vortex. You may gain 1 brightness. Brightness allows us to do a few things. I can spend 2 to gain another brightness. I'm going to do that. So we'll put this here. So we're up to 2 brightness. I can attack in range of 2. So my attack is 3 damage minus 1. So I get some damage on him. It's only 2, but it's better than nothing, right? So 2 damage to him. If we're fighting a shadow, we get another brightness. So we're up to 3. This can come over here. Then I'm going to spend 1 to move 1 with our weakness. Sorry, our slow. And I think that's me done. Okay, this comes up, this goes here. We get to then let him do his turn. So his turn is going to be to deal 6 damage and silence in range 2. We are not in range 2. He's then going to rush, which means he moves here and then here, because he rushes +1. Then he's going to deal 3 damage in range 2. So we do take that. I've got no way of stopping it, and I don't have a shield to stop magical damage. So we're up to 4 damage. Okay, not great. And then this goes here. Sorry, he's doing a square. So this goes here. Then he's doing his special action, which is deal 2 damage to each opponent 1 space away. So we're up to 6 damage already. Oh, this was a mistake. The fact that his special triggers so regularly is insane. This was a mistake. Okay. Oh, yeah, hold on. We should have probably used his thing to do damage there. Triangle, rush, deal weak in range 2 and attack +4. Okay. Start of our turn, we get one of these. Don't really like any of these. I'm going to spend 1 to prepare. So I'm going to get rid of Searing Radiance. It goes over here. These move up. What does prepare do? Discard 1 card, you may draw 1 card. I'm just going to check. I can't remember off the top of my head. When I use the prepare action, once I discard a card from slot 4, do I slide the remaining cards up and draw a new card into slot 1? I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes. Searing Radiance in this instance just isn't useful to us. The most it can do is 2 damage, which really sucks. What's he doing? So triangle, I need to make sure he's got... I've got 4 left. Because then Yes, when you use the prepare action, you spend 1 power to discard an action card from a chosen slot. After discarding that, you slide the remaining cards up. So these all move up here. This goes here. Inner Light, gain 1 power. Do not discard other upgrades. So that's really useful to stick on our card here. Okay, now I don't want to put weak or anything on him. But I do want to get out of his way. Because I want him to attack this thing. Okay, I know I've said how useless it is, but I'm going to use Searing Radiance. 1, 2, and 3. Searing Radiance, deal 3 damage in any range, and then if it's a shadow, deal another 3 damage. So we're doing 2 damage to him because he's got 2 magical shield. It's up to 4. Okay. Okay. So that was that. On his turn, he is going to rush, deal weak in range 2 and attack +4. I don't really want weak, but we can do something with it. So I'm going to spend 1 to move here. Okay, these move up. This goes here. It's his turn. He is doing a triangle, which is rush, deal weak. So we are now weak. And attack +4. Oh, have I got this right? It's a stone in space 1, so I'm going to move here, I guess. Actually, I wouldn't have moved, right? Let's just figure this out. I was here, he was here. I wouldn't have moved. Let's get this back. The reason being is I thought it was him of space 1, but it's me. So this goes here. We'll get our 1 power back. He is going to use his attack +4. We're going to spend 4 of these, 1, 2, 3, and 4, to make him target this stone. Whenever he deals damage to a stone, so we'll make him target this stone. So this is destroyed, and he gets a new one of these tokens over here. So we're up to 2 at least. Okay, now we're weak. What's he doing next? A square, which is deal 6 damage and silence in range 2, which I am going to be in. Oh, I think earlier I messed it up. I didn't retreat him on his special ability. Oh, well, we'll come back to that later when we do the next one. So, okay, I'm going to use Restoration, I think. So that means we can heal 2, so we're back down to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We gain 2 power. 1, 2. We can cleanse. We don't need to cleanse. If we're fighting a shadow, we can deal silence, which means his special won't trigger on this turn. And we deal weak. Okay. So do I need to move? I think it makes sense to move so I can be next to this thing. Yeah, let's move. 1, 2, 3. Take our weakness with us. We don't need to use it because we're not attacking. Did I spend 1? I think I spent 1, but I'm not sure. Does anyone know if I spent 1? I'll be back. I'll just check. But equally, I didn't pick 1 up from having our special. So we remain on 5 after moving, spending 1, and then picking 1 up. So it's his go. This moves up. This goes here. It's doing square, which is deal 6 damage and silence in range of 2. We are in range 2, so we take a silence. Then we take 1 damage because we're still in range 2, right? So we're up to 5 because he's got weakness. Okay, we're up to 5. We should turn this over. And then rush +1, so 1, 2. Oh, he only moved, yeah, 1, 2. And he attacks for 3 in range 2, so we take another 3 damage. Youch. We're up to 8. Oh no, we only take 1 damage because he's weak. Okay, so he's not doing his special this turn, but he would normally. So next up he's doing triangle again, which is rush, deal weak in range 2, and +4. Okay, so we gain 1. It's the start of our turn. We want him to be here. We want him to attack one of these things. We need to do damage to him. Okay, I'm going to do this. So we gain another 1. We gain 1 brightness. So up to 4. Now I could spend 2 to get another brightness, but I don't need to because I'm fighting a shadow, so I get 1 more brightness. And then I get to attack in range of 2. So we're going to attack him for 3 damage. He's got 1 shield, so he takes another 2 damage. He's up to 6, everybody. Look at the progress we're making. Any second now, he'll probably collapse. How much do we need to do to him? We need to do 18 damage to him. This seems unlikely. Okay, I'm going to stay where I am. We move this. Am I going to stay where I am? No, I'm going to move 1. I know it sounds silly, but I'm going to move 1. We remove silence. We'll put that over there. Now it's his go. He is going to move up here, put this... hold on. He's going to do his special, which will actually only be 2 damage to us, which is fine. So he's doing a triangle. So the triangle is rush, deal weak. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, deal weak in range 2 and attack +4. We're going to spend 4 of these to make him attack this stone. So that stone goes, and we take another 1 of these and put this over here. Okay. I don't know how we're going to do 10 damage. Because of the shield, it makes it nigh on impossible. No, because this card is really good, but it means we have to discard a card. Sorry, it means we have to discard all of our energy, which means we're then not going to be able to do anything else. Really need a trigger. Okay. So he's done that. He's now doing his special, which is retreat 1, and then deal 2 damage, 4 damage to each opponent 2 or 3 spaces away. So 4 damage to us. So we're up to 10. Oof. Okay. Start of our turn. We take 1 of these. He's doing a circle next, which is rush, attack +4, deal slow in range 3, and then if it's a water, attack +3. Hold on, this wasn't a square. No, it's a triangle. Good. Okay. So I've got weak. I really would like to do some damage to him. I just need to not be in range of him this turn. So I'm going to use Inner Light, which is gain 1 power, plus we take 2 of these for where the card was. This goes under here, so we can have another upgrade. This is all this is doing, is allowing us to have multiple upgrades. So gain 1 power when you do not discard other upgrades when you play this card. So that's all that's doing. It's not actually doing anything massively useful to us. But we're going to spend 1 of these to move 2. Because he, on his turn, is going to rush. So he's going to end up here. He's going to deal an attack and then slow in range of 3, which we will be. So maybe we don't want to be here. Maybe we want to be here. So he moves here, and then we could spend 4 to make him attack those things again. But this is quite a nice little merry-go-round. don't know how we do damage to this thing. Right, let's stay over there then. Right, our weakness goes. Okay, this could be well, no, yes, this could be really useful. So it's his go. He is doing a circle. His circle is rush, attack +4. Deal slow in range 3. We take slow, okay. Next up he's doing a square. Deal 6 damage and silence in range 2, rush, okay. 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 So it's our go. So he's going to do that and then he's going to do his special. So weakness on him would be pretty good. Our turn, we take one of these. I mean, even using our special, we will do a maximum of 3 damage to him. That's stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this might be silly, but we're getting 3 of these. And they're going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of these. Don't like going down to 0, but I'm going to spend 9 of these to do our blinding radiance, which is discard 9 power, deal 9 damage, -2, so we do 7 damage to him. Come on. So he's up to 13 damage. We need to do 18 to him. Deal slow and weak. There's weak to you, buddy. And there's slow. Oh no, that's not slow. And there's slow. Okay. We get rid of our slow. We can't do anything else. It's his go. He is doing a square, which is deal 6 damage and silence in range 2. I'm going to bring these over here. So he's going to do silence to us. And we take 1 damage because he's weakened. Then he's going to rush +1. He's only going to rush 1. Then he's going to deal another 3 damage to us in range 2, or we're going to take another 1. We're up to half our damage. Then he's going to do his special, because he did that last time, so that goes over there. He's going to do his special, which is retreat, so he's going to move back 1, and then deal 4 damage for each one, 2 spaces away. We take another 1 damage. Huge. Having that weakness is huge. Okay. These move up, sorry, forgot to do this. This goes here. Brilliance, okay. What's he doing next? A circle. Rush, attack +4. Ooh, so we gain 1 of these. Rush, attack +4, deal slow in range 3. So I really want him to be hitting this thing or just be out of his range, right? Okay, we can do Aegis of Light, which is 2 of these. Oh, that's not enough. That is not enough. Okay, interesting. Okay, we're going to do... No, I can't get over here. No, this is fine. We're going to do Aegis of Light. So we're going to spend... we're going to gain 2. We are going to put this as an upgrade, but we are able to move +3, so we can now move 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The silence goes away over here. Okay, So we've got all of our upgrades. At the end of your turn, you and your opponents, if you gained any damage, heal. I'm going to spend one of these to do our elemental bonus action. 1, exchange, deal 1 magical damage with pierce 2 in any range and gain 1 damage. So I do 1 damage to him. I take a damage, but then I immediately heal because I took 1 damage. That's it. That's us done. Right, we move this here, we put this here. It's his go. He's doing a circle, which is rush. So he moves here. Deal 4 damage, deal slow in range of 3, 1, 2, 3. We are not in range 3. And then if we're a water, attack again. Okay, this is good. This is good. We gain 1. I'm immediately going... What's he doing next? Triangle. Rush. So he's going to be here. So this is bad news. Because I'm going to be at the end of his turn when he does... Oh, you know what? No, we're good. We're good. Okay. I am going to spend 1 to move. And I'm going to move here. I'm then going to do Colours from Beyond. Deal 2 damage in any range in line. Deal an additional 2 damage for each empty space. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Doing 8 damage to him, minus 2, so we're doing 6 damage to him. Let's put this here. Let's go out, grab 3 of these. 1, 2, and 3. So we are gaining, we're doing 6 damage. So 5, 6. So that puts him up to another 10, right? Where am I going with this? This goes over here. This goes here. We take away these. Okay, so he's now under the 20 health. Now, the next thing is do more than 10 damage in a single turn, which feels very unlikely. Okay, before I turn this over, I am going to spend 1 to deal 1 damage to him and then immediately take 1 damage myself and heal it. And then I'm going to use my sturdy rope. Combat. Deal slow and weak to an opponent in any range. So that goes over there in the discard. And we do slow and weak to him. Perfect. Okay, so it's his go. This moves up. He's doing a triangle. The triangle is rush. Boop. Attack +4 in range 2. There is no one to attack. Then he does his special, which is retreat. Boop. I need to turn this over. Retreat. Okay. Deal opponent 4 spaces away. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's us. He's going to do 1 damage to us because we made him weak. These go away. Okay. But then we shuffle all of these cards because he's done his whole thing. I don't think there's a way that we can do 10 damage in 1 space, but who knows. Okay, this goes back over here. He's doing a triangle next, which is rush, deal, weak in range 2, and attack +4. We've got smash. Choose any space with a terrain, deal 6 magical damage to each opponent within range 1. Reduce this by their shield, not their magical shield. That's pretty good. If this was in slot 4, we could trigger. So we could get 1 for that. Then we could do our... so we would do 5 damage to this one, for this one, right? We'd do 5 damage over here because we'd be doing 6 damage minus 1 because we're using his shield rather than his shield. Then brilliance. Then our special, which is deal 4 damage, deal 1 damage for each brightness. We've got a maximum of 5 brightness. So that would be minus his shield, which is 2. So we do 5, 6, 7, 8, which is 2 short of where we need to be. You suck. You really suck. Really need a trigger. So I think the most I can do is 9. Oh. I think the most I can do is 9. What's he doing? Rush, deal weak in range 2 and attack +4. Let's just go through this again. Deal 6 damage to each opponent within range 1 of this space. So that would be 6 damage minus 1 because of his shield. So that's 5 damage. Then we'd do our special. We'd have 5. We'd have 6 because we picked one up. We'd do our special, which is 5 damage minus 2, so that's 8. Then we do our elemental bonus action at the beginning of the turn, so that would be 9. God damn it. This card doesn't help me in the slightest. Deal 3 damage in any range and then plus 1 shield, 1 magical shield, 1 attack and 1 movement, but for each upgrade we have, but it's not the attack that we do. Okay, I think I'm going to pick one up and then I'm going to spend one immediately to shuffle. So I'm going to put this here to prepare. I'm going to put this here and move this along. We now have Sundering Flame. Oh, this is huge. Okay, we're going to use Sundering Flame. We're going to get rid of one of these things. I'm going to get rid of gain power on the start of your turn. Probably a mistake. I'm going to get rid of heal, the heal one. So we're going to take that away and I'm going to use Sundering Glare. We get 1 for this and 1 for where it is. That goes there. And now we've got your magical attacks have Pierce 2. That is huge. Okay. Which means this goes here. Oh, we needed a thing. I'm going to put this here instead of here. That's on me. I should have picked that up earlier. Okay. Now what? So I've used this. What did I just use? I used the thing. I've got my thing. I don't need to do anything else. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done. Okay, here's goes. Doing a triangle. Triangle is rush, deal weak within range 2, and then attack +4. We're not in range 2. Right, it's our go. We are going to smash. So we get one of these. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we can now do smash. He's in range 1 of a thing. He's going to use his shield to block this rather than his normal. So we get 2 of these. Is that right? Did I just pick those up? I don't know. Hold on. Got to check again. Okay, so I don't think I picked up our 2 for using smash. So we've got that. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Smash. Deal 6 damage to an opponent within range 1 of this space with a terrain in. Reduce this by their shield. So we're going to hit them for 6. That's actually going to be 5, right? Because of that. I'm just going to tuck these here so we can keep track of it. Okay, so that can go there. Then we're going to do 4 here. Maybe I'd have done this first, to be fair. Let's assume I did this before I did that. We're using 4 to do 5 damage, but we have Pierce 2, so that negates his shield. So that's another 5 damage, so that is 10. I'm just going to tuck these on here so we can see them. So we've now done 10 damage in a single turn. We haven't finished our turn yet. End your turn within range 1 and have 10 power. So we've got 5 currently. We get rid of one of these. This would have gone in our discard pile. We're going to lose our special effects in a second, but all we need to do is get power. So what's he doing? He's doing a circle, which is rush. So he's going to be here, plus attack +4, then deal slow. Then he's going to retreat. So he's going to move back here, and then he's going to attack. So we're going to take 4 damage. Did I put the damage on him? Don't think it matters because we're not going to attack him anymore. I don't think I have any way to stop him doing this anyway, so that's fine. So let's move this up and put this here. That's my turn done. It's his go. What did we say he was doing? He was doing a circle, right? So rush and attack +4, we're not there. Deal slow, so there's one of those. If we were water, it'd attack again, we're not. And then he does his special, which is retreat. We're slow, not him. Then going to retreat, and he's going to attack, deal 4 damage. 1, 2, 3, we're 3 spaces away, deal 4 damage. Ouchie. Okay. Get rid of these and change it to a 5. Okay. It's close, and I don't know if I'm still going to be able to do this. Next he's doing a square, which is deal 6 damage and silent. So we're going to take this either way. This is all a bit irrelevant. So we're going to take this. This goes here. Oh, that might be the end of this. Hold on. Because he's going to do 6 damage and then another 3 damage. 9 damage to us. The question is where this goes. Okay, we can get around this. We're going to take Undying Light. So we're going to do this. We're going to put this here. We're going to... Oh, no, we can't. Hold on. I need to know... When do we put the card we've just used on top of our discard pile? Do we shuffle the cards before putting the card we've just used on top of our discard pile if we have no more cards to draw? Don't know if that made sense, but... because on his turn, he's going to deal 6 damage with Drain. So he's going to heal, that doesn't matter. And then he's going to rush +1, so he's going to be standing right next to us. Then he's going to deal 3 damage to us. So he's going to do 9 damage. We're on 28. So that's enough to kill us. When you resolve an action card during your turn, you place the resolve card face up on top of the action card discard pile. If you need to draw from a card from your deck as empty, you must reshuffle your discard pile to create a new deck before drawing. That card you just used would already be in the discard pile when you reshuffle. Crap. Okay. I think I might be screwed. What order do you place discard cards on your discard pile when you use trigger? Because this is the deciding factor. If we can use this, put that on top of our discard pile, then use this as a trigger, then we get the shields. That would be huge. When you use trigger, you resolve another card from your slots and discard it. Then you end resolving the card. Then you end resolving the card that caused the trigger and discard it. Discard the card that was used to trigger. So we're screwed either way. Because I'm going to have to draw. I don't think I can do anything about this. I can't get out of his range. I guess I'm going to be standing... No, he's still going to do 6 damage to us. Regardless of what I do. Okay, hold on. Hold on. So I need to end the turn with 10, right? I've got 4, 5, 6, 7. If I take this, that's 3. So that puts me up to 10. And then I've got this. This might be clutch. Move, gain 2 damage, move again. Which would put me within 1 space of him with 10, right? Let's just make sure this is correct. So I'd take 1 to begin my turn. Then I'd take another 3 for using Luminous Infusion. So that would be 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But I can only move 1. I can't move any spaces. But I would use this to, no, use this. Where did I just put it? Here. Move 1, boop, and then gain 2 damage, boop, boop. That puts me up to 20 to move again, and with that I end right next to him. I just want to make sure that my maths was correct on the amount of power I had before I started this turn. We'd have taken 1 for our start, then 3. So as long as I had 6 at the beginning of this, which I don't know if I did. I wonder if I gained 2. Let me go and check. Bear with me. Okay, I'm back. And I think we had 7 in our draw pile before we even began, which is good. I was just checking the rules also about when you shuffle your discard pile. You shuffle when you need to draw a card, so this is okay, because obviously we didn't need to draw one. So I think we had 7 in our pile. We took 1 for starting the turn. We then took the card in 3, so we would have taken 3 of these, but we had to put 1 back. We then used our tough nuts to move 1, and because we got slow, we can move again, taking 2 damage to move 1, which puts us within range 1 of him, having 10 power, and that is enough to tame him, and that was real clutch, because that would have been the end of us on that turn if it have hit us. That was insane. Okay, tame, go to script 039. We can do that. Let's just have a little look. 039.
The mistling freezes and looks at you with all its eyes. You read no emotions in them, and cold shivers run down your back, but the beast refrains from hostile actions. It suddenly kneels like a well-trained horse and tilts its head with curiosity. You touch its surprisingly warm skin and realize you have won the mistling's heart.
Sorry, I apologise that the audio might have been quite loud. I put you right next to the microphone. The phone right next to the microphone. Okay, we've won his heart. Each misling took part in the combat heals down to half their health, so we get 12 hit points. Okay. The rest can go away. I think I did enough damage to him, right? Now I'm questioning it, but I'm pretty sure I did enough damage to him. He was over 18, which would have been it. I'm sure we must have done. If I didn't, then I messed that up on accident rather than on purpose. But I'm sure we got him down by 18 hit points. Okay, let's just put these away. Oops, we'll throw that one on the floor. Okay, place card 268 in the divider. So let's put you back over here. Bring you over here. Let's just grab the mistling divider. So we've got the cards over here, so we can read a little bit about him. So 268 goes over here. Then it says 267 in the encyclopedia. A monumentor is a half-legendary mistling that appears mostly in scary bedtime stories from the Shadow Realm. It's hard to sift them to find any grains of truth, but most stories agree there is an enormous tetrapod inhabiting caverns and underground ruins. It's also said to be an immensely strong and fiercely protective of its territory. No tamer has ever met it, let alone tamed it until today, my friends. Until today. Okay. Place cards 2659, and with all of them, the action cards behind the thing, we can do that. So all of these, this is now in our party. We've only got so many mistlings that we can take, so it's good to have a third now. This goes behind the remove divider, clear the arena. If you have preemptive strike status, continue the exploration. We do. Okay, let's bring this over here. Let's close this. I'm just going to have to make sure we wrap up, so bear with me. We'll just do this last bit and we'll be right back. Okay, so we are back and we're about to continue the exploration. Now, I'm not sure if there's much more for us to do here, so I think I'm going to go via O22. O22.
The door to the staircase remains open. You can safely return to the surface when you are done searching the place.
I am so done searching this place. Head up to the surface, requires a token in slot A. We've got that. If you have already found the triangular key, so you may head towards the main gate. This ends the scenario to script O25. If you have preemptive strike, go to O38. We do.
You arrive at the gate and place the bar with the triangles onto the would-be lock. The triangles do match. The hinges grate as the door reluctantly opens before you, promising the next leg of the journey.
Nice. If you have secret 104, remove the token from it. We don't. If you have the acquaintance number 1 status, we do. 54.
As you leave the town behind you, you hear running footsteps. You look back and see a male fae in tattered clothes, his vestigial wing flapping as he runs. "That monumental job was impressive," he shouts, panting. "You truly scared that earth-shaking brute, and it had it coming. But leaving me down there in the ambush was far from nice. I called for help, didn't I? What did I do to this?"
Hold on. If you don't have it, we were listening to the wrong one. We do have it. If you have the acquaintance part 2, we don't have that.
You hear running footsteps soon after you leave the town. You look back and see a male fae.
Hold on. This is so annoying. So if you don't have the acquaintance part 1 status, we do have the acquaintance part 1. If you have the acquaintance part 2 status, why would it be if you don't have the acquaintance part 1 status and then if you do have the acquaintance part 2? If you have the acquaintance part 2 status, is this requirement met? Yes.
As you leave the town behind you, you hear running footsteps. You look back and see a male fae in tattered clothes, his vestigial wing flapping as he runs.
I'm confused. We've already met him, so I'm going to go through this in the book, just in case it's different. So, what one are we reading? We are reading O38. So I'm just going to bring up the book and just see if we are doing something a bit dumb. If you have secret 104, if you don't have acquaintance part 1 status, go to script O54. If you have acquaintance part 2 script status, go to script O56. So we don't have. If you don't have acquaintance part 2 script, go to O54. So we do have acquaintance part 1 status. If you have the acquaintance part 2 status, we don't have that. Otherwise, read on. You hear running footsteps as you leave town. You look back and see a male fae in tattered clothes. We know who he is. Monumental job was impressive, but you truly scared that earth-shaking break. My name is Grim. Yeah, we know. I'm confused. I wonder if we were meant to get. Let's just see what O56 says. If you have acquaintance 02, O56. Let's see what it says. Because we got him out, right? As you leave the town behind you, hear running footsteps, made in attack clothes, whispering. He shouts, "You truly scared that earth-shaking brute. Well, you eventually left me there, but I got there. There are no limits that what one can do. He's close enough to see that to see you fully, and stops abruptly seeing you. You were all different. This is weird. It feels like something's a bit amiss because we've already met him. He's already said that we're different. But I think we'll carry on from here. Gain secret 104. So he's basically having a go at us for not catching up with him. Grim takes a breath and shrugs his shoulders. Well, what is the difference anyway? All right, all grievances aside, in case you've forgotten, my name is Grim, and you will look like you need a guide here. Gain secret 104, which is the same on all of these, to be fair. So gain secret 104. 104. Secret 104 is Grim, a fae who has decided to join you. Talk to Grim, go to script 100 of the current scenario. In between scenarios, you campsite script on the world map. Okay, interesting. Getting Secret 104, we are friends now, don't die so quickly. So I'm just going to tick the acquaintance 2 off, I think. I don't really know. Something feels a bit amiss. Go to script 57. Okay. Script 57. I do need to check the errata just for these, so I'll do this in a second. But you've reached the end of the scenario. Take the world map. We can do that. Oh, we need to go to script 0100, it sounds like. 0100, because that means we can talk to Grim.
There is no immediate danger, so it seems like a perfect moment for a little chat, Grim says. But alright, let's assume we have time for one question. Fire away.
One question, you say. Tell me more about the Monumentar. How exactly did he end up in that tunnel? How did you open... How to open the gate to the upper city? What is this place? Why are you alone out here? How did he end up in the tunnel? Now, why are you alone out here? Go to script 105. If you don't have the consequence status part 1, we don't.
My people have suffered a lot, Grim admits. After centuries of living in this reality of darkness and gloom, we tried to use the portals to...
If you don't have consequences part 1 status, go to... Hold on.
Most of my people have left the Shadow Realm through the Moon Gates, Grim admits. Some have stayed, though, to continue living in this reality of darkness and gloom, and I mean to help them. My mission is to make the Shadow Realm a more habitable place. I'm looking for a place that can change the fate of the survivors forever.
Just going to go back to where we were. 038, was it? If you don't have acquaintance part 1, which we do. If you have acquaintance part 2, which we don't. Otherwise, read on. Okay. Okay, so he tells us what we already know, which is people left. If token B is on secret 104, lose a time. If token A is on secret 104, flip it. If no token's on secret, place it on his token, his secret now. Okay, so we'll put this over here, and I'll put token A on it, I think is what it says. If no token's on secret, I'm going to place A on it now. Okay. So we only get to ask him a certain number of questions. I think we're done. We don't need to ask any more questions of you. So 057 is where we're heading now to finish this scenario. I'll just check the errata because I know there were some things that are a little bit weird. Congratulations, you've reached the end of scenario. Take the world map. We've got that here. Flip world card map 00 to, or 01 to explored. So we just turn it over. So that's that. Gain wildcard map 02, gain wildcard map 04, slot cards in the diagram as shown. So we'll put one here and one here. We'll do that. I'll show you that next time. Open a random booster card behind the unlock cards divider, remove all fatigue, fully heal your mistings, save the game or start another scenario. So I think we just want to read the errata. So I'm going to just quickly do that in case there's anything that we need to know for foray into the Shadow Realm, just in case there's some things that are slightly awry. So bear with me 1 second. Okay, I'm back with some erratas, and none of them are the ones that we need to worry about, so that's all good. This is available on Board Game Geek if you're looking for it. So open a random booster. Let's do this one, shall we? There we go. Let's zoom in so you can see what we've got. We have World Without Water. Deal 1 magical damage in range 2 for every 5 damage you have. Search for 1 for every 5 damage you have. If it's fire, deal 2 damage in range 2. When you gain damage that equals or exceeds your full health, heal up to 1 and remove this card from the game. So kind of a come back to life thing. Moment of respite, discard 3, heal 3. Okay, 2 of those. Sacrifice, gain 4 damage, gain 4 power. Cursed reflection, deal 3 damage, drain in range 2. So this is a shadow. If you're fighting a light, deal silence in range 2. And when you attack, interrupt in range 1. Quite nice. Rejuvenation, cleanse 2, heal 2 for each token discarded this way. Okay. Wind, attack, pierce 3. You may place the top card from your discard pile on top of your deck. Quite nice. Protect the beauty, attack. This is an earth. Attack plus X, where X is your shield. Instead of spending power for your bonus actions, you may gain that much damage. And then the last one is another shadow, life transfer. Deal 3 magical damage, drain in range 2. Deal weak in range 2 if you're fighting a like. Instead of that power, you can spend damage to use your bonus actions. So there we go. That's all of the cards that we've got. We'll put them in our pack ready for deck building next time. We also get to heal up full, remove all of our fatigue, and then start a new thing. Let's just find our map tiles. They're here. So we are placing world map card 2 in. Just going to go back. World map card 2 in this slot. So that goes there. Just bring this over. So this is world map card 2. We've got a few places. Oh, no, that's the wrong side. World map card 2, so we've got a few places that we can go, or world map card 4 in the unexplored side, which goes here, which means we can also go up here. But the only quest we've really got to do is go to P01. All of these others are XO1s, which I assume are going to be places where we can go to maybe tame mistlings, etc. So we're going to get to heal, we're going to get to fully recover. This one's been a long one, I apologise. But there you go, first chapter done in this foray into the Shadow Realm. Let's just have a look. So we've got O. I'm just going to see what it goes up to. I think it might go up to N. There's all the X's. Let's just check. It goes up to R. So quite a few still to go, right? So I'm just working backwards through here. Bear with me. So there's still a lot of R's. Then there's P's. So yeah, R, P, and then R. So maybe not quite as many as we thought. So interestingly, we've got O's, then P's, then R's. And that's it, I think. And then we're on to X's. So yeah, looks like there's just a 3. Is that what I'm telling you? Oh yeah, it looks like it's just the 3 main quests, and then that. But this took what, 2.5 hours to do, probably. So you know, I guess we've got the same coming from the rest of them. There you go. This has been whatever this game is. This has been Dragon Eclipse foray into the Shadow Realm. We'll keep going. We're almost done with the whole thing, and then I don't know what we're going to do. Because I have, regardless of all of the stuff with Awakened Realms and AIR and all of those things, I've really enjoyed the game. But it is disappointing that they can't pay artists if that's what they're officially doing. I don't know if it's been officially confirmed or not. It does make me want to shy away from Awakened Realms games, but you know, for the money that they make and for the amount of Kickstarters that they have, you would assume that they would have been one of the ones that could. But anyway, we'll pick this up next time. Thank you so much for watching. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Really helps if you do those things. If you want to support the channel, help me continue to make this kind of content, then go and check out Patreon, where we have early access on certain videos. We have sort of videos of me learning new games and a few other bits and pieces on there. It's certainly worth checking out. And we'll have polls on games to come up and all of those things. So there you go. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you again soon. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's me, Scott. Thank you very much for joining us. As you can see, we're back. We're playing some more Dragon Eclipse, and we are diving into the next scenario. Before we do that, we get to visit one of these locations. We were here at X2 it was 000 when we explored it. The next quest we've got to do is P0, but we can go to X2 and have a little look around. I've got X2 open here. You enter the sinister ruins of the abandoned Fey town and you are tempted to search it. Choose one. Cautiously search the ruins, gain one item, start the available scenario. Let's do that. So we've only got 2 cards left here. Let's choose this one. It is an ornate bracelet. Anytime, gain 3 power. We know what this is. This is the corrupt coins or whatever they were, which is a failure on the next test. I didn't really want that. Oh well. Okay. So we've gained a new item. Leave, choose a different world scenario or start anew. So we've done that. So once we do that, we have to start the next scenario, which is PO. The light below is what it's called. So let's go to P0. There's going to be some deck building elements before we move on. Last time out, we did tame a new mistling. I'm just going to read this to you rather than play the audio. You have left the ruins of the Fey town, and now you head towards the distant lighthouse, perfectly visible against the dark purple sky. Grim, who has never left your side, calls the structure the Bright Pinnacle and speaks of it with reverence. You are eager to explore it, but the landscape you are trudging through is even more taxing and dangerous than the town raised by the monster. You are shocked to realize that the way to the pinnacle will take you through a cracked, jagged ridge and a maze of caves, crevices and valleys. What's more, there seems to be only one safe way. Safe, or at least the least deadly. But you have been through worse, haven't you? And the mystery of the pinnacle still drags you forward. Combat. Burn dealing fire mistling. That's who we're going to have to fight. At least who we're going to have to fight. Other. Having an earth, a shadow, or a fire mistling may be helpful. Choose 2 mistlings to accompany you. Perform the deck construction. Go to script P1. So maybe, just maybe, we'll take our buddy here, who we've just picked up. The other ones we've got is a Luca, who's a shadow and wind, or a Luminesca, who's a little light boy. So maybe we take our little light boy as well. But who knows? We're going to have to figure that out. I'll go and do some deck construction, and then we move on to P1. So let's dive into it. Okay. So we've built our decks, we've got the Memento coming with us, we've built everything else ready, we're good to go. We've got to go script P1.
Together with Grim, you plunge into the rock labyrinth. The air is sticky and hot, and the heavy smell of sulfur makes breathing much harder. The rock edges are treacherously sharp, and the path is steep. But despite the toil, you cannot stop admiring your surroundings. You stumble upon abandoned villas, their beauty still enchanting, and every now and then the path is lit by an intricately crafted street lamp. The land has been merciless to the Fae, who still went to great lengths to make it beautiful. You enter a cave chamber, its walls overgrown with a species of enchantingly beautiful yet thorny vine. There are a few steaming ponds, and something of an entrance, yet entirely covered by the vines.
Okay. If you have the Harlequin status, Part 2 status, go to script P2. Is this met? No, it's not.
Together with Grim...
Hold on, it's reading the wrong one. Hold on, let's just see if that's correct.
Together with Grim...
Okay, well it looks like you're listening to me read this one. What number am I on? You approach a vine which unexpectedly flexes and whips towards you. The pain of the sting makes you shout out, but is nothing compared to the burn which comes later. Welcome to the shadow realm, where most things will probably try to hurt you, Grim quips. Well, he could have given you a heads up. I was going to, he says, but actually, it's the best experience, the first kiss of the shimmering tendril yourself. You won't forget it this way. Besides, I don't really understand why you would want to touch it, this disgusting weed, all right? Let's do something about it. Here, look for another way. Those street lamps are fueled by natural gas and can generate a lot of heat. I bet we can crank them up and fry these obnoxious shrubs. Gain 1 fatigue. What? Okay, we'll gain 1 fatigue. Gain secret 105. Okay. Secret 105. Exhaustion. The aura of this place appears harmful to the mistlings. Hurry or they will drop with fatigue. Place the fatigue deck next to this card. So I'll put this over here. We'll grab the fatigue deck. Okay, these are all the fatigue cards. There's 8 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus the one we've got. So I'll tuck those up the top here. Place the fatigue deck next to this card. If the fatigue deck is empty, you will have to continue, and you have to continue or begin a new exploration. You feel your legs giving. Go to script P50. Oh, good. Just what we want, to stuff our hands full of fatigue cards. Okay. Gain 1 fatigue, gain secret 105. Important. Carefully read the secret rules. They are crucial for this scenario. During this scenario, you won't be able to use the time track. Instead, secret 105 tracks the endurance during the exploration. If you run out of fatigue cards, the scenario ends. Open map 03 and begin the exploration. Right, we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. We've set up the map. This is map number 3. There's no secret deck for this one, so no secret card, no time track on it. There is a hidden number, P57, and obviously we're just making sure we don't run out of fatigue cards. Our task was to turn on these lights, so maybe turning these up is the starting point. Let's go and let's do P57 first. You know what? It's always good to go to the hidden ones. P57.
The gas street lamp is overgrown with an impenetrable thicket of shimmering tendrils. But up close, you see that it has been made of an intricately carved metal. The builder put great attention to details which you find hard to believe. It is just a lamp, isn't it? What a beauty! Grim delicately runs his fingers down the column. It is nothing unusual here. We worship the light and exploit every possible source of it. We use gas, mirrors, the lot. He turns around and walks up to a glowing part of a rock. Also this, he explains. We call it glowstone, and it is the only known type of rock which emits light. The shining chambers are said to have been built entirely from it.
Okay, continue the exploration. Let's go to P6. P6 looks like it's got something written on a wall down here. If you have an earth symbol in front of you, the drawings are blurred and unreadable. Is this requirement met? No.
You inspect murals, left ages ago by Faye. Most of them focused on the light, lanterns and street lamps. The artists carefully depicted rows of pipes running between street lamps and unshapely containers, probably used to store natural gas. There are other drawings too, but mostly obscured by humidity and covered with moss.
Try to uncover the drawings. Go to script P27. Got to do a test. Let's just check if we've missed any images or anything that I can show you. P27 doesn't look like it, but we do have a test. Spend a tool, which we don't have, to add 3. At the end of the test, for each pair of eyeballs you gain 1 damage. Some of them must be poisonous. We're definitely going to get those because we know what's left in the deck. There is no end to the moss. Continue the exploration. 5 to 6, that was 4 or less. 5 to 6, you uncover some drawings. 7, you uncover an important drawing. 8, unfortunately, as you try to uncover the drawings, you damage, and we can't see it. So we know what's here. Our first one is going to be a 6, and we uncover 2 eyeballs. If we for each pair of eyeballs, you gain 1 damage. So I'm going to put that over here. We'll figure out who we're putting that on in a bit, and we'll take the 6. You uncover some of the drawing. I don't want to. Do I want to push for a 1? Do I want to push for a 1? A 1 is you uncover an important drawing. I'm going to push for a 1. Oh, that's equipment. That's not going to have anything on. Hold on. Here we go. We got a 1 with another eyeball. The eyeball doesn't matter because we need pairs. You uncover an important drawing. Go to P30. Huge.
You uncover a part of the drawing collection. They show a Fey traveller bringing an oval, shining object from the ruins. I remember this moment, Grim says, enthusiastically. I recognize it from the stories my grandmother told me.
Okay. Place a earth in front of you. We'll put that down here. White side up. So it's important as to what side these are up. When you're doing these, go to script 31.
You reveal the drawings, showing a Fey woman exploring the area, possibly even camping here. This is interesting, Grim says. If she left so much evidence of her work here, maybe we may also find what remains of her camp.
Good point. Continue the exploration. Oh, that doesn't help me. Does that mean there's a hidden number here? I thought you were going to give us a doodah. I'm just going to have another check around this area. I thought it was going to give us a thing to show us. Just knowing there's a camp doesn't help me. I can't see any other numbers, so if it's here, it's very well hidden. Okay, let's go to P5 up here. We didn't have to lose any exhaustion or anything for that, so that's good news. P5. If you have the Fey Technology Part 1 status, there is nothing interesting here. No, we don't have that.
You have seen a few Fey street lamps, but this one, entirely entangled by shimmering tendrils, is different. All the previous ones were connected to a complicated network of pipes, yet the one in front of you has none of that. There is a feeble ray of white light in it, which seems to be magnetically attracted to you. The shimmering tendrils bristle as if in response, and its spikes viciously aim at you.
Approach the lantern and absorb the flame. Command your mistling to repel the vines. Requires a fire mistling. We don't have any. I guess we approach and try and absorb the flame. The vine angrily lashes at you, but you manage to snatch the flame away. Gain 3 damage and gain 1 fatigue. Okay. Gain 1 essence. Okay, we're up to 2 essence. And gain the Fey Technology Part 1 status. And 3 damage. Okay, not great for our mistlings, but never mind. Continue the exploration. So there is a cave here. I'm less inclined to go into that cave. Let's go to P8. Let's just make sure I got everything I was meant to gain. Angry lashes at you, take 3 damage, gain 1 fatigue, gain 1 essence, gain the Fey Technology Part 1, continue the exploration. So P8.
You halt at the edge of a natural pool with hot, steaming water. Your mistling is itching to plunge inside and splash a little. Well, maybe a short respite would not be such a bad idea.
I think it might be, because everything about this is losing fatigue, right? It's going to drain him. There'll be more damage to us, and we can't afford to take that. I'm going to P3. Relax for a while, only if there was no token. You know what? Fine. Fine, we'll do it. Relax for a while. You spend some time resting. Place a water token in front of you on the white side up. And heal 2. Great. Remove 1 fatigue. Great. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to P3. Okay, P3.
The way takes you down into the depths of the ground. The smell of mineral springs is getting stronger with every step you take, and the air is getting stickier too. There are a few shimmering tendrils dangling over the entrance to the passage. Would it be possible to slip through them?
Let's leave. I don't think we want to do that. Let's go to P4.
You travel through impenetrable darkness. However, your eyes adjust after a few steps and you begin to discern separate sources of fluorescent light. On closer inspection, you see a clump of lightly glowing fungi attached to the wall.
Go in. Go to script P26.
You enter an enormous cave where the air smells of wet and must. The heavy darkness is penetrated only by small colonies of glowing mushrooms. As you tread carefully into the chamber, you accidentally step on a few small ones. The mushrooms flash and release a reddish cloud of spores which floats up and spreads in the air. For a short while, they give you enough light to assess how big the chamber actually is. The cloud fades away soon, though, and all you are left with are the glowing mushrooms again. Quite amazing, is it not? Grim sneaks up behind you. Want to see something even more interesting? Grim lowers himself to the ground and starts humming. One of the mushrooms near his face begins to brighten ever so slightly in response. Some of them react to music, Grim explains, as the glow dies out. Instruments, preferably, from what I've heard.
Okay, close map 3, open map 4. Alright, this is map 4. We'll just have a look for hidden numbers. There is a P13. Is there any others? P13 is over here. You can see it written on the side of that cart. P11 is over here by this obelisk. I'm going to call it an obelisk. P12. Holy cack, there's a lot of hidden things on this one. Think that's it. We'll just have one quick look more, just in case we missed anything. Okay. Let's go to P9 first then. P9, which is over here. I guess this is the way back.
This is the way back to the ravine.
Okay, let's stay here a little longer. We'll go to P10.
You stumble upon a cluster of glowing mushrooms which seem to emit light on their own, and not only when they are poked. As you bend to examine them, you discover that they are covered with a thin film of translucent slime. You look up to stare into the dark in the other parts of the chamber and falter. You look hesitantly at Grim. What? The Fae laughs. You want me to guide you there? Well, from what I have noticed, my eyesight is a little better than yours, but I wouldn't count on it in such darkness. I'm not sure if I can show you a safe way out. His voice echoes all over the chamber.
Thanks, Grim. Okay, ask Grim if he sees anything specific. Pick up some of the glowing mushrooms. Let Grim play the harp. Requires secret 111. We don't have that. Some of the glowing mushrooms sounds like a bad idea. Ask Grim if he sees anything specific. Script P32.
Hey, I see something, Grim says. Not much, just glimpses in this blasted darkness. There is a square structure here, probably made of stone, and a broken cart next to it, and some stairs in the corner. Hey, and mushroom colonies. How about we make them glow?
Okay, so it's just told us all of the secret numbers. Look for hidden script numbers. Yeah, go to script P10.
You stumble upon a cluster.
So we can't make them grow. I don't glow. I don't think we should pick any up. Let's go to P13.
You make out a vague shape in the dark. You grope it and knock on it, trying to figure out what it actually is. But all you can gather is that you are dealing with a piece of junk stuck among a few sizable mushrooms. You need some light to examine it and determine its purpose.
I've got a torch. Use some essence to awaken the mushrooms. Play a tune. Order your mistling to run along the shrooms. Order your mistling to illuminate the space. Only if token A is not in front of you. Retrace your steps. Order your mistling to run among the shrooms. Oh god. You order your mistling to run on shrooms. You gain 1 damage and 1 fatigue. Here we go again. Gain secret 110. We're not going to have to do this for each of these, right? Secret 110, and place it on the map. Continue the exploration. Okay, P24.
There are some yellowed sheets of paper amassed here. You browse through them, hoping to see some diagrams or charts. But the notes are chaotic. Some parts are stained, and the writing is unintelligible. Even the well-preserved parts are hard to read. Either the writer had terrible handwriting, or he used some secret language. "Give me that," Grim says, grinning. "I can't help with these."
Gain Fey Technology Part 3. Great. If you don't have Secret 111, discard Secret 110 from the map. If you don't have Secret 111, discard Secret 110 from that. I didn't even get to go to the back of the cart. Come on now. Oh. So I guess I'm going to have to do the same thing again over here. Shall we pick a mushroom and just see if it helps us? I guess we have to. I think they're just going to die outright.
You stumble upon a clump.
And we'll take some fatigue. Pick some of the glowing mushrooms. Here we go.
You tear off the cap of the glowing mushroom, but its light fades almost immediately. You try the same trick with other mushrooms, but the result is the same. Besides, your hands begin to itch and burn. The slimy film of the mushrooms must be toxic.
Well, that is a surprise. Gain 1 power. Great. Always useful. Gain 3 damage or 1 fatigue. Go to script P10. Let's take 1 fatigue for now.
You stumble upon a...
What the hell do we do now? Let's go back to P11. P11.
It is pitch dark, and at times you must grope to find a safe way forward. Eventually, you come across a square structure of unknown purpose. You spot a few mushrooms nearby. Would it be possible to make them shine? You could use some light.
What's really annoying about this is, first off, I've got an orb of fire, which would surely help. And second off, can't he hum to the mushrooms? Use some essence to awaken the mushrooms. Play a tune only if you have Secret 111. Order your mistlings to run in the shrooms. Order your mistling to illuminate. You know what? Let's use some essence. Discard 1 essence and gain Secret 108. Not sure this is wise, but 108. I feel like this square is somewhat important. Okay. P25 or P20. I'm going to P20, I think.
There is a notebook on the stone step of the pedestal. As you open it, you learn it used to belong to one Alaria, and mostly talks about her journeys. Grim snatches it away from you and begins to read. "Alaria was trying to find the shining chambers here," he mumbles under his breath, as a way of explaining things. He seems moved. "But when she found the crystal, she abandoned the search to finish building the bright pinnacle." He closes the book and looks at you. "Since my grandmother searched this place, the shining chambers cannot be far," he states. The reading, however, takes so much of your time that the light of the mushrooms begins to fade.
Of course it does. Okay, gain the Lighthouse Part 3 status. Gain the in the notebook there's a prototype sketch for the Bright Pinnacle. Gain the Harlequin Part 3 status. If you don't have Secret 111, discard Secret 108 from the map. I'd really like Secret 111 if I'm honest. Okay. I guess we go to P12 then.
unexpectedly stumble and fall to your knees. You grope around to find some steps before you. You wish you could look around, but it's too dark to see anything. You need a source of light.
Use some essence to awaken the mushrooms, play a tune, order your mistlings to run alongside the shrooms, order your mistlings to illuminate. Let's spend our other essence. I'm sure it's more useful for other stuff, but what can we do? 109. Okay, P21 or P22? Let's try P21, shall we?
The faint light of the mushrooms illuminates the stone stairs which lead to a round structure resembling a hatch. The round shape is divided into 5 pointed triangular pieces which all converge in the center. You come nearer and spot a rim around the hatch with the symbols of fire, water, earth, air, and dark carved on it. Some blurred Fey drawings depict their exile forced by the Dragon Guardians. You conclude that the hatch must have been made by the Fey themselves. But what for? There is a lot of evil lurking in the Shadow Realm, Grimm says, and all of it is attracted to the light. Whoever put the door here most certainly had a reason. You ask Grimm how it could be opened. No idea, Grimm says, studying the entrance. Oh, wait a minute. It seems that only a person in alignment with all the elements could go through it.
Of course. Open the gates only if you have fire, darkness, light, water, and earth in front of you. Examine the tracks. P22.
The faint light of the mushrooms allows you to see some tracks which are, strangely enough, impressed in the stone slab. It makes you wonder, how is it even possible? Have they been burned out? Or were they left when the stone melted? The tracks seem to lead out of the cavern. You would like to see more, but the light of the mushrooms begins to fade.
Gain the underground dweller. If you have secret 111, discard secret 109 from the map. If you don't have it, discard secret 109 from the map. What the heck do we do now? I guess maybe there's a thing on that. Maybe there's a harp on the back of the thing, right? Let's go back to P13.
You make out a vague...
Yeah. I'm going to have to get my mistlings to run along the shrooms. We gain 1 damage and 1 fatigue. Place map 110 on the map. Okay, and we go to P23.
The mushrooms illuminate the area, which allows you to spot a few discarded tools. They seem more or less broken, but perhaps some are still usable.
Collect what you can. Don't strain yourself. Check the other place. Collect what you can. Trying to find the right equipment in these circumstances seems daunting, and what's worse, suddenly the light begins to fade. Gain 1 fatigue, gain 1 equipment. If you don't have secret 111, discard secret 110 from the map. Okay, gain 1 equipment. So 1 fatigue. Okay. Uh-oh. We're getting close. We got a lantern. That could be really useful. Combat. Look at the top 3 enemy attack cards and place them back in any order. How many of these have we got? I think just 1. Yeah, 1 equipment. So now we've got 2. But we also have 5 fatigue. Don't feel like I'm getting very far with this. Okay. Let's get rid of this and let's go back to P9, I guess. Oh, hold on. I'm just going to go back. Did I miss anything else? Discard if you don't have a secret 111. How do I get secret 111? P9. Let's go back to the other map.
This is the way back to the ravine, overgrown with shimmering
Yeah. Go back to the ravine. Open map 3. So how do I get these other things? What was it? P3?
The way takes you down into the depths of the ground.
Would it be possible to slip through? Go in. Go to script P55.
As you make your way through the vines, one of them shoots a thorn.
Yeah. If you have Poison Ivan status, gain 1. Go to script 29. Is this met? No. Reveal the top card of the item deck. Gain damage equal to its number. If it has at least 1 eyeball, gain 1 fatigue. If you have a Earth Mistling, you may ignore up to 2 damage from the drawn to a minimum of 1. Shuffle the card back into the deck. We do have an Earth Mistling, so whatever number is the damage we're taking, it's a 2. And if it has at least an eyeball, gain 1 fatigue. So we take mine. We can ignore 2 damage to a minimum of 1. So we take 1 damage. Okay, shuffle this back into the deck.
You cross a few tight tunnels where the air gets hotter and astonishingly even wetter. You notice pipes of various sizes on the walls. The tunnels eventually take you to a chamber illuminated by a few fey lanterns and the glow of a small magma stream. The air smells of rotten eggs here, which makes you nauseous. The cracks in the rock whistle and release billows of steam, which partly conceal a huge machine attached to a wall.
Close map 3 and open map 5. Okay. I feel like we've wasted a lot of time doing stuff. Oh no, there's a load of things on this map. Let's just look for secret numbers. Maybe we used all of our secret numbers on the other one. Oh, there's a camp down there. Perfect. That's going to be where the damn harp is, right? I can't see any secret numbers. Okay. P15 looks like it could be fraught with danger, but I'm heading towards... Let's just make sure there's not a secret number on that tent. I'm just going to zoom in on this here. Can't see any down there. Okay. Let's go to P15, shall we, to begin with? I don't know where we are. How do I know where we've come from?
You cautiously approach a jagged crack in the ground, and you jump away, startled, as masses of steaming water burst out of it. There are clouds of hot steam hanging in the air. On the other side of the crack, you see the remains of a camp.
Try to jump through between the eruptions. Try to block or redirect the flow. Oh, God. Start dragging big rocks and other debris. Go to script P39. Perform a test. During the test, you can draw a limit of 3 cards, which when you reach this limit, you must end the test immediately. Wind mistlings, we don't have any. Increase the draw limit by 2 cards. Fire or water mistlings may ignore up to 4 damage at the end of the test. We don't have any of those either. For each eyeball, increase the draw limit by 1. Gain 2 damage at the end of the test. 8. You fall back before you get splashed with boiling water. 9. You manage to harness the power of the geyser and connect it to the machine. Okay, so we want a 9 or a 10, but at the moment we can only draw 3 cards. Uh-oh, okay, this is bad. This is really bad. Right, we get a 1 with an eyeball. Crap. Okay. We get a 4 without an eyeball, so that's 5. We need this to be a 4, which seems unlikely. What have we got? Oh, hold on. No, it's a 3, so we'll put that there. But I'm going to use my add or subtract 2 to gain, and you may do it again. So what have we got? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That seems bad. Oh no, 10 is good, maybe? Maybe not. So where was I? I was at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I could add 2, which would take me to 10. I don't know if I'm allowed to. This says here, during this test you have a draw limit of 3 cards. When you reach this limit, you must end the test. For each eyeball, increase the draw limit by 1, gain 2 damage. Maybe we stop there. Maybe we keep hold of this then. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. No, we have to use this. That's the wrong one. 9, 10. I'm going to assume that I used it before that, which is what I was planning on doing. So we're at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, no, 9, 10, sorry. So 10. Take some time, you inhale a lot of toxic fumes, but the machine is connected to the power again. Lose 1 time. There is no time in this. Gain Fey Technology Part 4. I wonder if that's meant to be Taker Fatigue. I'm going to assume it's meant to be Taker Fatigue. Place an Earth token in front of you. I feel like I may have wasted so much time that we are not getting anywhere with this. Continue the exploration. Oh, hold on. Was I meant to take some damage? No. Okay. So P15 again.
You cautiously approach.
Jump through the... Can I go to the camp? Hold on. So we're now doing the test. So I can't go to the camp? There must be a number here somewhere, right? Right, we can discard all of these. There's surely a number. What's the point of telling me there's a camp if I can't go to it? Because P15 doesn't seem to lead to it. I can't see that there's any way of getting to that. Okay, we're going to P19. Let's just read the book. P15. I just want to make sure the book lines up because there's a few things that are slightly off in this. So P15, try to jump through. Let's go to P38 and just see if jumping through would have done it. In fact, if we go to P15,
You cautiously.
and then we try to jump through, go to script P38.
What are you doing? Grim asks.
Have you lost your mind? Lose 1 time, you inhale some noxious fumes, and we'll continue the exploration. So again, unless there's a hidden number that I can't see, I don't know how we get to the camp. Right, P14.
You approach a machine that has most certainly been built and left here by the Fae. You are not sure about its purpose, but it may have been used to extract gas and transport it to the street lamps. Some elements are rusty, others covered with cobwebs or overgrown with patches of lush moss. Definitely no one has used it for a while. You glance at Grim, but he only shrugs his shoulders. Don't look at me, he says. I have no idea how to use it, let alone fix it.
Try to fix the machine only if you don't have the Fey Technology Part 5 status. Inspect the machine only if you don't have the Fey Technology Part 6. Let's try and fix it. Loser time. Is that loser fatigue? I don't know. Without proper preparations, it will be a hard task. Hint, Fey Technology status will always help. Try to fix the machine only if you don't have it. Go to script P36. Perform the test. When you have two eyeballs, the test ends immediately. Resolve the matching outcome. Has this got... So if we go to P... Hold on, what number were we at? P14. Has this got loser time on as well? Yeah, loser time. It doesn't say anything about losing a time and exhaustion. It's a tough one. Okay. Without the proper preparations, this will be a tough one. Perform a test. When you have... I'm going to go to this in the book. P36. If you have 2 eyeballs that end the test immediately, resolve the matching outcome. For each part of the Fey technology, you may ignore an eyeball. If you have a tool, you can add or subtract 2. We need a 13 exactly. And again, these are all lose time. I feel like this just hasn't been properly read because there is no time track. Okay, well, I guess we're doing this test. We need a 12 exactly. We've got 3 of the Fey thingies. So we can ignore 1 eyeball. We've got a 3. we have a 2 and an eyeball, so we've got 5. We have another 1, so we're now at 6, but we got 2 eyeballs. We can ignore 3 eyeballs. So we've got another 3, so that's 9. Okay, now we've got a 2 and another eyeball, so what's that? 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. We need this to be a 1. It's a 2, we're screwed. Okay, good. I've got nothing I can use to help with tests. 14 or more. Oh, hold on, it's a 13. 12 or less. Let me just show you this. 12 or less, fixing the machine is lose a time and continue exploration. 13 or less, the machine clicks into life and is operational. Sorry, 13. 14, trying to fix a machine, you only have managed to burn your hands. How much have we got? So it's 6 plus that is 10, 12, 13. We have absolutely fluked it. The machine clicks into life and is operational. What the heck? We've got 3 eyeballs. We can ignore eyeballs for this. I'm going to put this fatigue over here because, I mean, it says lose time. I can only assume that lose time is lose things because there is nothing to track it.
You have managed to repair the machine, which begins to vibrate and makes strange noises. Both the wall of the cave and all the pipes connected to the machine tremble, and the temperature, already very high, seems to go up even further. Still, you want the machine to work even more intensely and burn all the shimmering tendrils that bar your way to the other part of the cave.
Gain the Fey Technology Part 5 status. If a fire token is in front of you, continue the exploration. Is it met? No. Okay, so now we've got to do this. P50. This is going to be bad.
You are exhausted, and you admit that the passage has been too hard for you. Half conscious, you slump to the ground. The world is blurred around you, but you see Grim bending over you. You don't hear his words, though. Darkness embraces you. When you open your eyes, you realize that you are in an entirely different place. It seems that you were unconscious for quite a long time, and Grim somehow dragged you out of the ravine. Then he was lucky enough to find another way in the dark to carry you out of harm's way.
If there is no fire in front of you, add a Blaze Cap tier card to the random combats. Okay, I think we messed this up badly. Random combats, Blaze Cap. Okay, so Blaze Cap, there it is. Oh, I can tuck this in the remove cards. And yeah, the Blaze Cap is here, so that goes into the potential random combats. Okay. These can go back here. Go to script P51.
You leave the caves and ravines behind, and the bright pinnacle emerges in its full glory. The structure seems within hand's reach, only 2 hills away. Your strength renewed, you pick up the trek when a scream of misery shatters the silence. It dawns on you that you heard it before, right after you entered the Shadow Realm. You hurry there and witness a pack of skitterpaws assaulting a screaming Erin. You are too late to help the shining ghost, as the moment you appear, one of the skitterpaws tears its light away from it. The skitterpaw flees toward the bright pinnacle, but there is no end to the wonders. The Erin, suddenly engulfed in flames, attacks the skitterpaws and scatters the pack. Then it turns toward you and strikes ferociously.
Okay, discard secret 105. That was this one up here, right? Wherever that is, underneath this. 105, yeah. Okay, so we really messed that up. Arena card 45, map 4. The renewed Aryan. Start the combat. I don't know if these are in our deck or not. I'm not sure. Let's just read this again. Place fatigue card next to this card, then fatigue tech. Place the fatigue deck next to this card. If the fatigue deck is empty, you have to continue or begin new exploration. P50. Let's just turn back to P50 here. So I'm going to just try and find out if these cards are in our hand now or not, because that's going to make it really tough. I'm guessing not. And I'll set up some combat. I'll be right back. Okay, so we are set up and ready to go. Let's talk about the arena first, shall we? We have the Vine Maze, number 45. Place one berry in each petal space. Place a lure on your mistling sheet. If you end your turn within range 1 of a berry, gain 2 damage and 1 fatigue. If you have lure, additionally gain 1 burn. If you have lure, additionally gain 1 burn. If the enemy ends their turn within range 1 of a berry and has lure, then gain 1 damage and weak. Then move the lure to the player's mistling. Bonus action, mislead. Move the lure from your mistling to the enemy. Okay, I didn't actually get the enemy mistling out. We should do that. Let's have a little look at who we're fighting. This guy, from the looks of things. Okay, so let's just show you what they look like, and then we'll talk through some details of them. So this is what we're up against. Bit of an interesting one. So over on its card, it says, so it starts on number 1 over here. It's got 14 health, 2 shield, 1 magical shield, and 3 damage and 1 move. Passive. When renewed Aaron gains any damage, reduce it to 1. Russian trigger. Not Russian trigger, rush and trigger on a circle. Deal 1 burn for any wind. We haven't got wind. Square. Attack +3, so do 6 damage in range 2. Deal 2 burn in range 2. Retreat. Attack in any range. What the heck? So it's going to attack for 6 in range 2. Deal burn in 2. Then retreat. And attack for 3 in any range. Okay. Triangle. Gain 1 damage. Deal 2 burn in range 1. Retreat +1. On special ability, which goes on a 2, it's going to cleanse weak if the opponent is in range 1 of one of these spaces, the umbrella spaces. Attack +3 in any range and deal 2 burn in any range. Otherwise, attack +1 in any range. What the heck? So we have to fight back. Renewed IRN has 7 or less health. We're only doing 1 damage. Interestingly, he's got a shield. When it takes any damage, reduce it to 1, and it's got a shield of 2. Does that mean we are or we're not damaging it? I don't know the answer to that. I'm assuming that ignores the shield. I presume as if you do damage after the shield, then reduce it to 1. That's my assumption. Okay, that's not great. Resist pain. Have at least 3 burn at the beginning of your turn. Calm it down. End your turn at least 3 spaces away from it. So we're going to have to hit it at least 7 times, getting past its shield, whilst getting a lot of attacks against us. Burn is probably the way to go, right? We've got a card that means we can put burn on it, 1 burn. Okay, we start with 1 power. I don't know how we're going to do this one. This sounds rough. We are the Luminesca. We're going to come over here. I read a little bit deeper. I don't think you put those fatigue cards into your deck. I think they're just kind of that status of tracking the time. That one was a bit weird. I don't know whether I should have been losing time for the lose time tracks. I think it's just one of those where, you know, they've done an expansion, they haven't really taken the care and attention to it, and therefore it's a bit all over the place. Okay, what have we got? We have Storm of Colours, we have Undying Light, we have Light Vortex, and we have Rejuvenation. I genuinely don't know what to do here. So on its go, it's going to gain 1 damage. That's great news for us. Deal 2 burn in range 1. Retreat, and then +1. I wonder. Let's just have a look. What cards has it got? It's got 1 triangle, 2 circles, 3 squares. So that triangle was really good. It would be better if there was more of them. Okay. I'm just going to quickly use the app to see if I can find out any more about the renewed area. Bear with me. Okay, so this is when we bypass the shield and manage to do some damage. So getting this underway, this elemental bonus action, is going to be pretty strong, I think. Because that bypasses the shield and does 1 damage. We can just start chipping away. So I think I'm going to use my ornate bracelet, which gets me 3 power to begin with. We might have wanted to save this, but I think this is going to be really useful. Then I am going to use 1 to do our bonus action, which is deal 1 damage, gain 1 damage ourselves. It has pierce, so we bypass its shield and we do 1 damage to it. So it's now down to 13. Okay. I think I'm going to get rid of all of these cards. I don't think they're the ones for us to start. So you get to do a mulligan at the beginning of your turn. Although we did have a heal card, which would have been quite nice. So let's shuffle these again. And we get a Inner Light. We get Photosynthesis. We get Rejuvenation. And we get Smash. Okay. Inner Light. Gain 1. Do not discard any other upgrades. Really powerful. If we then use it in turn with Photosynthesis, really, really powerful. Once we get some burn, Rejuvenation will come in. So I think we're going to use Inner Light. Move this up. We'll move this up. We'll put this here. Inner Light means we gain 1 power, plus we gain another 3 for where it was. 1, 2, 3. And then this goes underneath our card. It just means we can now have 2 upgrades and this one, which is pretty strong. And the next one is gain extra power, which means we're going to be able to chip away at that quite a lot. Let's move this along, put this here. Oh no, hold on, we've done that. Before I look at this, do I want to move? I probably do. Do I want to use Lure? I probably do. Can spend 3 of these. Here's a bonus action, so I'm not going to be able to move. What's he doing? He's doing a triangle. Gain 1 damage, great. Deal 2 burn in range 1. Retreat +1. Deal 1 burn in any range if we were wind. Okay, so if we stay where we are, he's not doing anything to us. So I think we stay where we are. Let's put this here. How many have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that was his triangle done. Let's just check through it one at a time. Gain 1 damage. Deal 2 burn in range 1. We're not in burn range 1. Retreat +1. How much does it move? So it's going to move 2. We get to choose where it goes. So if we put it there, okay. We should have done this earlier, we're idiots. Okay. Square, what's square? Attack +3 in range 2, deal 2 burn in range 2, retreat, and attack in any range. Okay, that's not ideal. And then it's going to special, which is if the opponent is in range 1 of a umbrella space, we're in range 1 of 2 of them. That is not ideal. They're everywhere. Okay. Attack +3. If it's in any range and deal 2 burn in any range. Otherwise, attack +1 in any range. So I could get here and still be within range of 1. I could go here and not be in range of 1, but it's still not ideal. But we are going to be able to chip away at it, so that's not too bad. Okay, so I think we're going to do photosynthesis. So we are going to gain, we gain 2. So before we do this, I'm going to use 4 of these to move this to him. Unlucky me. Then okay, then I gain 2 of these plus the 3 that we were on, so 1, 2, 3, and then another 2 for doing it. And we put that under our card, which means at the start of our turns we're going to get a new one, an extra power. Then I think I want to move, because he's going to do, or do I? He's going to do, let's just walk through this, square. He's going to attack +3 in range 2, we're not in range 2. He's going to deal 2 burn in range 2, we're not in range 2. Then he's going to retreat and attack in any range, he's then going to do 3 damage to us. We've got a shield, so it'll only be 2. Then he's going to trigger his special ability, which is if the opponent is in range 1 of a umbrella, I will be if I stay where I am, attack +3 in any range and deal 2 burn in any range. So we then attack for 6. Otherwise, attack for 1 in any +1 in any range. So I think it makes sense for us to use one of these and go 1, 2, 3 for now. That's our go. We can put this here, and now it's his go, so he's going to move this up and do a square. We'll tuck this over here. I did see the next card, so I'll keep that on top and I'll just shuffle these. And we'll put that back on top. Okay. So he is doing, what did I turn over? A square. So square is attack +3 in range 2, deal 2 burn in range 2, retreat. So he's going to move here, and then he's going to attack in any range. So he's attacking for 3, so we take 2 damage. So we're up to 5. Okay. Then he's doing his special, which is if the opponent's in range 1 of an umbrella space, we're not attack +3 in any range. In any range, deal 2 burn. In any other range, attack +1. I wonder if I should have stayed where I was, but he's going to attack for 4, so we take 3 damage. Because I can't heal until I've got some burn. Oh, and deal burn in any range. So we do take burn. We take 2 burn, in fact. Okay, which is great news. Because now it's our go. We are going to do rejuvenation, I think. What's he doing next? A circle. Rush. So he's going to move 1. He's going to move 1. And then he's going to trigger. So he's going to do his special again. This is fine. We're going to use cleanse, which is 3 of... So we get 1 to begin with. Hold on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think it makes sense for us to do 1 of these to take 1 damage and deal 1 damage with Pierce. So that goes past his thing. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to use rejuvenation. So we're going to take another 3 of these. So we're up to our maximum. So that's 10. We are then going to cleanse 2, and for each heal 2 for each token discarded this way. So we're going to heal 4. Nice. Okay, that goes there. That moves up, that moves up, that moves up, and we could move. Don't know if it matters because he's going to put burn on us again. We still need to do another 4 damage. He's going to end next to this thing, so he's going to take another one. So I don't think there's any point in moving. We've already done our 1 burn for the thing. I can't really do anything else with any of my cards. So I think we stay where we are. I could put burn on him, which would just help us get to where we need to be. Okay, let's stay where we are. Let's turn this card over. We get Rejuvenation. Nice. So he's doing a circle, which is... Oh no, this is bad news. Oh, you can only trigger once, so it's not too bad. Rush, so he's moving here. And trigger, so we move this one along. So he's going to do this again. So he's going to rush, and he's going to trigger. He can't trigger because there is no... You're not allowed to trigger more than once. So for a circle, he's done that. If we were winged, he'd do damage to us. Now he's doing a special. If the opponent's in range 1 of an umbrella, we're not. Attack +3 and deal 2 burn in any range. So we take those 2 burn. And then otherwise attacking. Oh, so I think we took damage that we didn't need to take. Oh no, I see what's happening. So we didn't. So this has all gone a bit pear-shaped. We'll backtrack slightly. If the opponent is in range 1 of a space, attack of an umbrella space, attack +3 in any range until 2 burn in any range. So we're not. So we ignore that. Otherwise, attack +1. So I think I'm going to put the 4 back. I wouldn't have necessarily used the rejuvenate, but that's fine. I'm going to put this 4 back. Then I'm going to take this attack. So this attack is for 4 damage. We take another 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So up to 12. I think. That sucks. That really sucks. Because my heals are not really helping me. And again, I wouldn't have necessarily used that on our go. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's really bad news that we haven't got anything that can use our power. Apart from this little love tap thing that we're doing over here. So this is pointless. I'm going to spend 1 to prepare. I'm going to get rid of Undying Light. And I'm going to move these up and take this. Light Vortex is pretty good actually. So I'm going to gain 1 back. And I'm going to gain 1 brightness. And then I'm going to spend 2 to gain another brightness. Oh, hold on, he ended his turn next to the thing. If the enemy ends its turn within range 1 of a berry and has lure, they gain 1 damage. Great. And they pass the lure to me. So I would have immediately spent 3 of these to put this back on them. Okay. And then I've done this. I've spent 2 to pick up another one of these. And I gain 1 for it being in this first slot. And then I can attack in range 2. I don't want to do that. And then I'm going to spend 4. Seems excessive. I'm going to spend 4 as my bonus. Oh no, that was a bonus action. So I don't think I can do this turn because that was a bonus action. Although I would have done it before. So actually I am going to spend 4. Because I don't want the damage. I'm going to spend 4 to take one of these away and do 1 damage. Or 2 damage. That doesn't bypass his shield though, does it? So I'm going to have to take the damage because his shield is... Oh, his shield is 1, so it does bypass his shield. Hold on. Have I just been taking the wrong thing? So I'm going to take 4 of these. I've got no idea where I am with the power. Right, I'm going to take 4 of these. That feels wrong. But we're going to discard 1 of these. We're going to do 2 damage to him, which bypasses that. Up to 5 damage. Okay. End of my turn. Bit of a mess. Right. His go. He is doing a square, which is attack +3 in range of 2, deal burn in 2, retreat, and attack in any range. So he's moving here. He's attacking for 3. We've got a shield of 1, so we take 2 damage. Up to 14. We need burn from him, that's the problem. So that's the square done. Oh, we should have had a fatigue card again. Such an idiot. Okay, I'll put it on top there. In fact, I'll swap this round because the fatigue card would have been on top of our deck. Okay. Okay, so I need another 2 damage to him, which I can do this turn, I think. He ends his turn here, so he takes a burn. Sorry, he takes a damage. So he's up to 6, so he just needs 1 more, which I can do. Then, once we've got him down to 7, resist pain, have at least 3 burn at the beginning of your turn. So if I go and stand next to him, he's doing a square. I've got to get over there, which is going to take a while. This would come back to me. I've got to go stand next to him, and he's going to do his special. So this turn doesn't feel like the turn to be standing next to him. Okay, let's just read through what he's doing. Square, attack +3 in range 2. So if I moved here, I still wouldn't be in range 2, but I would be next to one of these, which means he's going to attack for 6 in any range and deal 2 burn in any range. So that would be 6 damage. I mean, we can take it, but it's a lot, and we still need to get more burn from him. And I need to get rid of the burn to heal, really. Not sure I'm going to be able to do this, other than keep pummeling him. So next turn he's definitely going to do 2 damage to me. 1, 2, 3 is the furthest I can move unless I use another move card, which would get me here. Which means he's going to attack me for 6, 5, deal 2 burn, and then retreat and attack me for another 2. So I take 7 damage that I cannot accept, I'm afraid. I really need the burn from him. But if I stand next to this when it's his go, I am going to... If I stand next to this when it's his go, I'm going to get 6 damage, 5 damage, and then 2 burn. Well, I think it makes sense for us to gain 1 because it's the start of our turn. Okay. So I can come and stand here, but he's going to do his special action on this turn. I could come and stand here, which will get me... I'd still be adjacent, so that's not great. How do I do this? If I stand next to the thing, I get burned, but I also take 2 damage and 1 fatigue. But it would give me burn. And maybe that's the way to go, but either place I'll be standing next to that stupid thing unless I go and stand here. Okay, let's do Storm of Colours. Not sure this is the wisest move. I'm going to do Storm of Colours, which gains us 2. Attack or move. I'm going to move here. Discard 1 card. I'm going to discard Smash. Choose any card from your deck and place it in the empty slot, then shuffle your deck. Okay. None of these seem massively helpful. I'm assuming if I discarded this, I'd have got 2 damage, which I can't really take at this moment in time. Right, so I can put one of these on here. Resist pain, have at least 3 burn. So I'm going to get 1 from standing here. He's going to do his special and do just 2 damage to us, 3 damage to us, and then I need to be standing next to him to get some more burn, likely. Okay, so we're going to take quite a lot of damage this turn, and I don't really have any heals. I mean, that's really useful, but not useful enough. I guess I put this here, because at least it's a heal. Let's reshuffle these. So this is Restoration, you and your ally, Cleanse 2, Heal 2. What was this card say? Oh, what card was it I used? Oh, it's this one, right? So we can't trigger. It's the end of my go. I could spend 1 to do another damage to him, just in case we have to, but then we're going to take damage. We're about to take damage from the bush. Let's put this here then. So this is Sundering Glare. Our attacks have Pierce. Doesn't really help us much. Okay, end of my go. We're standing next to the bush. So if you end your turn within range 1 of a berry, gain 2 damage. So we're up to 6 on that. This really sucks. Okay, 6 on that. I wonder if we should just be chipping away at his health. So we've gained the damage. Gain 1 fatigue. That goes on top of our deck. Great. And if you have lure, gain 1 burn. Okay. So that's me done. It's his go. This moves up, this goes here. So another fatigue is coming our way. This sucks so bad. Okay, so he's doing a square, which is attack +3 in range 2, deal burn in range 2, retreat. Doesn't really matter. Attack in any range. So he's attacking for 3, so we take another 2 damage. We're up to 17. Okay. Then he's doing his special, which is if the opponent is next to one of these, we're not. Attack 3 in any range and deal 2 burn. Otherwise attack +1, so he's attacking for 4, so we take 3 damage. We're up to 20. We are almost dead. I can't see how we get out of this, boys. Genuinely can't see how we get out of this. Because even if I keep attacking him and don't try and tame him, I can't. We've got so much fatigue. Start of our turn, we gain 1. You and your ally cleanse 2 and heal 2. Don't really want to get rid of the burn, but I think I'm going to have to. Because at the end of my turn, I'm going to take another damage. We'll be 3 away. He's doing a square, which is attack in any range, which is 2 damage. All of these are bloody fatigue cards as well. I'm just going to quickly ask the app. What happens when you use prepare to remove a fatigue card? I feel like I've asked that question before. We'll wait for that answer. I don't know what I'm going to do here. Standing next to this bush was not the play. Oh, interesting. When you use the prepare card action, the prepare action to remove a fatigue card, you place the fatigue card back in the fatigue deck. The action helps manage the negative effects of fatigue cards, returning to the original deck, removing them from your action deck. What happens when you use the prepare action to remove a fatigue toxin card? Do you take the effects of the card? I don't know what I do here, because the square is going to be attacking any range, so he's going to do 2 damage to us. We've got 20 health. We've got 4 hit points. Nothing I do here is going to stop what's coming. Okay, so you don't resolve the effects of the card, so we could start getting rid of some fatigue, but we're just going to keep getting them. Because this is going to be full of fatigue cards if we don't do that. I need to get away from that damn bush. Okay, I'm going to spend 1 to move. I just can't see how I get past this situation. I'm going to spend 1 to move, because we're about to get another fatigue. Going to use the rejuvenation, so we're going to get 2 back, to cleanse 2 and heal 2 for each token removed. So we're back to 18. Okay. I'm just going to try and kill him. I'm going to... So we did this. I'm going to use a bonus action to prepare, which removes this back over here. I'll put it here because we're about to get it back. That's all of my actions, right? I'm going to use this during combat, do a burn to a mistling. There you go, buddy, have some of that. I think this is all too little too late, but this moves up, this goes here, this goes here. Oh, shock horror, look what we've got. He does a square, which is... Oh, hold on. So this should have been shuffled now. He's going to do his thing, right? So we don't get another fatigue card. I just hadn't put these back. Now... Okay, I am going to use my lantern. Look at the top 3 cards of the enemy deck, place them back in any order. I don't know what order I want them in. So we want triangle top, really. Then what do we want? rush and trigger is just a bit of a waste of time. So let's put the 2 circles back. But after that, we're in serious trouble. Right, he's doing a triangle, which is... oh, maybe we put a circle on top, then the triangle. That's not a circle. Oh, look at the top 3 cards and put them back in any order, right? Okay, like this, I think. So he is doing a circle. So that's that one gone as well. I think I'm done. Don't have a bonus action, it's his go. So he is going to do a circle, which is rush and trigger. So this goes here, this goes here, and this goes here. So triangle is gain 1 damage. Beautiful. Deal 2 burn in range 1, retreat 1, and deal 1 damage in any range. Okay. Then he's going to use his special. Shock horror. His special is if the opponent is next to a space, I'm not. So he's going to attack for 4. I take 3 damage. So we're up to 21. Ooh, can't see how we get out of this one. I've used a load of cards I didn't need to use. Okay. And it's the end of his go, so he takes a burn. So what's he up to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 5, 6, 7, 8. That can't be right. He must be up to 9, right? Yeah, because I hadn't done any more damage to him, and he takes 1 every time. Right, okay. So his next action is going to be a square. It's not what I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be a circle, but never mind. Although he'd have done his special anyway. So he's going to attack in any range. So that's another 2 damage to us, and we've got no way of healing. Oh, I told him I do. I've got cleanse 2 and heal 2. Okay. So we take 1 at the start of our turn. I'm going to use 1 to do 1 damage to him. So he's up to 10. Oopsie, sorry about that. Okay, so he's now on 10. Then I'm going to use Restoration, which is Cleanse 2, Heal 2, so we go back down to 19. I think I'm just delaying the inevitable, but... So we go to 19. Okay. Now I could use Prepare to get rid of these, but I'm not going to. I am going to... If I move, I can get here. He's not doing his special. I just can't get next to him where I can get 3 burn without taking the damage I need. I need to do 4 more damage. So let's take Prepare to get rid of one of these. That can go back over there. We move you up and you up. We put you here, Blinding Radiance, and we put you here, Light Vortex. None of these help. Okay, good. His go, he's doing a square. Oops, he should have... Oh, that's why. He's not doing a square, he's doing a circle. That doesn't help me, I don't think. Because he's going to do more damage to me. Rush and Trigger. So he moves here, and then he triggers. I would have spent... No, I wouldn't, because I prepared. So he's going to Rush and Trigger. That does nothing. He then is going to do a square. I think I'm dead. I think that has caused me to die. Doing a square, which is attack in range 3, attack in any range. So he's doing 2 damage. 1, 2. So that takes us back up to 21. I think this is us. I think this is curtains for us. 21. Because now he's doing his special, which is attack in any range. So he's attacking for 3. Oh no, his special is down here. Attack +1, so he would be attacking for 3. He's attacking for 4, which is 4 damage, 3 damage, which takes me to 24, which is me dead. Well, balls. That really didn't go as well as I hoped. It was getting past these things were a nightmare to get the burn on us. Well, at that point, I should have just kept chipping away at him with the elemental damage. Interestingly, I don't know if I've got the card in here. Have we got the... Yeah, we have somewhere. Somewhere. This one is what we needed. At the end of each turn, if you gained any damage, heal 1. So we could have kept healing on his turn and our turn. When I put that other card, the heal card at the top, I should have used that, because I could have kept using the bonus action to chip away 1 damage, and I could have kept healing 1, because he wasn't doing loads of damage. Could have kept healing 1 with each attack. That's on me. It's annoying that we used all of our actual items to get to where we are now. Well, that one is the end of that. We suffer defeat, lose, go to script P53.
The renewed Erin utters a shrill cry of glee and triumph. Its narrowed eyes shine with confidence and contempt. Soon, the victorious mistling leaves majestically, as if to show you that it has full control over the situation.
Hold on, when you get beaten up by bunny rabbit things. Each mistling heals half up. Okay, so we're back to 12. Oh, man. Add a renewed Erin to the random combats. Great. Place 2, 5, 8 behind the mistling divide. We can do that. Oops. Okay, 2, 5, 8. Another thing we failed to tame. Great. Just what we wanted. Go to script P54.
The clash with the fiery Erin has taken a heavy toll on your mistling, so the creature needs a minute to rest. But the memory of light being physically torn out of an Erin stays with you. Trying to get over it, you look up and see the bright pinnacle, which seems to be only an hour or so away. The light of the bright pinnacle appears different somehow. You expected it to bring hope to the entire darkness-shrouded land, but it feels more sinister now.
Okay. Going down the rabbit hole part. Again, going down the rabbit hole part 3 status. Okay, so that is a real short one, and we got absolutely caned. Going down the rabbit hole. I don't know. I asked the... Going down the rabbit hole part 3. I asked the app about the timer on it. Said he didn't know. Could be a typo. Congratulations, you reached the end of the scenario, because we might have been able to carry on exploring down below without losing some of those fatigues, but it is what it is. You reach the end of the scenario. Take the world map and flip over card 2 to explored, and flip card 4 to explored. Okay. If you have the Harlequin Part 4 status, we don't. Again, World Card Map 3, explore side up. Otherwise, explored side up. Otherwise, gain World Card Map 3, unexplored side up. Okay. Open a random booster, place all cards behind the unlocked divider, discard all fatigue card, fully heal your mistlings, and start a new scenario. You know what? We got absolutely caned. I think this is the last booster. I'm just going to open it under the table so you can't hear it as bad, because it's pretty loud. Okay, what have we got? Let's zoom in and show you what we've got, because this hasn't gone well. We have Diamond Blast. It's wind. Look at the eyes on that. That's so cool. Damage. Deal 3 magical damage, pierce 1 to each mistling in a petal space If it's an earth mistling, gain 2 power. When you gain damage equals or exceeds your hit points, heal up to 1. Adaptive tactics, gain 2 damage, gain X, where X is the card slot, X power. Overreach, move up to 3 spaces. For each space move that exceeds your movement, gain 1 damage. Slot 1, trigger. Nice. Second wind, cleanse 1 and attack. Could have been useful that if we'd have stayed closer to that dude. Fire punch, attack, gain 2, burn and attack. Oh, I see. So we can do that and then put a burn on ourselves. Instead of spending that, we can do a bonus action with damage. Mud flow, move and attack +1. If you fighting water, gain 3, and again you can use that to spend damage to do bonus actions. Bathe in the light, gain 5 magical damage at the beginning of your turn. Deal 2 magical damage in range 3. That's huge. Well, sort of huge. Aquatic insights. Find any card in your deck and resolve it, then remove both the aquatic insights and the resolve card, then reshuffle. I don't like those when you're getting rid of cards that you're doing. We get to fully heal, and then we get to start another scenario. This one was a quick one, and it was a badly played one, but also possibly there's some issues in that. I'll have a look and see if there's any news and let you know next time we come back to it. But that definitely could have gone better, I think, is what we're deciding. It's a little bit unfortunate. I wonder if we'd have gone with our other dude. He'd have been more hardy at least. Might well have been better. I went with this one because I knew we had cleanse, but I think we've also got cleanse in the other one as well. So, he could have just stood there and traded punches, I think, because it wasn't doing huge damage. So it's probably on us to not use our shadow there. And it would have been light versus shadow, ultimately, because it was a fire and light mistling. Right, we're going to wrap up. Thank you so much for watching. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's me, Scott from One Last Hand. We're back. We're playing some more Dragon Eclipse. Look, there's a few things that have happened between episodes. So I delved into just trying to figure out what happened on the last mission, because it felt a little bit off. Something felt a bit weird, and I've found something out. On this card, it says, go to script 100 of the current scenario. In between scenarios, use the campsite script on the world map. Now, normally what happens when you're on the world map, let me just grab it. When you're on the world map and you go to one of these locations, so you can see X102 here, you can see X4 here. Normally when you go to these locations, you do something and it says, move on to the next scenario. Now, interesting with some of these, when you go to like X102, it doesn't say that. It says go to either another script or the next scenario. So some of them you go, and actually when you're there, you speak to Grim, our buddy, and he gives you some info and some more status things and some of those things. So I just kind of retconned a little bit, not much. I just went back and did some of those things like we should have done after the first scenario. So that's on me, and I think that would have made more sense going into what we went into. I didn't change the outcome of that. I didn't go back and do any of that stuff, but it's just kind of made sense to basically go to the campsite for the first one, then imagine like we went on the next scenario that we did last episode, and then go on the campsite for the next one. So that's what we've done. We gained a couple of status things from that. I mixed up my equipment, but we also picked something up during that. So we've got 1 food, 1 tool, and then something that helps us with tests and something that gives us power. That is it. We're ready to go to R0. So we'll play the opening section.
You approach the hill with the bright pinnacle. Now it is clear to you that the top of the hill is actually a volcanic crater. Here and there you spot skitterpores fleeting among rocks and groves of withered dwarf plants. You are facing a unique opportunity to solve the mystery of the area and hopefully make the portal shut down for good. And time permitting, return to your world.
Well, that would be lovely. Okay. Hint, combat, you need a powerful... combat is against a powerful shadow mistling. Other having a light and wind mistling might be helpful. Equipment would be food, and that's why he gave us food and tools over there. We had the choice. We already had food, so we took tools. might be helpful. Choose 2 mistlings to accompany you and then perform deck construction. I've already done deck construction. So we've got our young Luminesca. I haven't made any changes to this. And we have our Aluka with us as well. The wind one, because it said it would be useful. So that's everything. We'll delve into this. Let me just get those cards back in there. We'll delve into this and see how it goes. Right, go to script R1.
You climb toward the top of the hill, carefully choosing your way. You use every bigger rock or crack in the ground to hide, because the area is frequented by fleeting packs of skitterpaws, which seem more and more numerous. Unexpectedly, as you leave another rock, a large horde of rabbit-like mistlings wedges between you and Grim and separates the two of you. The stream of running creatures becomes increasingly wider and seemingly has no end. And Grim seems further and further away. "It's all right," he shouts. "We'll find each other. Take care."
Thanks, Grim. Okay. Separate with Grim. Force yourself and Grim to pull through the Skitterpaw River. What number is this? R1. So we could, if we do that, we're going to take 4 damage and gain Harlequin Part 6 status. But actually, we already got Harlequin Part 6 status, so I wonder if that's an error. So with that being the case, I'm going to split up with him. Don't want to take the damage. We can't afford it.
You reach the top of the mountain, where a great view of the bright pinnacle extends. Surrounded by a crown of jagged mountain tops, the ominous structure soars against the many shades of purple sky. It strikes you as an incredible feat of engineering, but another thing draws your attention too. It is a dense mass of skitterpaws, which flow like a river through the crack between the hilltops. There could be thousands of them down there, and they could make reaching the bright pinnacle at least problematic. You also notice a few smaller buildings, run down and most likely abandoned, and a torn rope bridge. You need to act quickly. But quietly, too.
Okay, open map 6. We can do that. Let's tuck this out of the way. Open map 6. Let's get rid of these over here. Sort those out in a second. Here is the maps. Oh, hold on. Here are the maps. This is map 6. That might help. There's map 6, okay. We'll get our bracelet back. Throw that out of the way. Put you there, put you there. There's our nuts. Oh no, volcanic ambers. Okay, and then we get one of those. Begin the exploration, cross the lava lake and reach the tower. Okay, so let's have a quick look for numbers, secret numbers anywhere. Can't see any immediately popping out. Sometimes they're really obvious and sometimes they're really not obvious. Yeah, I can't see any. Okay, right, let's tuck this down. What does it say? Put this on 3 and take secret 113. There's that. We'll tuck that there. Okay, and can begin the exploration. Cross the lava lake. Okay. Let's go to R7. Oh, I think I was meant to discard Grim when we sent him in a different direction. That makes the most sense. Okay, let's get to R7. If you have a token, any token in slot 2, go to script R19. We don't.
You reach the edge of the crack and discover some old mechanical parts. When you look down, you see a river of running skitterpaws and a structure resembling a dam or a floodgate. Was there ever an actual river down there?
Inspect the mistling behavior. Inspect the contraption. Let's inspect the mistling behavior. And we lose 1 time. And we go to R12.
You observe the running mistlings and soon notice that a lot of them are emaciated. Every now and then one of the runners breaks out of the crowd to stop and rest a bit, panting and sweating.
If you have the down the rabbit hole status part 2, go to script R24. We do.
As you eye the toiling skitterpaws, you remember one conversation with Grim. He mentioned a mistling group with a leader. A leader? A character forcing the mistlings to toil like that? Is it even possible? If so, there must be a renewed skitterpaw somewhere here.
Okay. Again, go down the rabbit hole part 5. Okay. So we think we know what we're up against. R7, we could also inspect the machinery, right?
You reach the edge of the...
Inspect the contraption. We lose another time instantly. Go to R16.
As you watch the machines, you conclude that they are mostly still operational. Yet, to close the floodgate, you will need a lever, which appears to be missing. You can either replace it with something else, or find the matching lever.
Place token B in slot 2. Okay. Go to script R19.
You stand over a gap.
Okay. Use the lever you found or try to repair the machine. Try to repair the lever. Use the lever you found. Well, we haven't found a lever, so let's ignore that. Okay, let's go to R3.
You crouch behind a rock and watch a mighty wave of skitterpaws flowing across the gap between the peaks of the hill. You might be wrong, but the mistlings appear to be running in circles, up the hill and down the cogwheel, making it move.
Study skitterpaw behavior. Try to lure skitterpaws away from the cog. Requires token A in slot 1. We don't have that. Okay. Continue the exploration. R4.
You near a small grove of petrified trees, different from those you have seen in other parts of the Shadow Realm. Instead of overwhelming, depressing grey, you notice many specks of lush green. The main sources are obviously the omnipresent shimmering tendrils, but you also spot single leaves fluttering from the trunks and branches.
Search for food. Send Grim to search for food. Requires token A in slot 1. Search for tools. Requires token B in slot 2. Or leave. We'll leave for now. Okay. R5. I just noticed there's something over the top of. There's something like a little. I was almost called them the Pokemon. A little mistling up there in that hovering around near the light. I guess we go to R5.
You choose a building which looks less devastated than the others, and rather avoided by the skitterpaws. Perhaps the reason is that the building is thickly overgrown with shimmering tendrils.
Okay, enter the building or leave. Enter the building. When you step through the door, one of the tendrils shoots forward. Go to script R83. If you have the poison ivy status, go to R14. That was one of the ones we gained, so we'll do that.
You sneak into the building entwined with the shimmering tendrils and discover an open hatch leading to some lower levels. You can see a glow on its walls and even more shimmering tendrils. No, the basement doesn't feel inviting.
Well, if it doesn't feel inviting, that's where we're going. Head to the basement, R25. If you have a light in front of you, you've already done everything here that needs to be done. We don't.
You approach the door in the basement. There is bright, white light coming through the cracks, similar to the fey lamps you have seen before. The light seems intense enough to draw the attention of the shimmering tendrils, which have obviously overgrown it entirely. You can only hope that the door is not locked. Looking for the key in a house dominated by ferocious tendrils may be a nightmare.
Try to force the door open or leave. So I'm guessing there's no key. Go to script R32. Perform a test. Fire mistlings may ignore up to 2 eyeballs. At the end of the test, for each eyeball you gain, lose 1 health. 6 or less, the door hasn't budged, but at least you haven't been hurt by the tendrils. Lose 1 time, continue exploration. 7 to 9, battered and pricked, you manage to reach the light, gain 3 damage, gain fatigue, place a light in front of you, continue exploration. 10, you force the door open and take the white light kept behind it. 11 or more, the tendrils are impossible to get through, cut up and pricked, you give up. So we need a 7 to 10, okay. Okay, what have we got? We've got a 1 and we've got 1 eyeball. Okay, great. We've got another 1. We've got another eyeball, for goodness sake. We've got a 4. We're up to 6. Okay. And then the next one is another 1. So we're up to 7. I think we're going to have to stop there because we're taking damage for all of these. I could push. I'm going to take 1 more. It is a 3. Great. So that's 10, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But we take 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. But we don't get fatigue, so maybe not bad. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so 10. You force the door open and take the white light. Keep light kept behind it. Sorry, struggle to read. Was that in there? That was in there, I think. So we've got a light. Okay, continue to explore. We didn't lose any time for that, I don't think. Let's just go back and check. No, we didn't lose any time. That's good news. So we've got a light. Great. Now what do we do? Do we search upstairs? Let's go to R6.
You approach the abandoned building, frightening away a few skitterpaws. One of them dashes toward the bright pinnacle. Why would it do that? Have the mistlings developed a way to warn one another? There isn't much to find inside the building, but you discover 2 intriguing things. The floor is dotted with holes that look like burrows of the mistlings, and the walls display a series of roughly done drawings.
They've definitely put the label in there, right? The lever in there. Ask Grim to look for tools, or he's not with us. Investigate the place where the skitterpaws fled. Requires a torch. We don't have one. Inspect the crew drawings. Only if you have down the rabbit hole part 4, we do. Don't have a torch. That's annoying. I've got this, but this isn't a torch, apparently. Search the building. It's going to lose 1 time. Go to script R20.
The building was abandoned ages ago, but inside it, you chance upon a few old Fey relics. At least one of them seems useful.
Okay, we've got 2 equipment already. That's not ideal. Okay, we got this. Crystallized haste at the start of combat, gain 4 damage. We're going to get rid of this one. We're going to get rid of this one. I can't have more than 2. Okay, continue the exploration. We've got a thing on this, so we have to do R113. I get the feeling this is going to be bad.
Let's sum up all we know about the bright...
That's not what I needed. A throng of skitterpaws is charging to your direction. Go to R70. Whoops. Hold on. Whoopsie, R70. If token B is in slot 6, it's not. Go to R69.
The paw of a skitterpaw is small, but armed with sharp talons. If 100 such creatures ran over you and your mistling, the consequences could be disastrous.
R69. If token A is in slot 6, flip it to token B. It's not. Otherwise, place token A in slot 6. Okay. What one number are we on? R69. Where's the book? I just want to see what R69 says. R69. R69. The paw of a skitterpaw is small but down. We've read that bit. Throw some food, Skitterpaws are lured away in the other direction, allowing you to avoid most of the damage. Brace for impact. You gain 3 damage, set the time to 1. Okay. I guess we throw some food then. I don't really want to, but I guess we throw some food. And so we get rid of... Oh, but this is worth 6 heals. You know what? We'll set the timer to 1. We'll put that back and we'll take 3 damage. Oh my god, this is bad. Brace for impact, okay. Set time for 1, take the damage, put that back there, okay. What the hell do we do now? Let's go up to R2. I'm fed up with this already, if I'm honest. R2.
You approach a precipice between 2 mountains and discover that the suspension bridge linking the lips is torn and lies in ruins. You inspect the dangling ropes, and an idea occurs to you. The torn ropes on the other end of the gap seem entangled with the shimmering tendrils which abound in the area. Would it be possible to use those to fix the bridge? How could you make the tendrils move? Lure them with light, perhaps? Yes, but the strongest source of light is the bright pinnacle. Is it possible to find an equally strong one in the neighborhood?
Okay. Sorry, I was just looking at this for hidden numbers, and I think I found one. Let's just go through this. So, strong one, is it possible to find light? We've got one, right? Try to connect the bridge only if you have this in front of you. Look for a lever across the bridge. Okay, well, let's try and connect the bridge. Use the collected light to trick the tendrils into reconnecting the bridge. If you have a light mistling, you may ignore up to 2 eyeballs. If you have a wind mistling, once per test you can subtract 2. Spend 1 essence to discard a card. We haven't got any. At the end of the test, for each eyeball, gain 2 damage. Oh my god. 5 is bad. 6 to 8 is... You fix the bridge, but the mistling has been pricked, gain 2 damage. 9 is together with the mistlings, you manage to repair the bridge. Okay, so we need a 9, really. Right, here we go. The light mistling allows us to ignore 2 eyeballs. We got a 3 and an eyeball. Okay, we got a 2, so that's 6. And another eyeball. I'm going to do one more. We got a 1, that's 7, that's not great. So I'm going to pay for that. Okay, let's stop here. So we're at 7. You fix the bridge, but the mistling has been pricked by the tendrils. Place token A in slot 5. Okay. Gain 2 damage. Oh my god, we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This sucks. Okay, and then gain of fatigue. Oh my goodness. I'll tuck this down here for now. Did I gain a damage from the thing? I don't know if I did. I'm going to take one more because I'm not sure if I took one from the extra eyeball. I could subtract 2, but that doesn't help me, so I'm going to get rid of these. Everything's got eyeballs on. It's insane. Okay, so we can place token A in there and we continue the exploration. So if we go back here, let's cross this down bridge. Yeah. Cross the bridge. Only if token A is in slot 5. It is. This ends the current exploration. Go to R34.
You reach the other part of the hill. You come closer and closer to the rise with the bright pinnacle and its blinding light.
Hold on. We're going to go back because there's R66 at the top here. So I'm just going to go and do that first. Please don't cost us time.
You eye the bright pinnacle curiously, trying to make out some intriguing details. The light around the top is too dense and too blinding for you to see through, but you manage to make out a creature floating in the air around the top.
I told you there was something. If you have down the rabbit hole part 2 status, we do, go to script R31.
As long as the creature floating around the top of the tower remains bathed in strong light, its species is hard to determine, but it seems similar to the skitterpaws. Could it be a renewed skitterpaw? But if so, isn't it strange that a mistling operates an object as complicated as the bright pinnacle?
Gain down the rabbit hole status part 5. We've already got it, so I think some of these might have either I've crossed off the wrong ones or something else has happened. Okay. So where were we? We were at R2 and we were crossing the bridge. So let's just do that again.
You approach a press.
Yeah. Cross the bridge. This ends the current exploration. I just need to get out of here. This is insane.
You reach the other part of the hill.
Yep.
You come.
If you don't have Secret 104, gain Secret 104. Oh, good. Grim is back. Okay. Don't know if he's meant to still have that on here. Discard the secret from the event slot. Good. Close map 6 and open map 7. So I'm guessing I discard all of these as well. Open map 7. Okay. That's 5. Open map 7. The last map. God for that. Right. Let's have a quick look for numbers. That other one was so well hidden, it was insane. R73, I find one. R73, it's right here. I'll have a look for any more. How the hell am I going to get across this lava? I think that's all of them. Well, I don't think that's all of them, but that's the only one I can find. Okay, let's tuck this back down here then. What are we doing? Open map 6. If you have Lighthouse Part 4, so we don't have to put a secret in here. If you have Lighthouse Part 4, go to script R35. Lighthouse Part 3, we do not.
You hide behind a sizable boulder close to the pinnacle. You carefully stick your head out and notice single skitterpaws here and there. One of them hops, carrying a ball of white light, identical to the one torn out of the air in, and together with other skitterpaws, it reaches the pinnacle. Then another mistling floats down from the top of the spire to meet them. It is similar to the skitterpaws, but bipedal and larger. From your experience with mistlings, you would say that this is a renewed skitterpaw. The arrival greets the lesser mistlings and takes the ball of light, which it then takes up and adds to the eye of the pinnacle. You literally see the light absorbed by the eye, and the ray of light reaching the faraway portal has expanded a bit. You were right then. The bright pinnacle is necessary to maintain the portal. The lesser skitterpaws disperse, and the renewed skitterpaw flies away. It looks like the right moment to take a look around and put the light out.
Okay, set the timer to 4. Seems you have some time to look around. Gain secret 115 and put it face down. There we go. Place secret 116 on the map. So the skitterpaws are on the thing. Okay. So this is skitterpaws running over the thing. Where did I see that number? Right here. Okay. Grim is back. That's good news, I think. Let's go. You know what? Let's go to, before we do this, let's go to Grim and go to, what scenario? R100. If map 6 is open, go to script R101. It's not. If map 7 is open, it is.
And here is the bright pinnacle. Grim spreads his arms as if he owned the place. It is almost the end of our journey. What is it? Do you have a question to ask?
Yeah, how do I heal? How to disable it? Review all the information we have on the lighthouse. Ask what he thinks the key may be. Ask where he thinks the key may be. Only if token B is open. Sorry, only if token B is on slot 1. Ask about the inhabitant of the clay hut. What clay hut? Oh, this clay hut. Review all the information we have. R13.
Let's sum up all we know about the bright pinnacle.
Hint, you may go to scripts depending on the lighthouse status. They contain hints on how to shut down the bright pinnacle. I have 2. Analyse the history of the lighthouse, part 1. We've got that. Go script R114.
The amount and the strength of light tells you how well the bright pinnacle works. The more power it receives, the more intense the light is. Grimm also mentioned that the light attracts mistlings, and if you are careless, it can make you blind. If such is the case, you need to shut down the pinnacle.
Okay, go to R113.
Let's sum up all...
So we know that. And then we've got number 3.
Alaria's notes have told you that the prototype of the machine was equipped with 2 glass pipes, and should you want to disconnect them, you must begin with the higher number. Doing it the other way round may perilously disturb the flow of power.
Okay, disconnect the higher number first. In descending order. Pipes descend. Okay.
Let's sum up all we know.
That's all I've got. That's all I know about this thing. Any other numbers that I can see? Don't think so. Okay, let's have a look at R42.
Throngs of skitterpaws run through the cogwheel and it keeps working. The system of shafts and gears connected to the towers tells you that the cogwheel powers the bright pinnacle. There is no easy way to disable the system other than stopping the stampede of mistlings.
Lure the skitterpaws with 2 food. I've only got 1. Order your mistlings to run among the skitterpaws. Why would that help? Just going to check the book in case it gives us any more info than this. So what number are we on? R42. R42. Lure them with food. We don't have any. There's a lot of weird, wild and ferocious but tired mistlings there. Go to script R57. I don't know how that helps me. Sure it does. I've only got 1 food, so that doesn't really help me. Okay, let's go to R41. Maybe we can find some food.
You carefully enter the clay cottage, which is basic, even primitive, but feels cozy. Inside you see a lair which strangely resembles a bed, and a few crude shelves with small stones and worthless gadgets. There are primitive carvings on the walls. These are not ours, Grimm scoffs. You can say a lot about us, but we can draw. Who lives here? A ruling mistling? If so, why does the place look so civilized?
Study the drawings and belongings only if you don't have Down the Rabbit Hole Part 6. We don't. Trying to deduce the mistling's abilities. Search for a key requires token B in slot 1. We don't have that. Let's come back to this. Let's go to R36. Hold on. Leave. R36. Which is this one here. You reach a cliff and spot a few ledges down. Don't tell me you want to get down there, Grimm scoffs. It's a total waste of time and we don't have too much of it. Store the cliff requires token B in slot 1. We don't have that. We'll leave. Okay. We're going to R73, which is the hidden number, which is right here. If you don't have token B in slot 1, you haven't found anything worthwhile here. Continue the exploration. If you don't have token B in slot 1, you haven't found anything. Is this requirement met? Yes. Yes, we don't have token B in slot 1. Okay, R37 it is.
You reach the holes in the slope, and an idea occurs to you. You have already seen that skitterpaws can carry stuff, so perhaps these nests hide something interesting. One hole is occupied. It is larger than the others, and taken by an old, fat skitterpaw resting on a worn red cushion, most likely the favourite of the ruler. The creature ignores you. "How about we kidnap the fatty?" Grim suggests. You look at him in disbelief, and the Fae adds, "I'm serious. We could use him as leverage."
Rummage through the nests. Kidnap the senior skitterpaw only if slot 2 is empty. Let's do it. It is more agile than you gave it credit for. Place token B in slot 2 and lose a time. Okay, we're going back in.
You reach the hole.
Rummage through the nests. Lose 1 time and gain 1 item. Okay, what items have we got? We have drink in a bottle of light. In combat, deal weak in range 2. Okay. Okay. We lose a time. Did I do that? We were on 4 with a 3 and then 2. I think so. R39. What have we got here?
You enter the bright pinnacle and look around. Whoever is in charge of the place has gathered a lot of supplies, including medicines. You suppose taking what you need wouldn't be a crime now. You also notice that the outer walls of the pinnacle are covered with tendrils, but they are withered.
Rest and heal a bit. Inspect the vines. Look for a key. Only if token B is in slot 1. It's not. Rest and heal for a bit. Lose a time. Heal 3 and remove 1 fatigue. 1, 2, 3. Remove 1 fatigue. Okay. I don't know what I'm finding out here. R40. If you don't have token A in slot 1, go to R58. We don't.
You head for the light on the top, but there is a locked door in your way. Pulling the handle gets you nowhere, and you sigh helplessly. Another key to find? "The owner of this place has 2 passions," Grim snarls. "Irritating everybody and bad art." He points at the drawing of a rabbit-like mistling standing on its hind legs and tossing an object in the air. It is a geometrical object, a square linked with a pentagon.
Place token B in slot 1. I wish I'd have been writing down all the places where I needed to go. You need some kind of key. Again, continue the exploration. Okay, we're going back to R41 then. We're about to take more damage.
Enter the...
We're going to search for a key. Requires token B in slot 1 in the clay hut. Lose a time and search.
Where is the key? Well, definitely not here. The drawing suggested it had been dropped. But where?
I think we know. Hint, the key might be somewhere near the cliffs. Yeah. Continue the exploration. Right, we need to turn this over. Oops. Okay. We have Return of the Renewed Skitterpaw. Anxiously, you look over your shoulder. Go to script R71. If the timer on the track, if the blue timer is on track, you are running out of time. Set it to red and place it on 2. Place secret 116 underneath the thing. What the heck is 116? I don't have a 116. This is 115. I'm a 116 short. Hold on, let me just check all these again. 100, 101, 102, 103, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 113, 117. I am short a secret. Where could it be? Let's just check through the equipment cards in case it got mixed up. Okay, it's not there. Good. Let's check through the cards here in case it got mixed up. Oh, that'd be easier to look on the back. It's not there. Okay. Let's check through these. I don't even know what these are. Okay. Not sure what these are. Locked artifacts. They must be something to do with the thing. Let's check through here. Not here either. Well, I guess I'm going to have to put a pause in and go and look for this secret card. Bear with me, everybody. Okay, something weird is going on. Secret 116 is this. So if I place this in the event slot, nothing's going to happen. I think this must be a typo. Let's just see if the errata says anything. Okay. What have we got? What number are we on? R71. No. R74, R21, R39, R10, and R4. None of those. There's something amiss here, right? Let's go back. So we were at R41. Told us to go to R71. No, let's go back again. Where do we go? The key might be somewhere near the expiration. So we went to R61, continue expiration. Oh, I went to R71. I meant to go to R73. Am I just being a numpty? No, we turned over this, right? So 115 said to go to script R71. If the timer is on the time track, if the blue timer is on the time track, you are running out of time, set it to red, place it in 2, place secret 116, which is this one, the one you just revealed, face down in the event slot, continue the expiration. That makes no sense. Do you reckon it means 115? Let's do that. I reckon it's 115. I think it's just a typo. Let's just check the book. R71. Yeah, I feel like they didn't quite take as much time on this as they maybe could and should have done. I guess that's what you get when you get Kickstarter add-ons and stuff. You know, they're good for the selling of it. They're less good for anything else. Okay, I think it's meant to be R15, R115, sorry, rather than what we're looking at. So I think it's just a typo. Okay, great. Thanks for wasting my time. Right, we're going to go to R73 because let's be honest, we think that's where the key is. It's that secret hidden one. If you don't have token B in slot 1, we do.
As you follow the ledge, you spot a geometrical shape, a square linked with a pentagon. You sigh with relief. It does look like a fey key, and this is precisely the one you've been looking for. You stuff it in your pocket.
Right. If slot 1 is empty, place token A in it and continue the expiration. I mean, it's not empty, but am I meant to switch this to A? I mean, we know we've got the key, so flip the token from A to B. Fine, good. Continue the expiration. Right, we're going back to R40. I think we're about to have a fight. We're in pretty bad shape. If you don't have token in slot 1...
You approach the bright source of the light, a crystal in the center of the pinnacle, also known as the eye of the pinnacle. The light is painfully bright, and you need to shut your eyes for fear they might get impaired. The structure of the eye is really complex. How can you safely turn it off?
Here you go. Here is the eye, looking complex. Okay. Sabotage the pinnacle. Review what you know about the bright pinnacle. We already done this, right? This is going to take us to...
Let's sum up all we know
about... It's going to ask
us
about the things, right? So we're going to have some we're going to have to guess on because we don't know much. So we're going to sabotage. This will be an awfully hard task. You think to yourself, hint, it's good to review what you know about the bright pinnacle. This ends the current exploration. Fine.
You stand before a shining crystal in the heart of the pinnacle. Good. Now, how to disable it and close the portal?
I think I genuinely know one thing about how to do it. Pump some essence into the crystal, hoping it will overload. Draw some essence from the crystal, hoping it will dim. I don't have any essence, so I'm going to draw some out. Go script R86. We're about to take damage.
The pinnacle has dimmed after some of the essence was extracted, but you'd rather not try to control the essence or extract more of it. The consequences may be impossible to predict and tackle. Fortunately, you can affect the machinery in other ways. There are many rotating cogwheels of different sizes there, and driving a stick in the middle of their maze should do the job. But where exactly?
I've got no idea. Stop the big cogs, stop the small cogs, stop the intermediate cogs. The intermediate ones. R90.
You decide to block the middle cogwheels, which is not a bad idea, but you must apply a lot of force to do that. As you push the stick with all you have got, sweating and straining your muscles, your mistlings come to your aid. Together, you succeed, but the mistling puts its paw where it shouldn't and gets slightly injured. Anyway, the machine has stopped. It may begin to work again any time soon, so you'd better use the moment. You lift a trap door close to the pedestal and reveal the main cogwheel there. This one is responsible for transferring the energy into the eye of the pinnacle. To block the transfer of power, you must turn it. But should you turn it left or right?
Gain 3 damage. Great. And choose one. I have no idea. I'm going to go left. Go script R91.
You turn the cogwheel left, and the crystal flares up. Its glare tosses you away.
Should have gone right. Lose 1 time and continue the exploration. Okay. Right. Here we go again. If you have token A, if you don't have token A, is this requirement met? No.
You approach the bright source of the light.
Yeah, we know.
A crystal in the center.
Sabotage the pinnacle. Let's try this again.
You stand before a...
Yeah, we know. Put some essence into the crystal. We're going to draw some essence.
The pinnacle has...
Okay, stop the small cogs.
You try to block the small cogwheels, but the stick you plant there breaks with a metallic snap. A few metal splinters shoot around, and the crystal comes back to life and shines.
Guess what? Take 3 damage and go to script R40. Great. So we know it's big. We think it's big, and then we think it's right. Okay.
You approach the bright source of the light.
I'm going to be dead by the time this finishes. Sabotage the pinnacle. Here we go again.
You stand before a...
All I know is about some pipes. Draw some essence.
The pinnacle has...
Yep. Stop the big cogs.
Big cogwheels halt with a screech, and the pinnacle dims again. However, it may begin to work any time soon, so you'd better use the moment. You lift a trap door close to the pedestal and reveal the main cogwheel there. This one is responsible for transferring the energy into the...
Yeah, we're going to turn it right.
You turn the cogwheel right and see the light of the pinnacle dim. Almost there. Now you can safely approach the crystal and take it off the pedestal. But is it wise to touch it with your bare hands? Perhaps you should use a tool.
Oh, I bet we're going to find that this was here. Use your bare hands, use some cloth, use a metal bar. Use a cloth.
You fold the crystal into a sheet of material, which gets very hot quickly, as if the crystal has transferred its warmth into the cloth. It is painful to hold, so you gently put it away, only to discover that the crystal is cold to the touch. The material, however, remains hot. You notice that there are 3 glass pipes connected to the crystal.
I think we got lucky.
They should be...
We got gain 2 damage. We didn't get that lucky. Good God. Let's hope we haven't got a fight. Gain 2 damage, then choose one. From the lowest to the highest to the highest to the lowest. Descending order, we said, right? Highest to lowest. That's what descending means.
You disconnect one pipe after another, and you see the light of the crystal dim. You can now remove it from the pedestal and take it away.
R46.
You have managed to disable the pinnacle, and as a result, the ray of light reaching the portal vanishes. Now the only concern remains reaching the portal before it disintegrates.
Gain the closure part 1 status. Okay. You take the eye of the pinnacle with you. Go to script R47.
You leave the tower, but then real problems begin. The renewed Skitterpaw is standing in your way, visibly angry with you for foiling its plan.
Okay, Arena card 47, map 4. Enemy, renewed Skitterpaw, card 267, 2677, and 278. Remember, during this combat, use the Rabid renewed Skitterpaw stat card instead of the renewed Skitterpaw stat card. Okay, modifiers. If you have a darkness in front, a dark light in front of you, you discard the card from the floor slot. We don't. If you have Down the Rabbit Hole Part 4 and 6, you may take 279 Diplomacy card from behind the renewed Skitterpaw divider. You may choose to use this card instead of a 278 Taming card. Okay. For every 3 parts of the Down the Rabbit Hole status, place 1 token on 279 Diplomacy card. For each part of the enemy status, gain 1 token. I don't think we've got any of those, have we? For each part of the enemy status, there isn't an enemy status. Oh, the enemy, I see. No, we haven't got any of those. If you have Ally Part 1 status, we don't have that either. If you have Ally Part 2 status, no, opponent gains 3 damage. If you have Ally Part 3 status, gain 3 damage from the Skitterpaws. We don't have any of those. Start the combat. Well, I guess we'll put a cut in here and we'll set up combat. Okay, we are set up and ready to go. Let's go through the arena card first. Place a crystal egg in the petal space in the middle, the umbrella. Place 1 machinery in either of the other 2 petal spaces. You and the enemy cannot move or be placed into space with the machinery or the crystal egg. When machinery is dealt 5 or more damage in a single turn, discard it and gain 3 essence. Bonus action, store essence. While within range 1 of the crystal egg, spend 3 essence to discard 1 gift from the renewed Skitterpaw. The Skitterpaw has 48 health, 2 shields, 1 magical shield, does 6 damage and moves 1. It has 3 circles, 3 squares and 2 triangles, and it triggers its special event on the or special attack on the 3. If it draws a circle, move an opponent 1 space towards the renewed Skitterpaw. For each gift it has, deal slow in range 1 and then trigger. Sounds bad. It's doing that first of all. Rush plus movement plus X movement. Sorry. Attack plus X with drain. X is the number of gifts the renewed Skitterpaw has. Okay. If this renewed Skitterpaw has at least 4 gifts, rush plus 1, attack, otherwise gain 1 gift. On its special ability, deal 3 magic damage in range 2 for each gift the renewed Skitterpaw has. Blink to the furthest umbrella space from the opponent, gain 1 gift. Now, we had the choice of a diplomacy card or a taming card. Sorry about that. We took the diplomacy card. When you deal any damage to the Skitterpaw, renewed Skitterpaw, remove 1 from its card. Show essence control. Each time you use the store essence bonus action, place 1 on this card. Impress. When you use the elemental bonus action, prepare and dash in any order in a single turn, place 1 on this card. I didn't realise I could do that. When you use the elemental bonus action, prepare and dash in any order in a single turn. Does that mean I have to do all 3 of them? Because I thought I could only take 2 bonus actions. When you use elemental bonus action, prepare and dash in any order in the same turn. Does that mean I could be doing... The elemental bonus action is this. Surely I can't do all 3 of those at the same time. Radiate Compassion. I'd gain another 1 token for that. Radiate Compassion. When you gain damage from the renewed Skitterpaw special ability, place 1 on this. Okay, have at least 8 on the thing. Okay, now there's a few setup steps we need to do. Important, remember to use the Rabid renewed Skitterpaw. It's a bit of a beast. Modifiers have, if you have a dark light token in front of you, discard a cover from floor slot. We don't. If you have both Down the Rabbit Hole Part 4 and 6, we have 4, we don't have 6. We can't even do this. Take the diplomacy card. We can't do this. We have to do the other one, which is maybe not the worst shout, but it's still not easy, and it's still the same thing. Wear down the renewed Skitterpaw, so it's only got 20 health left. Show prowess. When you use a special ability dash and prepare in any order in a single turn, place 1 on this card, have 2 on this card, strike down, deal at least 10 damage in a single turn. Mock. There are no machinery in the arena. So we can't do that. So, okay. For every 3 parts of Down the Rabbit Hole, place 1 on card 279. Can't do that. For each part of the enemy gain power, we don't have any. If token B is in slot 2, I think it is, the opponent gains weak. Okay, I think it was, but I moved the thing and now I'm not sure. I think it was. So weak, weak, weak. Okay, and that's going to go there. If you have the ally status part 1, you may discard any number of cards from your track, then draw that many. Don't have that. If you have the ally part 2 status, gain 3 damage. Your Brave Skitterpaw bites the renewed one. Sorry, the opponent gains 3 damage. We don't have that either. If you have the ally status part 3, gain 3 damage. Some Skitterpaws attack your mistling. We don't have that either. Start combat. This sucks. Let's have a look at who we're fighting. We're fighting this thing, which is pretty impressive, I have to say. There's the back of it. And we're going into this battle with our young Luminesca, as always. This one goes on this map over here, this spot over here, and we go in this spot over here. There's a lot going on in this, and I don't know how we do number 2. When you use special ability dash and prepare in any order, should that read or? I'm just going to go to the app and see if it says anything here, so bear with me. So I'm currently playing the foray into the Shadow Realm, and I'm up against the Rabid Renewed Skitterpaw. The taming card says show prowess when you use a special ability when you use a special ability, dash, and prepare in any order in a single turn, place 1 token on this card. I didn't think you could use 3 ability actions on 1 turn, or bonus actions on 1 turn, and dash, prepare, and the special ability bonus action are all bonus actions. Yeah, decipher that, AI. Right, let's turn these over. We'll see where we're going from here. Let's just give... Actually, I need to just give these a proper shuffle. Because all of the renewed... all of the young Luminesca cards are together. We've got 6 damage going into this, which isn't ideal. Okay, let's see if that gives us any answers in a second. And let's see what we get. Okay. In Dragon Eclipse, you can indeed use multiple bonus actions in a single turn, including dash, prepare, and special ability bonus actions. Here are it works. Bonus actions. These actions can be formed by spending power. Power markers, they are found on the elemental help card's ability. Using multiple bonus actions. Each bonus action may only be resolved once per player's turn. However, you can use different bonus actions in the same turn. For example, you can use dash, prepare, and special ability bonus actions all in 1 turn. That is interesting, because I thought... I may have just been an idiot, and I've played this whole thing well, I mean, the rules are telling me one thing, right? So I've been playing this whole thing incorrect. It's what we're just finding out. That's not a surprise. I'm just going to quickly look through the rules. Bear with me. Players' mistlings. Mistling name, enemy mistlings, combat setup, set up the arena, prepare your mistling, mulligan, oops, that was the page I needed and I lost it. Combat rules, action effect cards, basic keywords, player's turn. During a player's turn, resolve the following steps in any order. 1. Use bonus actions, optional. 2. Resolving an action card. Using bonus action. Bonus actions are players' actions that may be performed by spending the cost of their power. Bonus actions are found on the elemental help card Each bonus action can only be resolved once. Holy crap. So I've played this whole game limiting myself to only using 2 bonus actions when we could have been using more. Whoopsie. Okay, look, we've got a couple of things we can do. I can heal for 6. I'm going to do that immediately and get rid of our juicy fruit. I'm also going to spend the bracelet to gain 3 of these straight off the bat. I don't know how I'm going to use them, but we'll do that. So that can go in the used items. So that's that. Okay. Okay. So what we got going on? It's going to circle, which is move an opponent 1 space forward, renewed skittable for each gift. So it's not going to move us forward. Deal slow in range 1. We need to wear it down, get it to 20 or less health. That's the only thing we should focus on to begin with, right? How the hell do we do that? Okay, first things first, we're going to use the Aegis of Light, which gives us an upgrade. We get to move 3 plus 3. So I can go 1, 2, 3 maybe. Let's just have a look at the... I need to get rid of the machinery. Can I move or be placed in space with the machinery? When machinery is dealt 5 damage in a single turn, discard it and gain 3 essence. How does essence help me? Because it only helps me on the thingamajig card. Okay, so that's that. We now have at the end of your turn, your opponent heals. Sorry, if your opponent, yours and your opponent's, if you gained any damage, heal 1. So at least we're going to have something healing us. He, she, it is weak. Do we want to spend anything to begin with? I don't think so. We're just going to stop there, right? We'll put this here. Inner light. You can have 3 upgrades. That's good. If we can start getting these out, we can start being in a stronger place. It's go. Move an opponent 1 space towards the renewed skittable for each gift it has. Deal slow and in range 1 and trigger. So this goes here and it does nothing. Square. Rush plus X, where X is the number of gifts. It's moving 1 space, so it moves here. The weak comes with it. Rush plus X, attack plus X with drain. X is the number of gifts, so it's not doing anything there. And then it's putting this here. So it's 1 away from doing its special, which is deal 3 damage in range 2 for each gift it has. Blink to the further space. So it's going to attack here, but it could move towards us. It's using a square, so it's going to move here. And then it's going to attack in range 2. So it's going to attack here and then blink to this space. Okay, that's not horrendous for us. We can handle that. It's not in a thing. We can get rid of this. Okay. I think we're going to use light vortex. So we're going to gain 2 of these. 1, and then I spend 2. I'm going to keep those 2. I'll spend the 2 that I would have got. I can attack in range of 2. It's not in 2. And I can gain one more if I'm fighting a shadow. So there we go. There's that. That goes there. This moves up. This moves up. We take the next card. Colours from Beyond. Gain 2 in any range. Deal 2 magical damage in any range in line. Deal an additional 2 for each empty space between you and it. So it's going to move over here, which is here. So if I come and stand down here, I'm going to be able to do a load of damage to it. I didn't know that before it was his go, so that's fine. It's his go, so he's going to move this along, and this along, and do a square. Square is rush plus X, where X is the number of things, so that's none. Then it's going to attack. There is no one to attack. Then it's going to do its special, deal 3 damage in range 2. We're not in range 2. Blink to the furthest space over here. And then gain 1, whatever it is, the glow, that's what it's called. Okay, our go. I really like to get this out, but this feels like it's too much to miss. So I can move 3, 1, 2, 3 by spending this. So 1, 2, 3, and then I can deal 2 damage in line, deal an additional 2 for each empty space. 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 damage to it. It's got a shield of 1, so we're doing 7 damage to it. So we get one of these for taking it from this space. We do 2 damage in line, deal additional 2 damage for each empty space between you and the opponent. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 8. Oh no, so it's 10 damage, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So 10 damage we do to it in one turn. However, it's got 1 shield. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5. So it's taken 9 damage. Okay. And if we're fighting a shadow, we get 2 of these. Great. Okay. Do I want to do anything else? I could use 4 of these to do a fading light, which would deal 3 damage to it minus the 1 shield. That doesn't feel necessarily what we need to do right now. I haven't taken any damage, so I don't get to heal. I think I'm stopping here. What's he doing? He's doing a move an opponent 1 space towards you for each gift. So we're going to move 1, and then he's going to trigger. Okay, so let's have a little look. It's going to, on its go, do a circle, which is move an opponent 1 space towards you for each gift. It's got 1. If it deals slow in range 1, and then trigger. So it's then going to do a triangle. And a triangle is, if the renewed Skitterpaw has at least 4 gifts, let's just move these out of the way. If it has at least 4 gifts, it doesn't. Sorry, let's try that again. Triangle is, if the renewed Skitterpaw has at least 4 gifts, rush +1, attack, otherwise gain a gift. Oh, that sucks. But I can remove the gifts, right? Store essence. While within range 1 of the crystal egg, spend 3 essence to discard 1 gift. So I have to destroy machinery to then be able to get rid of its gifts. Okay, I hear you. Not sure that's great for us, but I hear you. Do I treat you and the enemy... Sorry, let's just see. When machinery is dealt 5 or more damage in a single turn, do you think I can attack it in one of these spaces? Because my card down here allows me to attack enemies if your opponent is in one of these spaces. Normally these cards say treat the machine as an enemy. This one doesn't, so I'm guessing not. Okay, what's he doing next? He's doing a square, which is rush +1, so he's going to rush 2, so 1, 2, 3, he's going to be here. And then attack, so he's still not going to be in range, and then he's going to deal 3 damage in range of 2. So I'm guessing I want to be out of his way. This is going to get bad real quick, and I don't really have anything to do damage to the things at the moment. He's in one of those spaces, so I do get to do that. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to use low wavelength, which gives us 3 crystals. Power, 1, 2, 3. Okay, then attack in any range. So we're going to attack for 3. He has a shield of 2, so we do 1 damage to him. Oops, sorry buddy. It's pretty good that. There's your 10. And we'll stand you back up. And then we get to trigger... so I'm going to trigger Inner Light, which allows us to get extra things. Okay. Now, I think I want to move, right? So he's going to do a square, which is rush plus his thing. So 1, 2, 3, and then attack in range of 2. So we'll attack here and not hiss, but then deal 3 damage in range 2 for each gift. 3 damage in range 2, so we'll be doing 6 damage to us. Blink back to this space and then do 2 and then gain another gift. So I want to be out of his way, so I'm going to spend one of these to move here. It's going to move 1, 2, 3 and then do it, so I think that's fine. Okay, let's move these up and let's put this here and this here. I could really do with that heal. I could start using my elemental bonus damage. We'll start thinking about that next. Okay. So it's his go. This moves up, this moves up. He's doing a square. We're about to start taking some fatigue. Square is rush. 1, 2, 3. Attack with drain does nothing. And then it's doing special deal 3 damage in range of 2. We're not in range of 2. Blink back to the furthest space of this, which is this one, and then gain another one of these. That's the maximum it can have, 4. That's still pretty rough. Okay, it's got 2 cards left. I have to try and get some of this glow off him. No, what's it called? Gift. How many have I got? 2, 4, 6, 7. I'd really like the card that gives us... I'm going to spend 1 to prepare. I'm going to get rid of restoration. So we'll put that there, we'll move these up, and we'll take this. Light Vortex, that's not bad actually, because that should allow us to do 5 damage to the machine. Okay, so what if we did this? Move and attack. So 1, 2, 3. Attack in range X, where X is your number of these. We'll just put 2 down as well. So we've done 3 damage. I'm just going to put the damage over here. So we've done 3 damage to this thing. Then I can put this over here. I get to trigger because we're fighting a shadow, so I'm then going to gain 1 brightness over here. I can spend 2 to get another brightness, but I don't need to because we're fighting a shadow, so I can get another one. We're up to 5, and I get to attack in range 2, so I do another 3 damage to this, which is that. What happens when we attack this? Your enemy and you cannot be placed in the machine. When a machinery is dealt 5 damage or more in a single turn, discard it and gain 3 essence. What the hell? What the hell are we going to use as essence? We'll use essence as essence. Sounds like a plan. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. If we were to go to the crystal egg, store essence, while within range 1 of the crystal egg, spend 3 essence to discard 1 gift. So I'm not within range of that. I could move, right? Because this was move and attack. We've triggered this one. So I'll tuck this underneath here. What's he doing on his turn? He's doing triangle, which is if renewed skill pool has at least 4 gifts, rush and attack. It doesn't gain a gift. So if I use 1, 2, if I use a movement, 1, 2 to come here, and then as a bonus action I can spend another 2 to spend 3 essence to discard a gift. So let's get rid of this. And we'll get rid of one of these. It's about to get it back, but that's fine. And then, do I spend 4? I do. I'm going to spend 4 to deal 5 damage to this. Get rid of one of these. And this is gone as well. And we gain 3 essence back. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, so this moves up. We get this. We get this. Okay. His go is doing a triangle, which is if renewed skill pool has at least 4 gifts, rush +1 and attack, it doesn't gain a gift. Okay, great. And it's going to get another gift straight away. Come on. It's back to us. I'm going to get rid of this card. As good as it is, there's a different upgrade that I want. Photosynthesis. Gain 2 at the start of your turn, gain energy. That's what we wanted. But we don't want to use it right now. I'm going to use reshuffle your deck. Do not discard your upgrades. So I'm going to get 3. 1, 2, 3. We're going to put this over here because it's a trigger card. And we are going to trigger this upgrade. So we, at the start of our turn, we gain 1 power. That's good. Then I'm going to spend 2 of these to do our bonus action to get rid of these free essence, and therefore remove one of these. Right? It's going to get it back, but that's fine. Just keeps. I mean, now we're in trouble. Right? This moves up. This goes here. It's doing a triangle. We take a fatigue. And it goes, oh, we need to move these up first. And this go, oh, hold on, I needed to reshuffle my deck, right, without this one in. So let's do that. Okay, so that goes there, that goes on top, that's the fatigue card, that stays there. That's us done. It's his go, so if the renewed pool has at least 4 gifts, rush and attack, it doesn't, so gain a gift. So now we can't get rid of them. It's going to be pretty rough for us. We need to shuffle these back in. Okay, he's doing a circle, which is move an opponent 1 space towards the renewed pool for each gift. So we're going to move 3 and deal slow in range 1 and then trigger. Oh, cack. Okay. This could be pretty good. Storm of Colours. Attack or move. Discard 1 card. Discard 1 card. Choose any card from your deck and place it in the empty slot. And then shuffle your deck. I'm just going to have a look at what we've got. Restoration, low wavelength, Colours from Beyond. You know what could be good? The one where we did attack in a line. If we were to get back down here and attack again, it's another 10 damage. 9 damage. So maybe we do that. Oh, start of our turn, we gain 1. Okay, because we've now got this underneath it. I'm going to do Storm of Colours, move and attack. This, well, maybe no, I'm not going to do that. Let's just wait a second. I'm going to have to shuffle these anyway, but I just wanted to see what's in my deck. I'm going to lose the ability to attack. But I think that's fine. I'm going to do this. Move and attack. So I'll put this here. I move. 1, 2, 3. Then I discard 1 card. I'm going to get rid of Blinding Radiance. I'm going to get rid of Blinding Radiance because I've got to get power for that. I'm then going to find whatever that card was called. Yeah, Colours from Beyond. I'm going to put that on top of my deck. No, I'm not. I'm going to put it in the slot, right? And then I'm going to put this here. And this card was a trigger if we're fighting a darkness. So we're now going to trigger this. So we don't get the power for it, but deal 2 damage in line. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's got 1 shield, so we do another 9 damage to it. It's 19 hit points gone. What does that put it down to? So it was on 48. Take away 10 is 38. Take away 9 is 29. So we still need to do another 9 damage to it. Great. I mean, I think we just try and kill it. We're going to use this 1 power to do our elemental bonus action. Deal 1 damage, pierce 2, and gain 1 thing. And then we're going to heal immediately from it. So we just do 1 more damage to it. It's up to 20 damage. So it's up to 28 hit points. Or down to 28 hit points, I guess, is more accurate. Okay, these move up. This goes here. This goes here. Haven't really thought about what it's going to do. It could be painful. Right, it is going to move these 2 up and do a circle. Circle is move an opponent 1 space towards the remove skip pool for each gift. It's got 3. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. For each gift, it has deal slow in range 1. We're not there. Then it's going to trigger. So this is going to move up and this is going to go here. So it's doing a square, which is rush plus X, where X is the glow. That's enough for it to move here. It's then going to attack plus X. So it's going to do 9 damage to us, and that's drain. Holy crap. That is terrible for us. I guess just thinking about this, I would have moved, right? But I would have only been able to move here. So 1, 2, 3, it still would have got to us. Okay. So where were we? We were doing a square, which was rush and attack. X is the number of gifts, so he's done 9 damage to us. Yeah, good. If the remove Skitterpaw has at least 4 gifts, no, that's not right. I need to do this. Deal 3 damage in 2 range for each gift it has, so it's doing 2, 3, 6, 9 more damage to us. What the actual... So I think we're on 10. Plus another 9. I'm not sure if that's right, but I mean, I think it's irrelevant at this stage. We did well to avoid it for as long as we could, but right, that goes there, that goes there. And guess what? It gains another one of these. So I'm on 19 damage of 24. Oh, hold on, this should have moved up, these should have moved up, and this should go here. I'm on 19 damage of 24, and I'm absolutely screwed. What we are going to do is doing a circle, which is moving an opponent towards an trigger. I'm going to use my deal weak in range 2. We'll use that. I think it's a bit irrelevant, but that can go there. Okay, we gain 1 on our start of our turn. Oh, hold on. We heal 1 because we took some damage. Nice. That really sucked, by the way. I don't think there's much I can do here. I'm going to prepare. I'm going to get rid of brilliance. I'm going to move these up and put this here. Wavelength. If the opponent is in a petal space, it's not. Doesn't help me at all. Okay, well I guess I'm going to take you. We'll put you here. We'll put these 3 over here. This has got a benefit to being on top of our discard pile. But it's its go. I'm going to spend 1 to do 1. Don't know why this matters. I'm going to spend 1 to do 1 damage to it. Good. Okay, its go is going to do a circle. A circle is move the opponent 1 space towards it. It doesn't need to. For each gift, and deal slow. Okay, good. Good, good, good. We're not getting away from this. Deal slow. Then it's going to trigger. So this goes here and this goes here. This is a square. Square is rush plus X and attack plus X with drain, where X is the number of gifts. It's only going to attack for 1, so it's going to heal 1. Oh, hold on. I've got a shield, so it doesn't do any damage to me. So we get away from that. Oh, I had a shield earlier, so I probably should have avoided some of that damage. Not that it really matters. Okay. We're now slowed, so I can't run away from it. I think this is the end of us. Its next action is going to be another square, which is going to hit us for... it's going to hit us for... Oh, you can get rid of the weak. It is going to hit us for 10 damage. And I can... Oh, hold on. Restoration. We get 1 for the start of our turn. Restoration. When you or your ally cleanse and heal 2. 1, 2. Nice. Deal silence and weak to the thingy. Majig. Okay. I'm going to spend 1 to do another 1 damage to it, and then heal myself for 1. We turn this over. It's fatigue. I've got nothing else that helps here. This is insane. Okay, it's go. This moves here, and then it does a square. And square is rush and then attack with drain. It's going to hit me for 1, and we have a shield of 1, so it doesn't do any damage to us because it's weak. That goes away. Also, because it's silenced, it doesn't do its special, but it will do it next time. We're just delaying the inevitable, really. Okay. We lose slow, so we can at least try and run away, but we're never going to be able to get away from it. We pick up 1, start of our turn. So on its turn, it's doing a triangle, which is, if it has at least 4 gifts, rush plus 1 and attack. So it's going to move 2, but then it's going to do its special, which is going to be deal 3 damage and range 2 for each gift. And I am going to be standing right next to it. So 1, 2, 3 gets me here. On its turn, it's going to... if the renew skill has at least 4 gifts, rush plus 1, so it's going to move here. And then I'm going to be in range 2, which is there. I have no move, so I'm going to spend 1 to discard this and hope a move comes out. I don't have to take the benefits of or the detriment of that. Light Vortex is not a move. That is not going to cut it. I think I'm done. I think I am done. None of these help me at all, in fact. This is it, it's all over. Gain 1 brightness, you may spend 2 to gain an additional brightness. Attack in range 2, so we can at least do some damage to it, but we'll only be doing 1, so that's irrelevant. I have nothing. yeah, there's nothing I can do. There's no clutch card that we've got. Combat. For every neutral card in your discard, gain 1 power. I don't think we've got any. Yeah, we have no neutral cards. If you have a shadow mistling, we don't. This is it. This is us done. What can I do? I can... I'm going to do this. 2 of these. For doing light vortex, we gain 1 back of these. So that goes on there. I can attack in range of 2, so I'm attacking for 3 damage. It's got shield of 2, so we're doing 1 damage to it. Woo! Then I'm going to run away. 1, 2, 3. I can't run any further than that. And I can't do anything to him to stop him from moving. I am then going to spend 4 of these to do Fading Light, which spends 1 of these to do 5 damage, minus his 1 shield. So we do 4 damage to it. Hold on, I'm being an idiot. I think it's on 23. I think that's what it was on. I'm not sure that's right. It was on 19, right? Something like that. 23. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I can't do anything else. Let's move this over. We're out of cards. Toward the light. That would have been really useful because when you gain damage that equals or exceeds your hit points, heal up to 1 health. Just happened to be the last card coming out. Right, it's doing a triangle, which is if it has 4 gifts, rush plus 1. So 1, 2. Then it's going to trigger. No, it's going to do its special. Deal 3 damage in range 2 for each gift. It's got 4 gifts. It's doing 3, 6, 9, 12 damage. We weirdly cannot handle taking 12 damage. That is us done. Go to script R49. We die, is I think what it says. Where's R49? Hold on. Is it 39 or 49? 49. If you play with 2 players, if you're playing solo. If you're playing solo, the defeated mistling heals 5 and gains fatigue. Then read on. If you still have 1 mistling that hasn't been used in this combat, discard the current mistling standee from the arena. You may set up the following standard creature setup rules, but place the mistling standee in the space which your previous mistling was discarded. Then continue the combat. Okay. I mean, this seems a bit irrelevant because the other one's got a shed load of damage on it. So let's get rid of these. So it did matter what we were doing at the end there, but this has already got, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage of its 40 damage. I think we're out of luck here. Okay, let's shuffle these. Okay, let's get rid of these. We don't need them. Okay, let's turn these over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need the mistling, so bear with me. Let's get the old muscular bird mistling out. So it's over here. Here he is. Just so you can have a little glimpse at the muscles. Look at that. Look at that beast. Okay, that's the wrong one. There you go. He goes here, and Luminesca lies by the wayside, dead. Okay. I don't think this is going to make any difference because it's got drain. So every time, so we gain 1 fatigue instantly. I'm going to put that on our mistling just to try and cheat a little bit. Right, we shuffle all of these. This is insane. Okay, we shuffle all of these. This goes here. It's our go. On its turn, it's going to do a square, which is rush plus the number of gifts, and then attack plus a number of gifts is immediately going to do 6 damage to us. No, 10 damage to us. We've got no shield. For God's sake. Move an opponent in range 3 by up to 3 spaces. No, in any range by up to 3 spaces. 1, 2, 3. So then on its turn, it's going to rush 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be right back to where we are. Good. Good, good. You know what? We're going to take a mulligan. What we got? Fatigue, great. Great. Oh, hold on. I read this wrong. Move an opponent in any range by up to 3. They gain slow. 1, 2, 3. Get out of here. Get out of here. And they take slow. That might be critical. So we do that. We get 2 of these. 1, 2. This moves up. How many have I got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Okay. This goes here. It's now their go. So they're doing a square. Got another one. Rush, but it's only moving 1. Okay, good. Attack, and then that's it. Okay, fine. It's doing square again, so it's going to be right next to us again. It's going to move 5 spaces. So we've delayed the attack. For literally 2 seconds. Now I can do 9 damage to it. Well, 7 damage to it. Okay, let's use one of these to prepare and get rid of this thing. Then let's move this along, this along, this along, and put this here. Okay. Okay, this is not great. This is not great, but this is really useful for next go. But we're still going to take loads of damage. Okay, I'm going to use Lightning Strike. We get 2 of these. Choose a space in any range, deal 6 damage to it, and then choose another space and 3 damage. So I can choose this one and this one. So we are going to do 6 damage minus 1 is 5, 3 damage minus 2 minus 1 is 7. So 7 damage. Okay, what's that mean? So is that 5? It is. So you're now up to 30 damage. But you're going to heal in a second. Because this attack is about to have drain. Wow, poop. So you're about to heal like 10 damage, if not more. Okay, I can't do anything, so we just take what's coming our way. Its turn. It's doing a square, and square is rush plus X, where X is the number of gifts. Then it's going to attack plus X with drain, where X is the number of gifts. Let's just check drain, but I'm pretty sure drain is for all of the damage you do, heal for that much damage. I'm pretty sure that's the... Okay, I'm clutching at straws. Drain. Attacks and effects deal magical damage with drain. Heal your mistling by the value of the final damage done to the opponent. However, you may not heal that exceeds your opponent's health. What? However, you may not heal damage that exceeds the opponent's health. For example, drain 3. Drain your opponent has 1 left. Oh, okay, I see. So it's going to hit us and drain for a butt ton. Right. So he's attacking for 6 plus the number of gifts, that's 4. He's healing 10. And we're taking it. Good. We're up to 29. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do Stormborn Veil, which is if your opponent is not within range 1 of you. Oh, come on. Okay, we're going to use one of these. We're going to use one of these to move one. There you go. How do you feel about that, sunshine? Let's move here. No, let's move here. If your opponent is not within range 1 from you, each time you gain any magical damage, reduce it. And I'm going to move this along. We get 2 of these, and then I'm going to turn this over. I think it's a bit irrelevant, but that's what we're doing, right? It's go. It's going to put this here, and do a triangle. A triangle is, if the renewed skitter pool has at least 4 gifts, rush plus 1 and attack. So it's going to stand here and attack me for 6. It's not doing magical damage, so I take all of that. Youch. What happened to all of the damage tokens with 5s on? Disappeared. Oh, there's one. Right, so there's another 6. So what are we on? 10, 20, 25. Oh, they're over here. 25. Okay, good. We are not long left of this world. Then it's going to trigger, which means it's going to attack me again with a triangle. Oh no, it's not this one that triggers. Hold on, we're okay. So this moves up and this goes here. It's doing its special, which is deal 3 damage in range 2 for each gift. So we're going to take 4 damage, right? No, deal 3 damage in range 2 for each gift they're taking. So it's attacking 4 times. So we take 4 damage. We're up to 29. As I said, I don't think this matters. Okay. Doing triangle, which is, it's just going to hit us again. We can't get out of here. It doesn't matter. So triangle is if renewed skitter pool has at least 4 gifts, rush plus 1 and then attack. Okay, we might be alright actually. So let's use Zephyr Speed, which gives us 2 of these. 1, 2. We're going to blink 2. Whoopah. We're going to attack with Pierce 1, so we're attacking for 4. He's got a shield of 2, so we're attacking for 3, so it's up to 23. Oh, hold on, it was past this, right? So we can put 1 on there. I have to use a special ability, dash and prepare all in 1 turn. I'm never going to have the power, the thing to do that, because this is now 3 damage, or 3 things. So there's no way I'm going to do that twice. We're attacking, we've done 3 damage. Then I'm going to spend 5 of these. Oh no, I get to blink again. Whoopah. I'm going to spend 5 of these to see what is under this thing. If it's something good, I can use it. Hold on, it is fatigue. That just sums up everything that's happened here today. Fatigue. Gain 2 damage, discard up to 2 cards, draw that many, remove this from play. You know what? I'm actually going to do it. I'm actually going to take the damage. So 1, 2, so we're up to 30 damage. This is us going out in a whimper. 30 damage. Then we get to discard 2 cards. I'm going to get rid of these 2. And then I'm going to redraw. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, it's go. It's doing a triangle. Which, hold on, I'm going to spend 1 to move again. I'm going to move here. It's doing a triangle, which is, if the renewed skill pool has at least 4 gifts, rush +1, so it's going to move 2 and stand there, and then attack. We're not in range, so that's all good. Okay, I may have been getting this wrong. I may have been moving it, the extra move, based on the other attack, but again, I don't think it would have made any difference. And it's going to do the same thing again, so it's going to move 2, so if I was here, it's still going to get to us. None of these do anything for me whatsoever. Literally not a single one of them. I can blink, but blink would just take me my movement. I can get away from him, so I guess we do that. We take you, we take 2 of these. We blink where X is your movement, we move here. We spend another one of these to move 1 space back. That's our turn. Okay. It's go. It is doing a triangle, which is, if the new skip pool has at least 4 gifts, rush +1, 1, 2, and then attacking. That's it for his turn. It's back to us. It's doing a square next, which is drain for 10 damage. We are so screwed. Okay, I'm going to use one of these to get rid of this. Move these along and hope something good comes out. Airborne. Move an opponent in any range by up to 3 spaces. The opponent gains slow. Huge. We take 1 power and we move you 1, 2, 3. And we give you slow. This is stupid. This is absolutely stupid. Right, this goes here. It's his go. This moves up, this moves up. This goes here. It's doing square, which is rush. It's just going to be able to move there. And then it's dealing drain and attack. Doesn't matter. Then it's doing its special, which is deal 3 damage in range 2 for each gift. We're not there. And then it's going to blink over here. Okay. I'll go. He's doing circle next. He's moving opponent 1 space forward for each gift. And then deal slow and then trigger. We're just delaying the inevitable. It's such a waste of everyone's time. I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this here. We're going to take 2 of these. We are going to, if it's in slot 3, game 3, we can't. We're fighting a wind elemental. Earth elemental. That's got earth. Deal slow and weak in any range. So we're still delaying the inevitable. This moves up. This goes here. Okay, it's his go. He is doing circle, which is move an opponent by 1 space for each. Oh, we didn't. Oh no, hold on. We're fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Deal slow in range 1. We're not in range 1. Trigger. So it's going to do the same thing again. We move here. Deal slow in range 1. Okay, we take a slow. Now we're screwed. And this goes here. And then we gain a fatigue. It goes on top of our deck. And we are now slow, and then on its turn it is going to do a triangle, which is Russian attack. Not a Russian attack. Okay. Okay, we're going to do chain strikes. So we'll take 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. Cleanse 1, we don't need to. Attack with Pierce 3. If you don't move this turn, trigger. So we're going to attack for 4 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's up to 26. I feel like we've been here a long time ago. Okay. And our trigger is going to be something that isn't useful. I guess we're going to deal 2 damage in range 3 plus X, where X is your movement. Our movement is 1. We are going to do 3 damage to it. This trigger was pointless. And then it's got a shield for 1, so we're going to do 2 damage to it. It's up to 28. Look at us go. Just need another 20 damage. Then we're going to spend 5 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to try this again. Oh no, we know what's there. There's no point doing it because we know this is a fatigue. Okay, let's put this here. Let's put this here. Okay. Its go. It is going to kill us. There's no other way of putting this. This is about to kill us. Right, this goes up here, this goes here. It's doing a triangle. Triangle is if it has 4 gifts, rush and attack. It doesn't need to rush. It's going to attack us for 6 damage. We cannot block any of it. 5, 6. Then it is going to do its special. And its special is deal 2 damage for each gift the renewed Skitterpaw has. That's a lot of damage. We're on 4 hit points from our total health, and we take 10, 12. We are dead. We fall over as well. Okay, otherwise go to script R64. If you don't have secret 104, go to R65. We do have secret 104. It's our boy Grim.
What gave you the idea that any mistling can best a renewed Skitterpaw? Your defeat
Hold on. If you don't have it, we do have it.
The renewed Skitterpaw appears to be a tough opponent, and it has fiercely dealt with your mistling. The poor, battered creature cowers behind your back, and the renewed Skitterpaw approaches you triumphantly, gloating over its victory. You make eye contact with Grim, who is hiding behind a nearby rock.
Ask Grim to distract the renewed Skitterpaw. Requires Harlequin 6. We do have it. Do not endanger Grim. We can't. Go to script R65.
What gave you the idea that any mistling can best a renewed Skitterpaw? Your defeat is ignominious, and you have no choice but to flee.
Each mistling that took part in the combat heals down to half their damage. Congratulations, we'll reach the end of the scenario. I don't know if congratulations are in order. X7.
The clash is violent, and you watch the event unfold with your heart pounding. Finally, the renewed Skitterpaw appears too strong for your mistling. Seeing that the situation is getting out of hand, you intervene yourself to protect your mistling. The renewed Skitterpaw doesn't show you any respect, and launches one ferocious attack after another. You suffer a few injuries, but manage to save the mistling. Together, you flee toward the portal.
If you have the closure part 1 status, I think we do, yes. Is this met? Yes.
You have lost to the Skitterpaw, but you have done what you came here for. The bright pinnacle is disabled, and the passage between your reality and the Shadow Realm is closed forever. As the light fades and the portal shrinks, you feel your mission has come to an end.
If you have secret 104, we do.
I need to talk to you about the Eye of the Pinnacle, Grim says, unexpectedly. You open your eyes wide, and he declares, This is an inherent piece of the Shadow Realm, our birthright, one of the sources of light my people will unquestionably need. Please, give it back to me. There is no time for such disputes now. After all, you have lost to the renewed Skitterpaw, and the mistling may start the chase any second. You have a good mind to hand the artifact over to Grim, but you are stuck by second thoughts. Is it really a good idea to leave the Eye of the Pinnacle in the Shadow Realm? What if the story repeats itself? No, Grim exclaims. You need not worry. I will take good care of it.
Give the Eye of the Pinnacle to Grim, keep the crystal, convince Grim to go with you requires both Harlequins 5 and 6. We don't have both of those. You know what? I'm going to give him the crystal. The script X23. We don't deserve it.
Thank you, Grim says. The eye is an important relic for the Fae. Without it, our fate in the world would not be complete. You shake hands for the last time, and you finally cross the portal. As you take a final glance over your shoulder, you still manage to glimpse Grim's silhouette in the shimmering surface of the portal. The Fae is still standing there and waving. You watch him until the portal closes for good.
If you have the Harlequin Part 4 status, let's bring this over here. Harlequin Part 4, we do not. The script X26.
As time goes on, you can't stop thinking about Grim. You keep asking yourself what may have possibly happened to him. Since the location of the Shining Chambers is still a mystery, you suppose that Grim is still searching for them. You hope that one day he will succeed and his dream will come true.
If you have the future status, no, we don't have that either. The script X30.
You have decided that returning the Eye of the Pinnacle to Grim would be a sensible decision. The artifact belongs in the Shadow Realm, and taking it with you would be a violation of a sacred rule. Besides, you hope that the artifact will help Fae survivors in the Shadow Realm, provided that Grim prevents it from falling into the wrong hands. No, you definitely trust Grim to take good care of it, and you do believe he will find the Shining Chambers he has been after for so long. After decades of ill fortune, the Fae deserve a chance for a better life.
If you have the Closure Part 2 status, we do not. If you have the Closure Part 1 status, we do.
The Bright Pinnacle is disabled, and the mystery behind it has been lost. This way, you have also saved flocks of Airins, but unfortunately, not all of them. Most of them have fled to your reality, but some were not quick enough, and they stayed in the Shadow Realm forever. You feel for them, but on the other hand, you remember how resilient and adaptable mistlings are. Perhaps the descendants of the Marauders will form an entirely new mistling species in centuries to come.
The script X35.
So, is it over? No. There is never an end to adventures, and you of all people should know that best. So, take some rest, Tamer. Play with your mistlings. Teach them some new skills. Enjoy life a bit. Soon there will be another challenge to face, another trail to blaze, another danger to defeat. And admit it, you are looking forward to it, aren't you?
Congratulations, you reached the end of this campaign. Go to script X36. Thank you for playing Dragon Eclipse, foray into the Shadow Realm. We hope you had as much fun playing the campaign as we had creating it. Until the next adventure, Tamer. Add tier cards of all your mistings you haven't been tamed to the round of combat. Open all boosters. If you want to complete the Mistling Encyclopedia, you may add any remaining tier cards from this expansion to the tier deck of the game. Then use script Z12 from the base game adventure journal to set up random combats. Let's just go back then to Z12 in the campaign. I just want to read what that says.
The way to Careberg, snakes among hills.
Yeah. Z12, right? Z12. Z12. Choose one of your tamed mistlings. Perform the deck construction. Take the random combat deck and either choose any card or draw one at random. Set up the combat as expected on the tier card. Instead of going to a certain script after the combat, read the following: tame, win, lose. So you could tame everything, get it in your encyclopedia. Look, I think as much as I enjoyed the first campaign, I really enjoyed it. This might be me. This might be that I'm just inept, and there's every chance of that. We probably chose the wrong mistlings. Like taking the Luminesca, we had better choices than that. But this is a pretty strong character, and it recommended taking it. But for this one, it's impossible. We needed to know more about it going into it. But that middle mission really seemed a bit weird. There really seemed to be something off about it. And again, I don't know if it was just me, and maybe I kind of shot myself in the foot by reducing or giving myself fatigue when I should have just been ignoring that timer marker. But yeah, something felt off about this. Nowhere near as interesting or as fun as the campaign. And as always, I find with these sorts of things, unless the same care and attention isn't given to these expansions that is given to the core game, and then you end up just resenting it a little bit, and that's where I am maybe with this. Look, I think with Awakened Realms is a bit of a tough one. I don't necessarily agree with what they're doing with AI art. If all of that stuff is true, I don't necessarily agree with what they're doing with AI art. They are a big company who can afford to pay lots and lots of illustrators rather than just getting AI to do it. But unfortunately, it is the world we're heading down. Would I have backed the game if I'd have known it was AI art before? I'd have considered it. However, that said, I've really enjoyed it. And the art does look good, I will say that. But it's a tad annoying. I mean, I think we'll give the roguelike a little go, but ultimately, when it comes to something like this, I'd probably rather play Slay the Spire than I would this, I would imagine. Because the combat's nice and fun, certainly when you're not getting your ass kicked non-stop. And I'm sure we could have done better in some of these things, but it's just really tough. And this last scenario, will give you more damage, knowing that it's going to get you in there with two mistlings. But even if those two mistlings had been at full health, I don't think would have killed this thing, because there's only... I'm just going to read this in case we got it wrong. Place the crystal egg in the space in the middle. Place one machinery in each of the petal spaces. You and the enemy cannot move into a space with the machinery or the egg. When the machinery is dealt 5 or more damage in a single turn, discard it and gain 3 essence. Bonus action, store essence. While within range 1 of the crystal egg, store 3 essence to discard 1 gift. Store 2 essence. While within range 1 of the crystal egg, spend 3 essence to gain 1 gift. So at most we could have ever done is get rid of two of the tokens. So after that, it's already going to be doing 4 damage to us, doing multiple damage to us each time. It's just a real tough one. 10 damage with drain is insane. It takes 3 turns to do 10 damage, and then all of it is a swing of 20 hit points. Either way, look, Dragon Eclipse, it might be the last we see on the channel until a new one comes out, and I know they're making a new one. We'll think long and hard about whether we back it with the situation there. I'll have a look at roguelike. If it looks fun, we'll give it a go. If it's not that enjoyable, we'll move on to something else. There's so many games out there. I have just picked up Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era. I think that's going to take a huge amount to learn, but I'm looking forward to trying that. And maybe that will be... I know it's not strictly campaigns, but there's a lot of content in that game of picking up and doing it. If you want to support the channel if you've been here for all of these, let me know. I really do appreciate it. I can't believe that in the last episode we found out that we could have used as many bonus actions as we wanted. That's on me. Let me know if you want to support the channel. Check out Patreon. It really does help. It means a huge amount. It helps us back games, bring games to you that you may want to see, and still produce content. So thank you so much. Dragon Eclipse is done. See you again soon. I finished the full Dragon Eclipse campaign. That's the base game, Perilous Sea, Foray into the Shadow Realm, and everything that came in the Guardian pledge on GameFound. Altogether it came to just under 45 hours on the channel. I played the whole thing solo, one-handed, start to finish. I actually waited about a year to record this review. I wanted some distance from it. I didn't want it to be just post-campaign excitement. I wanted to see how it felt once the dust had settled. So if you're trying to decide whether Dragon Eclipse is worth committing to, this is my honest take after finishing everything and letting it sit for a while. The full solo campaign is on the channel, playlist is in the description below. That's what we do here on One Last Hand, campaign games on a Saturday and a Sunday. With our campaign promise, if we start one, we finish it. All of the footage you see is taken from the original series along with some publisher content. This is the first big campaign game I ever recorded on the channel, so production wise it's not as polished as where we are now, but the experience is there. After nearly 45 hours with Dragon Eclipse, here's where I landed. This is my honest review. Dragon Eclipse is a creature battler campaign game. You build a team of mistlings and take them through a loop of adventure phases and boss fights. Each session starts in the storybook. You move between locations, flip test cards, trying to hit certain thresholds. There's usually a timer element involved, which means you can't explore everything. You're also uncovering hidden numbers that might give you different outcomes, resources, or consequences. The adventure phase can send you into battle with status effects, damage, exhaustion, or sometimes bonuses depending on how things went. Then you move into the boss fight. Boss fights take place on smaller, contained maps, either from a map book or neoprene mats, depending on the edition you picked up. You add terrain pieces to that map that block movement, deal damage, heal, or create positional problems that you need to solve. Each enemy mistling has its own behavior deck that you can see what it's likely to do, which means you're planning ahead around future turns rather than reacting blindly. You control 2 mistlings during the campaign, but in each fight you actively use only one at a time. You manage a row of action cards, and positioning within that row determines how much essence you gain when you use that card. You're also managing elemental strengths and weaknesses. Then there's the key decision on every fight. Do you defeat the enemy, or do you try and tame it? Taming is usually harder. It adds objectives to the fight. You're extending the battle and putting yourself under more pressure, but if you succeed, that mistling joins your team permanently. That's the hook of Dragon Eclipse. Mechanically, this is where Dragon Eclipse feels strongest. Cards sit in 4 slots in a row. The position of those cards matters. The further along in the row, the more essence you gain when you use it, so you're constantly making a decision. Do you use the card that's perfect for the situation right now, even though it's early in the row and gives less essence, or do you wait, let it move further, and use it later for more essence, which then powers stronger essence abilities? Essence fuels your special moves, defensive boosts, and elemental triggers, so timing becomes important. It's not ultra heavy, but it is thoughtful. Because you can see upcoming boss behaviour, fights feel like puzzles rather than chaotic brawls. You're positioning carefully, you're planning ahead, you're managing resources. The maps are small enough that you can't mitigate everything. Sometimes you trap yourself, and when that happens it feels like your mistake rather than the game being unfair. There isn't a huge amount of randomness in the boss fights. When something goes wrong, it usually feels like I'm mismanaging position or poor timing rather than bad luck. For me, that balance works really well. Elemental strengths and weaknesses add depth without adding complexity. Bringing the right mistling into a fight can make it manageable. Bringing the wrong one can make it noticeably tougher. That keeps battles interesting across a long campaign. Story-wise, it's solid. It's not reinventing fantasy storytelling. You're not getting massive branching arcs of dynamic world shifts or really interesting characters that make you feel really invested. Is enough to keep the game moving. The main campaign feels stronger than the expansions narratively. The expansions are fine, but they don't really hit the same level. There are choices, but those choices don't massively branch. The story, you're largely following a central arc. Where the emotional weight really sits isn't the plot, it's your team. Capturing mistlings that you've been working towards feels generally good. Involving them feels even better. You feel the difference in the strength when you evolve one. Sense of growth carries the campaign more than the narrative twists do. This is where Dragon Eclipse really stood out for me. It's accessible once you understand the session flow. You're not constantly buried in rules. Setup and teardown are reasonable. You're moving between books, terrain maps, and decks in a session, but it's all manageable. Usually the whole thing from setup to teardown, including switching between the various elements, is a maximum of 10 to 20 minutes. Most sessions run between an hour to an hour and a half, some quicker, some longer, depending on the boss and which mistlings you take. It never really felt like work, and that matters because some big campaign games start to feel like effort halfway through. This didn't. I wanted to see the next mistling, I wanted to see the next evolution, I wanted to see how the next boss fight played out. I played with the Sundrop minis, which look fantastic as you'd expect from Awakened Realms. I can't say whether the same attachment would be there with the standees. The biggest hit for me was the mistling system, taming them, evolving them, building around them, trying the different combinations on adventures. The loop never really got old. The card system is also a massive hit. It supports the whole experience brilliantly. It's not bloated, it leads to meaningful decisions. It's also a light deck building element as you gain cards throughout the campaign that lets you refine how you play your mistlings. Production quality is also a massive hit. It's always high with Awakened Realms as you'd expect, but certainly with the mistlings being quite as unique as they are, it really added to that experience. The expansions dip slightly in compared to the main campaign. With Perilous Sea, you're adding it to the campaign as a whole. With Foray into the Shadow Realm, you're playing that after the campaign. I will say there are a few typos and inconsistencies in the logbook, nothing that broke the game but noticeable, and certainly that got worse as the expansions came into play. I also used the narrative app from Awakened Realms. There was a few areas where the script had been re-recorded and those first cuts haven't been cut out of the final product, so you heard someone re-recording a line multiple times. The story doesn't massively branch, it's not overly captivating, but because the rest of the game felt so good, it didn't impede too much. But if you're really looking for a big narrative experience, this maybe isn't it, although it is a fantastic experience from a campaign point of view. One practical gripe I have with the game is the health tokens. They are tiny. I ended up using mini poker chips because the cardboard tokens were just too small to be satisfying. I understand that maybe you're putting them on the board, putting them next to minis, but they could have been high quality, especially if you were playing with the acrylic tokens, to then have cardboard health tokens that were just too small to be useful. And finally, for some people, it's worth being aware that Awakened Realms has publicly acknowledged using AI-assisted tools in parts of their art workflow. They've stated these tools assist artists rather than replacing them, but if AI involvement in production is a deal breaker for you, this is something that I would recommend doing your own research on. Core campaign length felt about right for me. Obviously the expansions added a bigger commitment, but it never felt like it overstayed its welcome. But as I said, the quality of those expansions did dip slightly. Sessions are well placed and don't feel like a slog. If you love creature battlers and boss battlers, this is absolutely worth looking at. It's lighter than something like Primal, Awakening, Kingdom Death Monster or Oathsworn, but that's not a negative. If you enjoy building a team, refining a deck, solving tactics, and watching your characters grow, this will work for you. If you want a deep narrative, branching, heavy complexity, it's probably not for you. And I'll put in the obvious comparison here. If you like Pokemon type games, this is probably something that you might enjoy. After nearly 45 hours with Dragon Eclipse and a full year to reflect on it, this game ended up being my #1 solo game of 2025. I give it 9 out of 10, not because it's the deepest campaign I've ever played, not because it's the most narratively complex, but because it was consistently enjoyable, easy to get to the table, and when I finished it, I genuinely wanted more. Even after a year later, I'd play it again tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you found it useful or helpful. Please consider hitting the like button, subscribe button, leave me a comment, let me know if you're thinking about picking up Dragon Eclipse, if you've played it and what you thought, or if you are watching the campaign. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to support the channel, please consider joining members, where you get early access on every single video that we upload, plus you get unique one-off playthroughs of various games and videos of me trying to learn how to play these games. Thank you so much for watching, I really do appreciate it. I'll see you again soon.